Yeah, field position. You put yourself in there.
Yeah. If it gets used.
They changed all. Everything. I'll tell you what, they can 200 to 400%. Drop on the it's the only lane we cover the whole shower. They don't have to drop them and convert. So on the side of that lane, you put the switch and the one port. So like you're in the end zone, right? And you're on one side of the field, and you're close in. You shouldn't be 240, you just rack it in.
I got that. They could have credentials.
Why is it doing a burn by a freaking lamp? You know?
No.
Yeah. My great-grandma, right? My whole family. My grandmother came to time when she was like a baby. My dad said it's Italian. That's the last name. So I have when they wanted you. Yeah. I can get pretty dark.
Oh, no, the birth one. Oh, yeah, what if they did?
White is white as ghost. It comes out white as a goddamn ghost.
And they like
You know? Maybe sunscreen or something. You know, it's not obviously anything big really is going to be intense.
What?
Whatever the standard is.
Right.
I don't have the headphones on my desk. They're on my desk, I think. I mean, I have my own headphones. I don't have the studio.
3 minutes. 3 for us.
Yeah.
One more mic check, please, Dan.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Can I check? We're
Changes coming to see. Yeah, and I was like a third bullet point. It was like one line.
check
Like,
the line.
thanks for 5 years of service. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
They want us. I don't know the year state.
No. Like Chris is
They want change. They want. And they're like,
can you have your own? Come in.
they sure, because they won't be turning on.
Anthony's got like the Rebel TI.
Alright. Cameras, laptops.
But no, they're not.
Anybody want some roll cues? Yada yada. Roll cues?
Yeah, let me show you. I thought you were like the extra, you're the one that's on me.
Anybody want a roll cue? You want a roll cue? Anybody want roll cues? It looks like we're getting rolled.
Here we go.
Give them a heads up, they're walking in. If I get to it, the roll cue is a civil suit against Aaron Hernandez, but doesn't look like we're going to get there.
Okay, have a seat. Okay. Would you close that door, please?
Go.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Sheff. I'm here with attorneys Don Grady Kelsey Raycroft, and Frank Federico. And we are all privileged to represent Ursula Ward and the rest of Odin Lloyd's family. At the outset, I need to mention that over the past few days, Ursula has been inundated with inquiries and frequent visits to her home, sometimes imposing by members of the press. And we understand and we respect that you have an important job to do. But please, following this press conference, please respect her right to privacy and especially her right to space. We're honored to represent this loving mother, woman of peace, faith, and forgiveness. She believes that final judgment is in the hands of a higher power, and she accepts everything that's happened over the past few days as God's will. Now that the criminal cases are over, she is looking forward to her civil case, a wrongful death case, where the focus will not be on Aaron Hernandez. Frankly, she's heard enough about him. Where the focus will be on Odin Lloyd, his devotion, comfort, assistance, support, and love for his family. That's why she's here. Now, this wrongful death case has been pending for some time, and many months ago, we filed what is known as a summary judgment motion on the issue of liability, or the issue of fault, if you will. And we won that motion, which means that a court has already determined that Aaron Hernandez was indeed responsible for the death of Odin Lloyd. All that remains in our case is a determination of damages, or how much. Now, over the past few days, I think we've all heard of this, a term we hadn't heard previously or often, a legal technicality known as abatement. And I am no expert in that measure, that legal technicality of abatement, but I've spoken to many who are, and they say that it may in fact lead to a payout of up to $6 million from the New England Patriots regarding the contract between the team and Mr. Hernandez. We want everyone to know that right now there is an order in effect in this case that mandates that no such payments will or can be made until the court is advised, until counsel are notified, until we know about it, so that we have an opportunity to intercede and to make claim for that money. And that's exactly what we intend to do. And now our case against Mr. Hernandez will simply become a case against his estate, and we hope and expect to recover those monies just described, as well as any other assets, such as the house that we have attached, such as the Hummer that we've attached, sold, and put those monies in the hands of the court, and any other assets available for Ursula Ward and her deserving family. Now it's time to do something perhaps a bit unusual, but in our estimation appropriate. We want to issue a very friendly challenge to the New England Patriots. Best team in the NFL. Come on, nothing like them. Nothing like them. Undisputed world champions of football. But we want to provide the Patriots with an opportunity to become something more. Not just champions of football, but to become champions of justice. We urge the New England Patriots to work with the Players Association to voluntarily make these payments, of little consequence to the team, of tremendous assistance to these struggling, deserving families who are hurting, like Ursula's. That would be the best thing to do. That would be the right thing to do, and that would make the Patriots Ursula Ward's champion. Now at this point, I'm going to stop and I'm going to ask Ursula to take some questions. But as you've just heard, she is not interested in discussing Aaron Hernandez. She is here, and I must warn you, she won't answer questions about that. She's here to answer questions about Odin, about their family, what they're going through, what they look forward to, her wrongful death case, how she feels. Those are all okay, but not about Aaron Hernandez. So please refrain. And if I will direct the questions, she will answer them. If she decides not to answer one, please don't do what we lawyers do and keep asking the same question in a different form, okay? Be respectful. Yes.
Ursula, do you feel you still have justice in this case, especially if, because of the abatement document, there's a chance that the conviction could be vacated, do you still feel that you have justice in this case?
I do.
Can you talk about that a little bit more?
You could stay.
Why do you still
Why do you feel
feel
justice
like
is still
you have
served,
justice
even if
served
the
in this
conviction
case?
is gone?
Would you just step
Okay.
just so we can hear?
Okay, you can step to the mic.
Thank you.
Because no matter what, the jurors found him guilty. So that in my book, he's still guilty in my book and in my family's book.
Do you worry about any legal technicalities for your family affecting the civil case?
No.
What makes this civil case so important to you and your family?
It's not about the civil case. It's about my son, Odin Lloyd. It's about families that lost their loved ones, and we need justice. Justice, there's so many families out there in the world that doesn't have the opportunity that I have right now to speak on their family's behalf because the media is not involved in their lives. There's so many unsolved murders out there that the medias are not involved in. And it's not even about Odin Lloyd. It's about the person that committed the crime for Odin Lloyd. If it wasn't for that, you guys wouldn't be here to ask me questions about Odin Lloyd. So today I'm speaking up for Odin Lloyd and for the families out there that is fighting for justice and doesn't have the voice that I can provide for them.
What would you like to say to the Patriots? Your lawyer did. What would you like to say? Of your family.
She doesn't want to answer that question. Next question.
Ursula, has this week opened up old wounds for you and your family? How are you guys doing?
It has, especially when there's evidence that is showing through the media of what transpired in the courtroom that open up old wounds for me, especially as a mother. And you will never know, and you will never understand unless you're in that boat of the tremendous loss. I lost my best friend. I lost my son. I lost the love of my life. I lost a strong bone in my family that I would never ever see. Even having a child to say, "Ma, you have a grandson by me or a granddaughter." All that was wiped away from me when he was 27 years old. So with all this, I am just saying I'm sorry to all our families that has been affected by this. Not only my family, but it has other families also that is affected by this, even his family. So with that, I give them all to God and ask God to strengthen them like he has strengthened myself and my family and comfort them in every way possible. Because we are one body in Christ, no matter what we do. We all are one body in Christ.
Prosecutors won for you a criminal conviction. Your lawyers won for you a civil responsibility claim. What would a monetary award mean for you and your family?
There's no amount of money in the world can bring Odin back. None. And even if there's not a penny involved into this, it has nothing to do with my justice today for Odin Lloyd.
Then why do you pursue it? I mean, there obviously must be a reason.
Because it has other families out there that can benefit from stuff. When you sweep stuff under the rug, no one is there to clean it up. And if there's a way that someone else can make a voice to let it happen, I'm going to use my voice to let it happen.
Have you spoken to the
Hold on, wait. One at a time, and just please raise your hand so I can call on you. Yes.
Have you spoken to the families of Sapiro Furtado and Daniel De Abreu, and if so, what have you said to them, or if not, what would you want to say to them?
That we are one family right now. I hold their hand like they're holding mine, and I hug them like they're holding my family. So I just want to tell them that I love them. And regardless of what we are going through right now, we have a higher judge. A judge that is going to take care of us and give us the strength that we need to move on further than this. The road is not for the swift, but who can endure it to the end. And my family is going to endure this to the end, so as the Furtado family and the Abreu family.
Well said, well said.
You talked about, after the conviction, you talked about forgiveness. Do you still feel forgiveness?
I do. And I pray to God that his soul is at peace. I pray to God that he find comfort, and God will forgive him of whatever happened.
You were next.
Hey, Ursula, I know you've talked a lot about keeping Odin's memory alive. What are some of the things that you sort of do now to sort of make sure that that happens?
We have done scholarship through the O'Brien. We raise money as a block party every year. I've gotten support from the Louis D. Brown Peace Institute, which we walk every Mother's Day. And in that walk, we are one family. So, and I am getting my strength through that company because of the sanctuary. They have a sand area with different colors that you go in and you create your own world. And after you create your own world, after I create my own world, I feel like I'm walking into the world that I created for myself. So that company is one of the best companies here in Boston, that we are not focusing on these people that are helping us to be the people we are today.
Yes.
You said things have been swept under the rug and there can be no justice in that case. What things are you referring to?
I'm just speaking in general. I'm not actually speaking of this particular case. I'm just saying there's so many things happen around the world that families are not getting justice because things have been hidden from families.
They don't get the media attention. I think she's trying to say they don't get the media attention that this case gets, but people lose loved ones unjustly every day, and she's here to support and to represent and have a voice for all those people. Those are our conversations.
Yes.
Mr. Sheff, do you have any concern that a vacated judgment, if it happens, would affect the ruling that you won?
No.
No, you don't think anybody can turn that back saying he's not convicted anymore, therefore you have to go through a lengthier proceeding to gain it?
No. First of all, you know, there's an old saying, timing is everything. We did the right things at the right time, and I think any well-reasoned judge is going to uphold that summary judgment motion. That's called the law of the case. That lives on. So we're not concerned.
Can you realistically expect the Patriots, with whatever controls are on them and the Players Association, to come forward with money? They'd be under legal obligations, I would assume.
I can't speak to what the Patriots will do. We issued them a friendly challenge. They are also under they're having their own arbitration proceedings I'm not privy to, so the money might come anyway. But it sure would be nice if they took us up on our invitation.
Doug, what was that amount that you requested?
Well, we heard $6 million. We heard that that's what could potentially be released by the experts in abatement. I don't.
Do you have any idea if he has anything besides that? Obviously, that's a windfall to his estate.
Well, that's right. We have not yet completed discovery. We've had to hold back on discovery with respect to assets as a result of the criminal cases. But we certainly are going to forge ahead, and there may be other assets as well. There's the house. There's the money from the Hummer. There's anything that we can discover, and anything that might come from those contractual proceedings.
Can you say exactly why the $6 million? Can you break that down into certain pieces?
I'm only repeating what you folks educated me about. I read $6 million, so that's what we say.
Can you explain that process a little bit more? Is that because his contract must be respected, must be fulfilled if he no longer, if abatement occurs and the conviction is vacated?
I wish I could, and I wish we had more access and were privy to more information going on in these proceedings. We've tried, but really they don't seem to be too concerned with our rights, which I wish they would. I wish we would learn more from the folks involved in that litigation. but we don't have the documents. We don't know where they're at in those proceedings.
So at what point can you specify the damages that you are seeking?
Oh, we could specify that at any point, and we will likely do that at the damages trial. We don't have to do that, but now in Massachusetts we have a right to state a specific amount, which wasn't even so just a few years ago.
I think a lot of people wonder, Doug, like, I think a lot of people wonder, does Aaron have any money left? And that you would say, what, does he?
That's a very good question, and we wonder the same thing.
Do you have an inkling though? Do you have an inkling that he has $1 left, or that he has $10 million left, or something in between?
I can't speak to that at this time.
Can you speak to why specifically you feel the
One at a time, please. You first.
Specifically, why you feel the Patriots have maybe an obligation or a duty to pay out this money to the families? I mean, clearly, Aaron Hernandez in this case was found responsible. Why specifically money from the New England Patriots?
Didn't say they had a duty or a responsibility. We simply made an invitation. Next.
First of all, was Odin provided for your family in ways? So how does this help? If you were able to get these monies, how does this help you and your family?
It will help with the scholarship. Basically, you help others.
So you would use the money towards a scholarship?
To help other people.
And does it help your family as well?
I'm not gonna lie, it would, but like I said, it would more help families that is in need of scholarship for their family going forward to college.
Ursula
so you
Ward.
want to pay it forward if you were to?
Yes. Yes.
In addition, she's been working very, very hard. Odin was a supporting member of that household, and she lost that. It's twice as hard for her. She struggles to make it happen. She won't tell you that. I'll tell you that. Next. All right. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that was a press conference out of Massachusetts. The lawyer for Odin Lloyd's mother holding that press conference, Odin Lloyd's mother also speaking out for the first time since her son's convicted killer killed himself in prison. Aaron Hernandez, former NFL player, convicted of killing Odin Lloyd, killed himself this week. Family still continuing with the lawsuit, planning to sue Hernandez's estate. We're going to now take you to Flagstaff, Arizona for the NAU shooting trial. Suspect Stephen Jones on the stand now.
Okay.
Now, did you ever tell the officers or state that you were totally blind or unable to see past a certain distance without your glasses?
Not that I remember.
What did you say about your vision on page 64 between lines 14 and 18?
Do you want me to read it all?
I'll tell you what, I'll chop it up for you. On line 14, are you asked, what is your vision like without glasses?
Yes.
What is your response?
I said shitty.
You're then asked, like what, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, he said like what?
The officer asked you, like what?
Yeah.
What was your response to that?
I said like within 10 feet, like further than 10 feet, I can't really make anything out but shapes.
The prosecutor showed you, I think, 2 or 3 still images from when you handed your keys to the police officers at the station that morning, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall the timestamp on those images were sometime between 4 and 5 in the morning?
That sounds about right.
You're not disputing that at that time and under those circumstances you were able to take your keys out of your pocket, correct?
Correct.
Was the fact that you didn't have 10 to 12 highly intoxicated Delta Chi's chasing you something that made it easier for you to do it at that time?
Mr. Barker, please let Mr. Davidson finish his question. Please re-ask your question.
Was the fact that there weren't 10 to 12 highly intoxicated Delta Chi's chasing you at that time something that made it easier for you to recover your keys?
And your
No.
objection?
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Objection, argumentative, and leading. Objection is overruled. The answer will stand.
No.
No, it wasn't easier?
It didn't make it easier.
It was no easier to do it without the guys chasing you?
I don't really understand what
I'm
you're
not asking
saying.
the question very well. Was it harder or easier to get your keys without being chased?
Without being chased?
Yes.
It was a lot easier.
Was your testimony yesterday that you discussed the issue with your car keys?
No.
Turn to page 30, please.
Objection, this is outside the scope, Judge.
Overruled.
Okay.
You see on line 7 where you're asked, was your car unlocked or locked at that time?
Yes.
What was your response?
I said it was locked.
Question, okay.
Mr. Jones, I never leave my car unlocked up here, but my keys, the fob is here.
Question, okay.
I realized after they put the handcuffs on that my car keys were in my pocket, but I didn't know that at the time.
Turn to page 104, please, Stephen.
Okay.
Between lines 5 and lines 21 on page 104, does that appear to be the discussion that took place as you were handing your keys over?
Yes.
On line 5, are you asked, so do you have your key with you? Can I see it real quick?
Yes.
Your response?
I do.
Question, do you always keep it in that right front pocket there?
Not usually.
Your response was?
Not usually.
Question, okay, can I see your key fob? Your response?
I said, yeah, that is always in my back left pocket.
Question, okay, so the key fob that gets you into the car is always in your left back pocket?
Yes.
Your response?
I said, yeah, the keys are usually clipped with a carabiner or something right on my belt.
Question, okay, were you wearing a belt tonight? Your response?
No.
For those of us who don't know, what's a carabiner?
It's like those little O-shaped clips that mountain climbers use to clip ropes and stuff.
The prosecutor asked you yesterday about when you stated or notified anyone that you believe that something had happened to your teeth. Recall that?
Yes.
Objection misstates the question and testimony.
Approach. Approach, please.
Prosecutor suggesting that you didn't say anything about your teeth until much later.
Objection misstates my question, Judge.
Overruled.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection?
Not really.
Turn to page 4 of the 200-plus page transcript, please.
Okay. I'm there.
What did you say to Officer Park on lines 21 through 23?
I said, the fireman asked me if my tooth was loose. I said, no, but now it is. It's a little loose inside there. Is that bad?
Was that the only time in your interview that you talked about your teeth?
No.
Turn to page 117, please.
Okay.
Just sort of take a look at the whole page itself and let me know if it appears to you whether this page corresponds with a period of time during which photographs are being taken.
Yes.
Can you read lines 7 through 11?
Question. We will start from the top down. Keegan, can I get you to hold this on that side? Can you turn your head this way so I can get this? Can we get his lip just look straight ahead? And then I said, this is Mr. Jones, knocked out my bridges.
Finally, turn to page 122, please, Stephen.
Okay.
On line 17, are you asked, how is your tooth, by the way?
Yes.
What was your answer?
I said, it's starting to fall out.
What did you go on to say in line 20?
I said, it's swollen.
Now, in fairness, there's an unintelligible question between your statement, it's starting to fall out, and it's swollen.
Yes.
You referred, I think, both in your testimony and in your interview with the police to a bridge. Is that some sort of a dental appliance?
Yes, it's, I have 2 baby teeth right here, and then I had dental work to put bridges on top of them, and they cement those to the teeth on either side, and then kind of in your gum a little bit, and they're considered permanent, and they're, yeah.
Are you able to show the jury where in your mouth that bridge sits?
It's not in my mouth anymore.
The place where there's no teeth on your gum, is that where the bridge usually sits?
Yes.
Can you show it to the jury, please?
Right here.
Thank you, Steve. Stephen, let me just finally go back and ask you about a couple issues about the encounter itself the prosecutor asked you about. Do you recall there being some questioning about aiming straight up in the air while you were being pummeled?
Yes.
Is there anything going on at that period of time that may have made it more difficult for you to aim your weapon?
Yes.
What's that?
Like there were 5 or 6 or 10 people on top of me, and they were trying to get my gun, and they were kicking me in the head and the stomach and punching me, and I was getting pummeled on the bottom of a pile, and I was in a headlock, and someone was trying to twist my arm, and I was struggling.
What's the reason you fired the gun into the air?
I wanted to get them to disperse and run away.
When you made it to your car, how would you characterize the length of time that you were actually there?
Less than 5 seconds.
What was your emotional state at that time?
I was frantic and panicked. I was fumbling around, kind of like screaming to myself, you know, like, oh my God, oh my God. And I was just, you know, terrified.
Did you feel as though you had time to consider all of the options that the prosecutor proposed to you yesterday?
No, less than 5 seconds.
Did you describe that moment of this episode to the police during your interview?
I think I did, yes.
Can you turn to page 61, please?
Judge, I'm going to object as to the relevance and the scope. This was a challenge.
What lines are you referring to, Mr. Davidson?
Lines 3 through 8.
Objection is overruled.
Did you discuss that with the officers on lines 3 through 8 of page 61?
Yes.
What did you explain to the officers about that?
Do you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
I said, I'm in the car, I'm sitting there and I'm panicked. I don't know how I'm going to start the car. My legs are shaking. I don't know how I'm going to fuck with the clutch. I don't know anything. Like, they're going to be on me in a matter of like 1 or 2 seconds.
Is it fair to say that as you sit here today, and perhaps as you've sat here for a few weeks, if not months, that you acknowledge some of the information you gave the police may not have been entirely accurate now that we have the benefit of maps and Leica scans?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Even with the benefit, Stephen, of hindsight, Leica scans, and maps, as you sit here today, you feel that you were safe in your car?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because there was a whole lot of them, and I was panicked, and I didn't know if they could just break the window and pull me out, or if they could do anything, really. I mean, I thought they were right behind me.
And moving forward from there, excuse me. Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Moving forward from there, when you encounter Mr. Brew and Mr. Peering, fair to say at that point, you don't know whether or not Mr. Brew, or Mr. Peering for that matter, was the individual that sucker punched you moments earlier, correct?
No, I didn't know.
Let's assume hypothetically that it wasn't Mr. Brew.
Okay.
It may well be possible that as of that moment, as the prosecutor suggested, neither Mr. Peering nor Mr. Brew had laid a finger on you. True?
True.
What do you think would have happened had you waited for them to lay a finger on you before firing your weapon?
Based on what they were saying and how they were acting, their fists were balled up, and he like launched at me. So I assumed he was, either going to tackle me and they would start beating on me and try to get my gun, or maybe strangle me or something because his arms were outward. There was no possible way I wasn't going to get hit really hard with how fast he was coming at me.
The prosecutor also asked you about your ability to ascertain whether or not Jake and Shay were still in danger. You recall that?
Yes, I remember.
What was going on with Jake and Shay the last time you have a vivid recollection of being able to see them and know exactly what you were looking at?
They were surrounded, and I saw Shay get punched, and I saw both of them get shoved down to the ground. And a couple guys tried to grab their shirts, and they were getting yelled at.
At any point thereafter, up until the arrival of Officer Park, did you see, hear, or otherwise perceive anything to suggest to you that they were in any less danger at that point?
No.
Thank you, Steve. No further questions.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have questions for this witness. Looks like we do, so we'll seek counsel and court reporter at sidebar.
Again, for those of you just joining us, we are watching the Stephen Jones trial. Stephen Jones is a suspect in the NAU shooting that took place back in October 2015. Stephen Jones is on the stand. We know that the jury does have some questions, and that is why we are in this, well, what appears to be a brief recess. The camera panning to the Seal of Arizona until we can continue listening in on this trial. Again, Stephen Jones, the person accused of shooting 4 people and killing 1, has taken the stand. He's been testifying since yesterday. Again, we will continue with this trial as soon as it resumes. Now, in case you guys don't remember the NAU shooting, I do want to recap it for you. For those of you who are just joining us for the first time today, perhaps you don't know the history of the NAU shooting. Now, this took place way back in October of 2017. October of 2017. Excuse me, October 2015. It was a situation on a campus gone wrong. It didn't happen exactly on campus, but it did involve students from Northern Arizona University. Now, Stephen Jones was a freshman at the time of the shooting. He was accused of shooting 4 fellow students, charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 3 counts of felony aggravated assault. When he was first arrested, his bail was set at $2 million. According to prosecutors, Jones was involved in a fight with other students around 1:20 in the morning on a Friday. He ran to his car where he picked up a handgun. Prosecution does not believe it was self-defense. Again, 1 individual was killed, 3 others wounded. Now, the victims were all members of the Delta Chi fraternity. The gunman, Stephen Jones, was a pledge in another fraternity, Sigma Chi, according to that organization's national office. Later that day, students on campus appeared weary and shocked. And Governor Doug Ducey pledged state support to help police investigate the shooting and to help those injured recover. Again, we are watching the NAU shooting trial. In the meantime, it looks like we are not entirely certain as to when this trial will resume. Again, judge, lawyers, corresponding, as the jury has said, they have questions for Stephen Jones. And while we wait for this trial to resume, I want to take you to Paris, France. This is a live look at the memorial that has been set up after the shooting that took place there. Again, 1 officer killed in yesterday's deadly terror attack. The suspect, the gunman, also killed. Again, 1 police officer killed, 2 seriously injured in a tourist area of Paris, France. ISIS claiming responsibility, and it looks like we have lost that feed. Stand by while I work to get it back for you. Again, the memorial in Paris. Here is another look at that memorial feed in Paris. Again, a police officer killed, 2 others seriously injured when a gunman opened fire late yesterday in this tourist area of Paris. Again, ISIS claiming responsibility for the attack. We know that French prosecutors have indeed opened a terrorism investigation into the attack on the officers. The attack took place at 8:50 p.m. local time there in Paris. Now, the prosecutor has identified the 39-year-old gunman. However, his name has not been released publicly. Officials are still trying to figure out whether the gunman had any accomplices. Now, the Paris prosecutor did say that the gunman used an assault rifle, and at least one location in the eastern Paris suburbs is being searched as officials work to learn more information about this attacker. The identity of the attacker is known and has been checked. I will not give it because investigations with raids are ongoing. That is the quote made by the Paris prosecutor. Now, in a statement from the ISIS group, they named the attacker. They referred to the attacker as the Belgian and added that he was one of the ISIS fighters. Now, this claim of responsibility came unusually swiftly for ISIS, which has been losing territory in Iraq and Syria. Now, this responsibility claim also referred to the attacker as one of the fighters rather than the soldiers of ISIS. Now, the Paris police spokeswoman told the Associated Press that the attacker, who they believe acted alone, targeted police guarding the area near the Franklin Roosevelt subway station at the center of the avenue popular with tourists. The president of France said he was convinced the circumstances of the Paris shooting pointed to a terrorist attack. The president of France spoke in an address to the nation saying, "We need to realize our security, law enforcement forces targeted have the full support of the nation." Francois Hollande said security forces would be vigilant during the forthcoming presidential election. Now, we do want to note that this attacker involved in this deadly Paris shooting was known by Secret Service in France as an extremist. This, according to Fox News. One witness described the shooting scene, speaking with French media. She said that she heard a shooting, saw a man's body on the ground, and then the area was quickly evacuated by police. One resident told the Associated Press that the gunfire sent scores of tourists fleeing into side streets. President Trump commented on the shooting yesterday as he was holding a press conference with the Italian Prime Minister. He sent his condolences to France and said that the shooting did indeed look like another terrorist attack. You are looking at video of the memorial that has been growing since yesterday's attack in Paris. All right, everyone, I want to cut away from this Perez memorial. I do want to show you video from moments ago. President Trump meeting with the Egyptian American who was freed after 3 years in jail. Her lawyer credits the Trump administration for helping her be freed. She spent 3 years in jail in Egypt. She's now free and sitting with the president.
How incredible is that?
All of us, 8 people, were acquitted.
Good job, right? That's a better job.
Wonderful job.
Hey, that's even better than I thought.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you imagine the strength?
Great strength.
We're not taking.
No, no questions. I think we're in good shape.
So you're gonna, you think you're going to live in Washington? For a while. Twice now.
We are very happy to have Aya back home, and it's a great honor to have her in the Oval Office with her brother, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be in front by the mics if you guys talk to us. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so that was President Trump speaking out, saying they were happy to have Aya back. I want to go ahead and give you guys some background information. She was an Egyptian-American charity worker who was freed after nearly 3 years of detention in Egypt. Her name is Aya Hijazi, 30 years old. She and her husband, an Egyptian, arrived in the Washington area. She then visited with President Trump this morning. Earlier this week, a court acquitted Hijazi of charges of child abuse that were widely dismissed as bogus by human rights groups and U.S. officials. She and her husband had established a foundation to aid street children back in 2013, but they were arrested along with several others in 2014. Her case was on the agenda when President Trump met earlier this month with the president of Egypt. Hijazi, a dual national, was born in Egypt but grew up in Falls Church, Virginia, a suburb of Washington, D.C. She received a degree in conflict resolution from George Mason University in 2009. Her lawyer did say to local media that, quote, "I think Trump and his team deserve credit for making this a priority at the most critical time in her case." Again, the Trump administration working to make sure that she was freed. Let's watch this clip one more time.
How incredible is that?
All of us, 8 people, were acquitted.
Good job, right? That's a better job.
Wonderful job.
Hey, that's even better than I thought.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you imagine the strength?
Great strength.
We're not taking.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this feed now because we're going to go back to the Stephen Jones trial. He is testifying once again. Stephen Jones, the NAU shooting trial.
And how to treat someone who's having a stroke or a seizure. It was a course I took from the Glendale Fire Department, I think.
The next question is, you put your window down to yell, "I have a gun." Does your Mustang have power electric windows?
I didn't. The door was open the whole time, but when I said I leaned out the window, I was leaning out the door. I just was trying to remember. Like in the transcript, I said I think I might have leaned out the window or something in that direction. But I don't really remember that much, but we know now that the door was open.
And when you were punching all your buttons on your key fob, did your horn go off?
Yes, the car alarm went off for a few seconds, and then as I was mashing it, it went back off. Like I hit the panic button, and then I guess I hit the panic button again, and it went off in the span of a couple seconds.
Are you nearsighted or farsighted?
I'm not sure which is which, but I can only see up close. I have like computer vision from sitting in front of computers, so I can't see far.
When you felt you were possibly going to lose your gun when the others were piled on you, did you feel you were the only one that could take control of this chaos?
I felt like I was the only one who was going to get me out from under that pile. I felt like no one was going to come and help me, and I couldn't overpower all those guys.
We've heard why you felt you needed to get your gun when you got to your car. When you saw that no one was around your car, why did you feel like you needed to approach the group in the corner of the parking lot? What was your thought process?
When I looked left after I had the gun, I still saw those two guys, and they were still looking at me. I think I could only see like silhouettes, but I could see them coming at me, and I couldn't just abandon my friends anyway. You know, even if no one was coming toward me, I still couldn't just ditch my friends and leave them there to get pummeled on the street by strangers. So it was kind of a mix of everything, I guess.
Could you identify any of your friends by sight after losing your glasses?
I think there were moments, like after the first punch and we were still real close together and I started running, I caught some glimpses of them. And then when I kind of paused and looked back, and the first time I saw Shay. And then toward the end, I think I saw a glimpse of Jake on the ground. But usually, like, during most of it, it was like by sound and seeing how they moved in their clothes and stuff. Because Jake was wearing a bright blue and neon yellow hoodie, so it was distinctive.
The next question is, did you have bruises from the 5 to 10 people that jumped you?
Yes. We looked at them yesterday, but I had that big welt right here and all the cuts and stuff. That was from getting either kicked or stomped in the head. I remember that. Then I'm pretty sure the road rash and the bruises on my back, and then all the defensive wounds and stuff on my forearms. And then I had a bruise right here that later on got really yellow and purple and big. That was all I can remember.
The next question is, why didn't you aim for the legs when you shot Colin and Nick Peering?
Under those conditions, well, I guess you're never really trained to do that. That's not police or military or any kind of training, and I wasn't trained to do that. But I couldn't have. It was, really dark, and they were moving really, really fast, and I was shaking, and I didn't have a perfect grip, and I couldn't even see my sights or anything. So I definitely wouldn't have been capable of that.
The next question is, when you ran to the door and your key didn't work, did you have to run back across the cement drive to get to your car? And if yes, did you cross the cement?
Can you repeat that, please?
Sure. When you ran to the dorm and your key didn't work, did you have to run back across the cement drive to get to your car? And if yes, where did you cross the cement?
I never made it up to the entrance of Mountain View of the dorm. I never made it that far. I realized before I got to the door that I wasn't going to be able to open it. So I was probably in the middle of the sidewalk, the service drive, and then I turned right, so I never crossed it. I stepped off of it. Does that make sense?
The next question is, what position were you in when you fired the warning shot to scare the people off you?
I was definitely on the ground. The only thing I don't remember, I was kneeling to do first aid, and then when the guy put me in the chokehold and the guy pushed me back, I went backwards, but I don't know if my knees were still on the ground or if they came out and my legs were fully extended. But I was like laying back, and I had my hand behind my back like this, and I was kind of pointed toward the sky. And then when I got my left arm free from the guy who was twisting it, I rolled on my left side and curled into like a ball, like the fetal position, and then covered my head like this, and that's where I got all the bruises and scrapes on my arm.
Follow up, Mr. Davidson.
Can we approach her?
Yes.
Stephen, was shooting something that you did frequently with your father as an activity?
I wouldn't say frequently, but maybe like once every month or two.
Are you familiar with your father's qualifications to provide firearms instruction?
Yes, very.
Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Relevance.
Overruled.
He was an Arizona Post certified instructor, which stands for Police Officer Safety Training. He was certified by the NRA and Gunsight to teach police officers and deputies and civilians handgun safety and basic training. He has probably 4 or 5 certificates from different handgun courses, from intermediate to advanced level, and then also instructor level, so like qualifying to teach other people. He, I think he was also pretty qualified when he was in the Navy. I think he was, yeah.
You mentioned Gunsight. What is Gunsight?
It's the most well-respected training camp site in the United States. They train military and police, and they have civilian classes as well. They do all kinds of stuff. It's up in Prescott.
When you indicated to the police to the effect that you were the only one who did something wrong, how soon after the arrival of the police did that take place?
20 or 30 seconds.
What was the general scene or mood at the parking lot at that time?
Chaos. People were screaming and yelling, and people were getting handcuffed and put on the ground. And, you know, I just wanted to make sure the police didn't, you know, overreact and, like, try to shoot my friends or something.
Did you observe any officers with their weapons deployed?
Yeah, all of them.
Did they have handguns deployed or other weapons?
Rifles.
Fair to say you made that statement out of concern for your friend's safety and other people who were there?
Yes.
At any point during the course of your 8 or so hours with the police, did you ever make a statement to them that you did something wrong?
No.
Did you have an attorney with you during those 8 hours that you were being questioned by the police?
No.
Did you talk to an attorney during those 8 hours you were questioned by the police?
No.
Was your mother there during those 8 hours you talked to the police?
No.
Was your father there during those 8 hours you talked to the police?
No. I forgot to add something to your last question about my dad.
Sure, go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll give him a chance to complete his answer.
Go ahead.
He trained Maricopa County Sheriff's deputies. That was the thing I forgot.
Was the manner in which you handled and discharged your weapon on October 8th, 2015 consistent with what you had been taught?
Yes.
Objection, Judge. Relevance. Move to strike.
Overruled.
Prior to pulling your pistol out from behind your waistband while you were underneath the pile and firing the warning shots, did you also do anything verbally to try to protect yourself or to remove yourself from the situation?
I was just screaming help the whole time as loud as I could, over and over and over, from start to finish.
After you left the car with your pistol, let me strike that. At the moment you left your car with your pistol, were you intending on firing your weapon?
Absolutely not.
As you're walking from your car to where the shots are ultimately fired, were you ever planning or intending on firing your pistol?
No.
Was there any time prior to Mr. Peering or Mr. Brill charging, lunging, or bolting at you that you were going to fire your pistol?
No.
Were there people that you thought or expected to be in the Mountain View dorm that may have been able to provide you some protection from these guys?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that?
I was a pledge for Sigma Chi, which means.
Outside the scope, what question is this referring to?
Yeah, I think it had to do with the location of where he was running, and so I'm going to, was asked by the jury. And so the reason why I think is beyond the scope of the juror's question, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Steve.
Mr. Barker?
Going back to that question about who taught you about guns and gun safety, you were taught how to do a double tap as well?
Yes.
And that's what you described doing to Colin that night, right?
Yes.
And you were taught how to draw your weapon and shoot 2 rounds within a second, right?
Yes, that was a drill.
And I assume as part of your training you were taught when to use a gun and when not to use a gun, right?
Briefly.
So there was some self-defense training?
Mostly it was like the mechanical aspect, how to do it. But sometimes they brushed up, like brushed and told you when to do it.
Right. A little bit about the law?
No, just, when your life's in danger and what's the deadly threat and stuff like that.
So you never taught what the law was in regards to self-defense?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I'm just following up on counsel's questions about gun safety.
And Mr. Barker, let me hear it first. Let me decide the objection first before you start arguing.
I'm sorry, Judge.
I read the book, I think it was called Arizona Gun Safety Laws Handbook 2015 or something.
All right. And as part of your training, surely you were taught that you don't bring out a loaded gun unless you're ready to use it, right?
Something to that effect.
Okay. You said there's a question about you intentionally shot Colin and Nick Peering and why. You described it as immediate threat. How far away were they at that point?
At the time, it seemed like 5 to 15 feet.
Okay, and I think you testified earlier that they were sprinting towards you, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you had walked some 90 feet to get to them.
It seemed like 5 to 15 feet at the time.
Right, I know it seemed that way, but that's not what it was, right?
It was 90 feet.
So you did tell the officer nobody did anything wrong but me, right?
I believe so. I don't remember.
Do you have any reason to dispute what the officer testified to?
No.
All right, and that was sometime after you actually were arrested and put in that car, correct?
I think it was before they put me in the police car when the firefighters were looking at my injuries.
You think it was before Officer Park put you in the police car?
I think it was before he closed the door, but I was like sitting on the edge.
You were asked if you waived your rights, so you voluntarily talked to the police that night, right?
Yes.
You were asked a question if your friends were in the middle of this argument. You said you believed they were in the middle. How did you believe that, or why did you believe that?
Every time I saw them, they had been in the middle, and I already watched them get assaulted a few times. And from where I was, it never seemed like the group of people ever broke up or anything. They were all tightly packed, and I didn't see anybody else, so my friends had to be in there still.
All right, and let's just clarify the time frame. That was before you were at your car, right?
Before and during.
When you were at your car, you saw them being surrounded?
No, I just saw the big group.
You saw the big group 90 feet away?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, something like that. All right. When you were asked about extent of your first aid training, you said that you had experience or you knew how to treat gunshot wounds, right?
Very basically, yes.
All right, and so surely you understood that gunshot wounds can kill people?
Yes.
Especially one shot to the chest?
Most of the time, chest wounds aren't fatal, but they are a lot of the time.
Right, or they could cause serious physical injury, right?
Yes.
You asked a question about why didn't you aim for their legs. Can you demonstrate how you were aiming at Colin and Nick Peering? Can you show us the stance?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope, 403.
Oh, it goes to this, how he was aiming, Judge.
He wasn't asked how he was aiming. He was at.
The objection is sustained.
Were you aiming at the legs or the chest?
I was aiming for...
Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
The question was if they're aiming...
Mr. Barker, wait. The objection is overruled.
Thank you.
I was doing what I was trained, which was to aim for center mass, the center of mass.
Which would be chest area, right?
Torso.
Okay. Where all the organs are?
Yes.
You were asked a question about if you ran across the cement. And just to clarify on that point, you ran up that driveway, that service drive, and then you stopped and you walked back, right?
1 or 2 steps, yes.
And then you crossed into the parking lot from there, correct?
I didn't cross. I just left I didn't cross the drive. There was, I was in the middle of it when I walked.
Right. So listen to my question. You crossed from the service drive into the parking lot?
Correct.
Okay. So I didn't hear your answer to the question of what position were you in when you fired the warning shot, in your words. Do you recall what position it was? Were you on the ground? Were you lying down when you shot?
Like I said, I wasn't sure if I was definitely on my back at first. I don't remember if my knees were still tucked in behind me or tucked underneath me from when I was kneeling, or if they had come out in front of me. And then later on, I was curled into a ball.
Could you have been standing up?
Absolutely not.
And you said you shot one time in the air, or multiple times?
Multiple times.
You said something about referring to the question regarding how you could identify your friends. You talked about their clothing, and you said by their sound. What kind of sounds were you hearing from them?
Just like their voices and yelling.
Okay, nothing about help me or I'm scared?
I heard them say they were scared at first.
You heard them say they were scared?
No, just like stuff like holy shit, you know. But I never heard them say I'm scared.
Right. And that was before you went to your car, correct?
Correct.
You have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Davidson.
Very briefly, Stephen. With regard to firearms training and your knowledge and what was going on in your head at the time, when Mr. Barker asks you about not bringing a loaded gun unless you're ready to use it, does that mean that you don't take possession of a loaded gun until you've already made the decision you're going to fire it?
No.
Is there a difference between being ready to use it and using it?
Yes.
Based on your understanding and the training that you received, is a gun unholstered only when it's time to shoot?
Objection, relevance, calls for legal conclusions.
Overruled.
No.
Based on your training and what you believed at the time, is a gun only brought to low ready when you're ready to fire it?
No.
Based on your training and what was going on in your head at the time this happened, is a weapon light only turned on once you're ready to fire a shot?
No.
In fact, once a weapon is actually pointed at somebody, that's something that can also happen before the decision to shoot has even been made, correct?
Just a second. Read the question back, Steve, please. The objection's overruled.
Could you repeat it, please?
I'll try. Does the fact that a weapon has even been pointed at somebody mean that the decision to shoot has already been made?
Oh, no.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Winters, be excused. Mr. Jones, thank you for your testimony. You are excused. All right, folks, let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute recess. Please remember the admonition.
All right, everyone, as you heard, they're going on a 15-minute recess in the Stephen Jones NAU shooting trial. We're going to cut away. Let's go ahead and dip into this feed. Let's go ahead and listen in. Stand by. Another feed coming in now.
Pour Pablo. Allez, Christian Rodriguez. Un camarade, un ami, un frère. Lui, il est d'origine chilienne.
This seems to be an event from Paris. It is in France, so I apologize we don't have a translation there. So what I'm going to do now is take you to Israel. That is where Secretary of Defense Mattis held a press conference this morning. Mattis in Israel. This took place this morning.
Delighted and honored to host Secretary of Defense James Mattis here in Israel. We'll start today's press conference with opening remarks, first from Minister Lieberman and then from Secretary Mattis, after which time they will answer questions from two Israeli journalists and two American journalists selected in advance. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Secretary of Defense General James Mattis, I would like to express my appreciation for your friendship, for your sincerity, for your support, and for your understanding of complexity of all challenges that we are facing here in Israel. No doubt, the main problem, not only for us, but for the entire world, it's an excess of evil from North Korea to Tehran to Damascus and to Hezbollah in Beirut. And no doubt the main link in this chain, it's Iran. Iranians, they are trying to undermine stability in all Middle East, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, and of course their activity against Israel through their proxies. We are sharing the same values, we are sharing the same views, and I hope that with your support we will be able to overcome all these threats and of course to bring peace and stability to this part of the region. We appreciate your success against Daesh, your operations, and you are leading the coalition against terror, against Daesh in Mosul, in Raqqa, and they were really think that it's a great step forward to overcome the terror all around the world. Mm-hmm. On behalf of myself and the people of Israel, I would like to extend our gratitude and appreciation to the American administration led by the President Donald Trump. We're happy to see you, the first member of cabinet, visited Israel. And of course, we hope to see during this year President Donald Trump in Jerusalem also. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister Lieberman, my friend, and good morning, everyone. I'm honored to return to Israel once again to show my respect for this country and for the Israeli people. I am keenly aware that we stand together this morning, just a week before the Holocaust Remembrance Day, and we share a common determination to never allow such horrific events to recur. As you noted, this is my first visit to Israel as Secretary of Defense, and I'm honored as well to be the first cabinet official from the new administration to visit our friends here. This trip follows a number of senior-level engagements between the political leadership of our two countries, including President Trump's meeting with President Netanyahu in Washington in February and Minister Lieberman's visit to Washington in March. Our defense cooperation is nested firmly within our diplomatic relationship, and on that score, I'm pleased that the U.S. Senate confirmed Ambassador Friedman, who will arrive here next month. I just came from Saudi Arabia and Egypt, two other important U.S. partners in this region. My discussions in those countries reinforced the need for vigilance and for the strongest possible cooperation in the international community to defeat threats to all of our countries. Minister Lieberman and I just finished our third meeting since I became the Secretary of Defense in January. Our close and regular dialogue is a reflection of the enduring bond between our country's militaries. During this meeting, we had another in-depth conversation, sharing a keen appreciation for the security situation facing Israel and our friends in the region, and further refining the practical steps we are taking together to defend our shared security interests. The depth of our relationship was clear following the U.S. strike in Syria, when Israel immediately expressed its strong support for our action to enforce the long-standing international prohibition against the use of chemical weapons. Looking across the region, we in the United States recognize ISIS represents a clear and present danger not only to Syria and Iraq, but to Israel and other countries in this region, to Europe, and ultimately to the U.S. homeland. The coalition campaign against ISIS in Syria and Iraq, as you noted, Minister, it is on track, and we have accelerated and intensified that campaign to surround and isolate the enemy so we methodically remove its physical caliphate. In addition to our campaign to defeat ISIS, we also recognize the need to confront the destabilizing activities of Iran. Iran continues to threaten Israel and its neighbors with ballistic missiles through its maritime and cyber activities and through proxies and surrogates, including Lebanese Hezbollah, a terrorist organization helping to keep Assad in power in Syria. In the face of these threats, the United States maintains absolute and unwavering commitment to Israel's security and to its qualitative military edge over Iran or other threats. The foundation of our long-term commitment is the significant 10-year security assistance package we signed recently with Israel, which will enable Israel to continue to acquire the most advanced U.S. military technology. This complements our expanding cooperation on intelligence sharing, counterterrorism, and counterproliferation across the region. This specifically includes our continuing cooperation to defend against the ballistic missile threat, and in that regard, I congratulate Israel on the highly successful David Sling and Arrow 3 ballistic missile defense systems, both of which achieved initial operating capability. With Minister Lieberman, I look forward to accelerating progress on David Sling and Arrow 3 and the other elements of our defense cooperation. And in closing, our alliance with Israel is a cornerstone of a larger regional security architecture, which includes cooperation with Egypt, Jordan, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and our Gulf partners. My goal is to further strengthen our partnerships in this region in order to deter and defeat threats and ultimately to temper our adversaries' designs. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
First question will be from Tal Shalev, Walla News.
General Mattis, in 2013, you told the Aspen Security Forum that you think the current situation in Israel and the Palestinian Authority is unsustainable, and you warned that the settlements could lead Israel to becoming an apartheid state. Do you still stand by this position? And Mr. Lieberman, we've been hearing contradicting statements from the administration in recent days about how much Iran is complying or not complying with the Iran deal with the JCPOA. What is Israel's position? Does Israel want the U.S. to cancel the Iran deal?
To answer your question, I believe in Israel's security, and whatever it takes to keep Israel secure is where we stand and where we will always stand as Americans. In that regard, how Israel achieves its level of sustainable security is absolutely critical, and that includes all the peoples here inside the borders of Israel or inside the Middle East. All these people are going to have to work together. We're going to have to resolve it, and it's got to be done in a way that looks out for the rights of all those people. Minister.
Thank you. First of all, we're not in a position to give an advice to American administration, but of course we're happy to see a new policy review, a new approach. And first of all, regarding their terrorist activity, not Hezbollah and not Hamas are not able to exist even 1 week without Iranian support. Iranian operatives, they are trying to, as I mentioned, to undermine the stability even in Yemen and even in Iraq. Their efforts to create more proxies and more militias, it's also, I think it's a big concern for the both states. And I think that Iran, it's clear, the biggest sponsor in the world of terror, and according to this, their position, it's crucial to place more pressure, more sanctions on the Iranian regime.
Next question will be from Bob Burns, Associated Press.
Thank you. Question, Mr. Minister, can you confirm that Israel estimates that the Syrians retain between 1 and 3 tons of chemical weapons? And can you provide any evidence that that's the case? And a question for Secretary Mattis. What would be the implications for this large quantity of chemical weapons still being in Syria? And can you say whether the remaining Syrian Air Force has moved its aircraft, its combat aircraft, to the Russian base at Latakia, and what that might imply for future U.S. options to act against another example of Syrian use of chemical weapons? Thank you.
First of all, I hope that you do not expect that I will share with you our intelligence information, but I clarified my position. I think sometimes that we have 100% information that Assad regime used chemical weapons against rebels, and I think it was very, very clear position, and we strongly support the last U.S. action in Syria. It was very, very strong and new message to all this region.
Yeah, Bob, the bottom line is there can be no doubt in the international community's mind that Syria has retained chemical weapons in violation of its agreement and its statement that it had removed them all. There's no longer any doubt. The amount of it I don't want to get into right now. We don't reveal some of that detail because we don't want to reveal how we're finding out. But the bottom line is, I can say authoritatively, they have retained some. It's a violation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions, and it's going to have to be taken up diplomatically, and they'd be ill-advised to try to use any again. We made that very clear with our strike. So I'll just leave it at that. They have dispersed their aircraft. No doubt they've dispersed their aircraft in recent days.
Next question, Yoav Zaytoun, Ynet.
Mr. Defense Secretary, what is your opinion on the Iranian nuclear deal and agreement to which you have objected in the past? And will the U.S. insert changes that Israel is demanding? And another question, if your opinion, will the transfer of the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem lead to Jerusalem result in the escalations? And is that why the process has been frozen? And Defense Minister Lieberman, does Israel attack ISIS targets in the Sinai? And if so, are they done coordinations with the Egyptians?
Thank you.
Yeah, on the Iran nuclear agreement, as our Secretary of State said about 3 days ago, Iran appears, to the degree we can determine it, and we're pretty confident, they appear to be living up to their part of the agreement. It is an agreement that is in force. The United States has signed it in the previous administration. It continues to be in force. That in no way mitigates against or excuses the other activities of Iran in the region, to include its support of the war in Yemen that grinds on thanks to their support, to the Iranian support, or what they're doing in Syria to keep Assad in power and continue the mayhem and the chaos and the murder that's going on there and the refugees. So those are separate issues, but the agreement on nuclear issues still stands, and that's all I can say about it. On the move of the embassy, that is something you'd have to take up with the Secretary of State. It's just not under my purview. I can't speak to that.
I think that we're really happy to see that the Egyptian military forces more active and more efficient in their fight against ISIS in Sinai. And of course, we saw that their last operation were very, very successful.
Last question from Idris Ali, Reuters.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary, North Korea has once again made some provocative statements about making or taking strikes against the U.S. This comes after Vice President Pence has made statements, you've made statements as well. At what point is there a tipping point where words just won't do it and you have to take some sort of action beyond words? And the second question is, Aya Hijazi was sort of flown to the United States today from Egypt. Did her issue come up when you were meeting with President Sisi, and how significant is her release to resetting Egyptian-American relations? And Mr. Minister, the Trump administration has obviously made some very strong statements against Iran, but their actions seem to be very much in line with what the Obama administration did. For example, the recent sort of acknowledging that they're in line with the JCPOA. What do you want to see from the Trump administration that would differentiate them from the Obama administration in regards to Iran?
Thank you. As far as North Korea's latest words, I think we've all come to hear their words repeatedly. Their word has not proven honest. It's been provocative. They've not lived up to any statements they've made in the past. Years, decades actually, about stopping their ballistic missile and their nuclear programs. So I would just take their words at the same value we've always given them, as we've learned not to trust them. As far as the release of the American citizen, she was found innocent in the Egyptian courts, and appropriately she is returned home. We were happy to hear she was found innocent, and the court system recognized that she was not guilty of what she had been charged with. So it all turned out fine from our perspective, that she has now returned home with her family.
The new administration just now accomplished the first 100 days, and what we see, it's really is that the new administration in the midst of a new policy review. We see completely new approach to North Korea, Syria, and also Iran. I think that we saw in the last days a very, very clear and strong message regarding the Iranian regime, and we're really satisfied with it, and we have enough patience to wait for concrete steps.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks, Young.
All right, everyone, that wraps up that press conference from this morning. Defense Secretary James Maddox Mattis there in Israel. We're going to take you back now to Flagstaff, Arizona. The Stephen Jones trial, the accused NAU shooter, resumes momentarily. They were on a 15-minute recess. Looks like that's wrapping up now. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are waiting for the NAU shooting trial to resume following a 15-minute recess. It's been about 20 minutes since that recess was taken. Again, this trial should resume any minute now.
All rise, please.
Thank you for standing, folks. Please be seated. Your next witness, please.
Thank you. Your Honor, the defense calls Dr. Edward French.
All right.
You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
I so affirm.
Through the labor form, just for the labor.
All right.
Speaking of that.
Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. French, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Edward French.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a professor of pharmacology at the University of Arizona College of Medicine.
How long have you been so employed?
Since 1988.
Can you please describe for the jury your educational and professional training?
Sure. I'll start with I got my doctorate degree in pharmacology at UCLA in 1976, and then from there I did 3 years what we call postdoctoral research at the Salk Institute in San Diego, and then an additional year of research at the Max Planck Institute for Psychiatry in Munich, Germany, before taking on a academic position at the University of Maryland at Baltimore College of Medicine at the Maryland Psychiatric Research Center, where I was there until 1988.
What is pharmacology?
Pharmacology is basically the study of drugs or substances that affect our bodies.
Through the course of your studies and your instruction at school, are you familiar with the effects of ethanol, Xanax, and THC on the human body?
Yes, I am.
Were you engaged by the defense to assist in this case?
Yes, I was.
And just to be clear, you're being paid and have been paid for the time that you've spent on this case, correct?
Yes, I am.
Is that customary for expert witnesses in your field?
Yes.
Have you been paid to express or form a particular opinion?
No, I have not.
What is a benzodiazepine?
A benzodiazepine is it's actually a very big class of medications that are used for the relief of anxiety or muscle relaxation, in some cases for seizure control. There are many, many chemical substances within this class of drugs. The most common one, which I think most people are aware of, is Valium or diazepam. That would probably be the easiest example of a benzodiazepine.
Is Xanax also a benzodiazepine?
Yes, it is.
Are there certain benzodiazepines that have a more rapid onset of action than others?
Yes, there are.
Are there certain benzodiazepines that are more potent than others?
Yes.
If we were to talk specifically about Xanax, and by the way, is Xanax also referred to as alprazolam?
Yes, it is.
Xanax is a little easier for me to pronounce. So I'm going to
Okay.
call it Xanax. Where does Xanax fall in that spectrum of benzodiazepines with respect to onset of action and potency?
It has a rapid onset of action and is considered to be one of the more potent of the benzodiazepines.
You indicated that, if I understood you correctly, benzodiazepines are sometimes used for the treatment of anxiety.
Yes.
And are benzodiazepines sedatives?
Yes, they are.
What is a paradoxical effect?
A paradoxical effect is exactly what it sounds like. It's a paradox. It's something that you don't expect to happen. And if you were talking about the benzodiazepines, should I go with that? Okay.
Please,
if we're talking about the benzodiazepines, people are prescribed benzodiazepines to reduce anxiety, to help them get to sleep, and maybe for a few other things. But sometimes it happens that the taking of a benzodiazepine will produce just the opposite effect. So a person will become, rather than sedated, they become excited. Rather than calm, they become irritable. And there have been many cases of documented individuals who become rageful and very hostile under the influence of a benzodiazepine. So that's a paradoxical reaction. The paradoxical really means that it occurs just out of nowhere. We don't really understand why it occurs, it just does. So individuals can be taking a benzodiazepine maybe for weeks, nothing happens, and all of a sudden, right out of the blue, they end up with a paradoxical reaction.
Have there been studies with which you are familiar that explore the frequency of paradoxical effects of benzodiazepines?
There have been attempts to try to really nail it down, and it's really kind of difficult. So there's a big range of numbers. One study will say maybe 1% of people who are on benzos will have a paradoxical reaction. Other studies say it could be as high as 13%. And I think the problem there is because of the individuals. So the underlying personality always plays a very, very big role in how drugs affect people.
Could you flesh it out a little bit? What type of underlying personality issues may either increase or decrease the likelihood that a particular individual will have a paradoxical effect of benzodiazepine?
People who are easy.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sure. Can you repeat the question, Doctor?
Yes, please.
Okay. What type of underlying personality issues could either increase or decrease the likelihood that a particular individual may have a paradoxical reaction to a benzodiazepine?
Well, the clinical literature suggests that individuals who have maybe impulse control issues, in other words, people who can maybe fly off the handle easily, may be more sensitive to benzodiazepines. Individuals who have anti-social personality disorder may be another class of people who may be negatively affected by the benzodiazepines.
What is a disinhibitory effect?
Disinhibition?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'll start by explaining a little bit about the brain, I guess.
Please.
So there is that part of our brain which keeps us under control, keeps most humans under control. It's right up here above our eyes. It's the prefrontal cortex. And it's exerting inhibitions on what we do. It keeps us on track, so to speak. And what disinhibition is there are substances, there are chemicals, there are drugs which will actually inhibit those parts of the brain so that we become more excitable. We take away the control mechanism. So we overreact in certain situations when we normally wouldn't overreact.
If hypothetically an individual were to experience a paradoxical reaction, let's say to Xanax, would disinhibition be one of the ways in which that could manifest?
That is probably the way, because the benzodiazepines, like Xanax, they act to inhibit that part of our brain, which keeps things under control. And there are other drugs which also do the same thing. So the addition of two drugs which act in that same way is kind of sets you up for problems.
Is there a correlation between disinhibition and agitation, toxic psychosis, hostility, and rage?
That's all part of the disinhibition. So we remove all those mechanisms that we have that are controlling our behavior and enabling us to process our environment and to figure out how we're going to solve this problem. And if you have these medications on board which prevent that from happening, then you can't process very well. So you cannot pay attention to things that are going on as well as you should. Your processing speed may be affected, so you may overreact. And so there are many things which happen when you have these substances that disinhibit.
Assuming hypothetically that a person were to experience disinhibition as a result of benzodiazepine consumption, would you expect that to be dose-related?
Yes and no. There are some studies which say that it is dose-related, and there are other studies that say because it's a paradoxical reaction and it can happen just out of nowhere, then it may be hard to say that a particular dose is going to cause a particular type of disinhibition.
Given the fact that Xanax is a benzodiazepine with a particularly rapid onset of action, is there any correlation between its likelihood to trigger a paradoxical reaction versus another benzodiazepine?
I don't think so, not on that basis.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term or the concept of a therapeutic dose or a therapeutic range?
Sure.
What is that?
Well, the easiest way to explain that is when drugs are being developed, which is what pharmacologists do, they are trying to develop a drug for a particular condition. And I think the easiest way to explain this is, let's say we are trying to develop a drug to reduce blood pressure by 25 millimeters of mercury, get 25 points down. So drug companies will go through a series of studies to figure out how much of a particular medication, that one they're making, will reduce the blood pressure by 25%. That's their therapeutic target. And so they come up with a dose, and they give that dose to you. They say, please take this once a day to lower your blood pressure. So that is where you get the therapeutic dose.
Does a particular individual need to be at the bottom or the minimum therapeutic dose before the particular drug or medication involved is having an effect on them?
No, and it gets back to the point that these are all dose-related. So if you take that particular drug and you don't reduce your blood pressure by 25 points, but you could reduce it by 10. So you still get an effect, but it's not the therapeutic target.
Is it possible for a hypothetical concentration of Xanax in a person's system at 4.3 nanograms per milliliter to affect that person?
Sure.
Are you familiar with any studies that have determined a lower threshold at which Xanax can affect someone?
I'm not familiar with the studies that have looked at all the various doses of Xanax. I'm not. So I can't really answer that.
Okay. Irrespective of being put on the spot and being asked to recall these specific studies, with regard to that particular concentration of 4.3 nanograms per milliliter, do you have an opinion as to whether that is capable of affecting a person?
Well, I think I'll try to answer that. I think I know where you're asking, but I'll try to answer it my way,
Sure.
Which is there are compilations of
drugs where they lay out how much of a blood level would be therapeutic. So there are those data sources. So 4.1 or whatever it might be may not be in the therapeutic range. It could be below the therapeutic range. But the way I'll answer that is it does not necessarily mean that you would not get an effect from having a blood level of 4 of Xanax. You still could have a blood level, but maybe it's not producing the kind of therapeutic effect that it was designed to produce.
And at great risk of shifting gears somewhat abruptly, talking about THC, is that the active metabolite in cannabis?
THC is a psychoactive not a metabolite, a psychoactive active substance.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with any studies that would determine whether a concentration of 7.6 nanograms per milliliter would be capable of impairing the particular individual involved?
There have been many studies trying to pinpoint a blood level of THC which will affect a variety of behaviors. And the reason for that is more important now than ever because of the use of medical marijuana and states that are actually going to allow recreational marijuana. So there are studies now which are trying to find out what blood level of THC will cause a form of impairment, so to speak, in terms of driving or whatever it might be. There have been studies in the past which suggest that levels as low as 1.6 to 2 nanograms per milliliter in the blood can cause some form of impairment. Colorado actually established a level of 5 nanograms per milliliter as a level which, if you have that level in your blood, Colorado says you're impaired, at least in terms of the driving. So 7 would be kind of on the high side of what the studies have shown.
Okay. Are the effects of THC on the cognition and emotional reactions to individuals something that's been studied?
Yes.
Okay. How does THC affect one's ability to perceive events and to respond to them?
Well, it alters perceptions. Try not to be flippant about this, but for those who have had experience with THC, there can be distortions of sense of time, sense of time in a sense, sense of space. So perceptions can be distorted, for sure.
What about fashioning responses to external stimuli?
Well, THC slows our ability to process the things that are going on in our environment. It just basically slows it down. So the easiest way to think of all these substances and how they affect our behavior is, are they depressants? And the answer is yes. THC is a depressant, Xanax is a depressant, and there are other depressants that people take. So they all slow the process, our processing down. And they all take away our ability to focus our attention on particular things. So we may focus on one particular thing, but there may be other things that are very, very important going on around us that we don't pay attention to. And so THC does that.
We talked a little bit before, Doctor, about how one's underlying personality may contribute to the likelihood of a paradoxical reaction to benzodiazepines. Are there other things that can contribute to that, such as concurrent ethanol usage or alcohol consumption?
To the paradoxical reaction?
Yes, Doctor.
There's quite a bit of literature out there which suggests that you don't combine alcohol with a benzodiazepine because you get two substances which are profoundly disinhibitory. They both act on the same neurotransmitter system in the brain, which is controlling our ability to comport our behavior, and they both inhibit it. So when you add one on top of the other, you get a bigger bang for your buck.
In other words, they're greater than the sum of their parts?
Some people will say that they're additive, and then there are other people who say they're synergistic. In other words, they are 1 + 1 is 3 would be synergistic. Additive would be 1 + 1 is 2.
Is the effect to which ethanol or alcohol consumption may increase the severity of a disinhibitory reaction to benzodiazepines dose-related with respect to the alcohol level?
Yes.
So in other words, the more alcohol someone has in their system, the more likely it is, or the more profound the increase to the disinhibition would be.
That's exactly right, sure.
Are you familiar with studies that have been done related to humans' reaction to alcohol consumption at varying concentrations?
There have been a lot of studies about that, again, relating to trying to figure out what blood alcohol level we should say is causing a person to have a particular form of impairment.
Do all people react to alcohol the same way?
No.
If you have two people and they weigh the exact same and they're dosed with the same exact amount of alcohol, would they necessarily have the same reaction to it?
No.
What type of factors could potentially affect the extent to which someone will be affected by alcohol consumption?
Well, we know for sure that men and women are different. Women are much more sensitive to alcohol than men. That is a given. It's been studied over and over again. Again, if you have an individual who maybe has a little bit of a, let's say, a testy type of personality or an impulsive type of person, that person may respond to a dose of alcohol, which another person might not respond to. So there are the same kind of things that go along with the benzodiazepines.
What about tolerance?
Tolerance develops to alcohol, yes.
What is tolerance?
Tolerance is a condition where you need to take more of a substance to produce the same effect that you got the first time around. That's the easiest way to explain it.
Is alcohol, ethanol, a central nervous system depressant?
Very much so.
Does that mean that everybody who drinks alcohol will be sedated and passive?
No, because you go through stages, depending upon the amount of alcohol you're taking.
I realize that it may be difficult to ask, all the more so answer this question in the abstract, and if so, please let me know. I'll rephrase it. But would you consider a blood alcohol concentration of 0.208% to be a high level?
0.208?
Yes.
I would answer the question yes, but I would also say it depends on the individual's history of their use of alcohol.
If somebody has a blood alcohol concentration of 0.208, does that necessarily mean that that person is stuporous and sedated?
No, not at all.
Let's take it even higher. Let's assume we're talking about somebody with a blood alcohol concentration of 0.285%. If somebody has that amount of alcohol in their system, does that necessarily mean we would expect them to be in a stupor or sedated?
No, not at all.
Which benzodiazepines are most frequently associated with paradoxical reactions?
Well, as far as I can recall, every benzodiazepine that is out there has been linked to a paradoxical reaction. I think that the high-potency ones with the fast onset, like triazolam and alprazolam or Xanax, I think have been found to be probably more problematic.
Are you familiar with any studies that have explored the correlation between acute or chronic marijuana usage and premature responding in conflict situations?
There have been studies that have looked at that, and again, it gets to this issue of what marijuana does to our processing ability. Our processing kind of slows down. We lack the ability to attend to particular things as well as we should, and so we may process in abnormal type of way and react in an abnormal type of way to that situation.
What about the effect that THC has on one's ability to inhibit an inappropriate response to external stimuli?
THC reduces our ability to inhibit a response, so we get more inappropriate responding.
And what about the role THC plays in one's ability to process external stimuli in a conflict situation?
Well, that's what I was getting at, because under the influence of THC, we don't attend very well to everything that's going on around us. And so in a very difficult situation, let's say an interpersonal kind of conflict situation, we may not be attending to everything that's happening in that situation, and we may just respond to something that's right there in front of us, and that may be an inappropriate response.
Shifting gears back to benzodiazepines, is it the case that if someone is taking Xanax, that it's a binary situation? In other words, are they either going to be disinhibited or sedated?
No, it's not.
It could have no effect at all.
Well, yeah, actually, there are people who don't have much of an effect from benzos, yes.
Or it could affect them but not manifest in either of those ways?
Yes, exactly.
Are you familiar with the process by which the body metabolizes THC?
Yes.
How is THC metabolized by the body?
Well, it's metabolized very, very quickly, actually, by the liver, by liver enzymes. THC is a very interesting substance because its effects usually don't last very long, and it is removed from the blood very quickly because it likes to enter tissues that have a lot of fat content to them. So it leaves the blood very quickly. Onset of action occurs within minutes after people smoke it. Peak effects may occur within 30 minutes, and the effects may be over within 2 hours. Blood levels are almost negligible at 3 hours. But it's metabolized. It is broken down by liver enzymes.
Assuming hypothetically you have a situation where a urine sample is collected from a subject at 9 o'clock in the morning, and a blood sample is also taken at that time.
Okay.
The blood and the urine collected at 9 a.m. is tested for the presence of cannabinoids, and both of those tests are negative.
Okay.
What conclusions, if any, can you draw as to the presence or absence of THC in that person's system at 1 o'clock in the morning, 8 hours before the samples were collected?
So let me make sure I understand. So there's no cannabinoid in the blood or the urine at 9 o'clock in the morning. Correct. And you want to know how much would be there at like 9 hours before?
8 hours earlier.
8 hours earlier? You can't know that. It's not. You can't possibly determine that.
Okay, but can you establish that there was none? The person was not using marijuana at 1 o'clock in the morning if they test negative at 9 a.m. with their urine.
No, you can't. You can't say that there wasn't anything there or that there was something there because you don't have any evidence. There's no evidence.
Oh, let me ask it this way: how long after a person uses marijuana would you expect to see evidence of cannabinoids in their urine?
Oh, in the urine.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. So, yes, in the urine, there would be the metabolite, the carboxymetabolite of THC would be found in the urine probably 12, maybe even 24 hours after smoking.
And certainly sooner than 8 hours. In other words, 8 hours would provide more than enough time for the body to metabolize the THC to the point where there'd be evidence of that in the person's urine.
Sure.
Thank you, Doctor. No further questions.
Mr. Shea? Good morning.
Doctor, is there a difference between THC and THC-COOH?
There is a very big difference.
What is the difference?
THC is a psychoactive ingredient in marijuana, and THC-COOH is the inactive metabolite.
Okay. So So that's not having, the inactive metabolite means it's not having any effect on a person's thought process or
Right.
any disinhibitory effects. Is that fair?
That's right.
So if one were to find a level of THC in a person's blood of 1.9 nanograms per milliliter, would you agree that that's a very small level, very low level of THC?
It is a low level, yes.
I'm going to jump around a little bit, Doctor. I'm sorry. Doctor, would you agree that most paradoxical rage reactions that have occurred between have been reported either in previously violent patients or in psychotic patients, particularly those suffering from schizophrenia, in whom benzodiazepines are reported to produce an increase in paranoid ideation and aggressive tendencies?
So let me clarify. Are you asking if the paradoxical reaction is mostly in people who have psychotics disorders?
Yes.
No, that's not true.
Well, a lot of the studies that have been conducted with regards to the paradoxical reaction have been with in those types of populations. Is that correct?
There have been studies in those types, yes.
So when you say that the occurrence of a paradoxical reaction could be between 1% of the time or 13% of the time, the higher end of that is in specific populations with those types of histories. Isn't that correct?
I believe that the higher one would be in individuals who have, I think it's personality disorder problems, yes.
Doctor, would you agree that if a substance is only in a person's urine, that substance is not having an effect on them at that time?
I would say yes, it's not.
Okay. And I think counsel asked you, there's considerable variations in the effects of alcohol from one person to another. Is that right?
Yes.
And indeed, the majority of people do not become aggressive when they consume alcohol. Is that correct?
Oh, that's very true.
And further, aggressive behavior doesn't always involve alcohol. Is that right?
That's true. That's true.
And in fact, aggressive behavior actually decreases alcohol actually can decrease aggressive behavior in people. Is that correct?
It can, as the dose escalates, yes.
In most of the experimental studies on people showing aggression were done at lower BACs, like 0.06 and to 0.14, somewhere in there. Is that right?
Can you repeat that again, please?
Most experimental studies done with people as the subjects are done at BACs between 0.06 and 0.14. Is that correct?
Yes, they're done at the lower end for ethical reasons.
But there is anecdotal evidence that would suggest that people exhibit sedation at higher BACs over 0.20. Is that correct?
Sure.
What types of, what would people, typically, what are people experiencing when they're at a BAC between 0.21 and 0.29?
I'll answer that by saying that would be an individual who has no history of alcohol use. So that would be someone who hasn't been drinking, and you would get them up to a level of 0.2, as you said, or whatever it might be, and they would probably have already gone through the disinhibitory phase. They would probably have already gone through the talkativeness phase, and they would still have impaired judgment. They would probably be stuporous in a sense. They would probably have slurred speech. They'd have difficulty maybe doing a field sobriety test. So it would be at that level in those individuals who have not been drinking.
Sluggishness?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Severe motor impairment?
Yes.
Difficulties with perception?
Yes.
Balance?
Yes.
Gait?
Yes.
Indeed, one might expect to see impaired gross motor control even between 0.11 and 0.2.
In a naive person, that, yes.
Even staggering.
Yes, in a naive person,
Increased reaction time.
yes.
Would you agree that the quantity of alprazolam or Xanax of 4.3 nanograms per milliliter is a relatively low level?
It is a relatively low level, yes.
Below therapeutic level, right?
Yes.
And the studies that investigate the studies that have observed the paradoxical reaction are within the therapeutic level, isn't that correct?
Most often, yes.
In fact, there's not a lot of studies discussing those low levels of Xanax. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
Paradoxical reactions are rare.
They are relatively rare, thank goodness.
In most instances, benzodiazepines diminish anxiety, fear, and irritability. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's why they're prescribed.
Isn't it true, sir, that THC has been shown to reduce the likelihood of aggression when combined with alcohol?
There have been studies which have found that. That's true.
Fair to say that experimental studies in animals and in humans demonstrate that the effects of acutely given alcohol engender a biphasic dose effect curve on a range of aggressive and competitive behaviors?
So biphasic, you mean, do you have a definition of what you mean by biphasic?
Well, maybe I can flesh it out a little bit. Would you agree that in low acute doses of alcohol, it's been observed that there is an increase of threat and attack behavior, but at high acute doses of alcohol in a variety of studied populations, including college students, there's a decrease in aggressive or attack behavior?
There have been studies like that, yes.
And 0.285 would be on that high level. Is that fair?
It would be for a person who does not have a history of drinking alcohol.
If I may have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
Nothing further at this time, Judge.
Mr. Davidson?
The prosecutor was asking you questions about the stuporous and sedative effects of alcohol at higher concentrations, correct?
Yes.
In response to his questions, you referred to a naive person.
Yes.
What's a naive person in that context?
A naive person is a test subject who is not an alcoholic when you think about it. So when they were trying to figure out the blood alcohol levels which would produce certain behavioral changes, they didn't do those studies in people who had a history of drinking. They did them in normal, non-drinking people so they could set a standard. Because once you enter into that realm of what people's history is, things change drastically. So a person can be an alcoholic. And I'll give an example of this because I work with a colleague who is a physician. An alcoholic can have a blood alcohol level of 0.3 and in some cases 0.4 and walk into an emergency room and be totally coherent about the problems that they're having. A 0.3 or a 0.4 in a naive person would probably put them into a coma. So it's the history which is very important. So when you're doing a study to try to find out what are the behavioral changes that occur with various amounts, you do it in what we call naive people. So you get a baseline.
It sounds like you're also describing some of the same concepts involved in tolerance.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Does someone have to be a full-blown alcoholic, for lack of a better term, before their tolerance is going to affect the way higher concentrations of alcohol will affect them?
No, not at all.
So these studies that were done that show people being stuporous and having problems with balance and whatnot, and the other characteristics that Mr. Shea referred to were done with people who basically usually don't drink at all.
That's correct. That was what the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration was trying to establish for a policy to determine what we would call impairment for people who are, let's say, pulled over for erratic driving, and alcohol is on board.
So hypothetically, if you were dealing with somebody who has a weekly or a biweekly hang or a social event they participate in where alcohol is consumed, you would expect them to have a higher tolerance than a naive person.
Right. They have a higher metabolic tolerance, too. Their liver is able to break it down faster.
Is it possible you could have an event where a subject acts aggressively or violently and they have 4.3 nanograms per milliliter of Xanax on board, and that Xanax plays no role whatsoever on their conduct at that time?
That's possible, sure.
I mean, a person could just be an aggressive person all the time, right?
That's exactly right.
If a person is coherent and communicative and is not demonstrating any deficits with their cognition at a blood alcohol of 0.208, does that suggest that person has tolerance for alcohol?
I would make that conclusion, yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, let's turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. Looks like we do, so I'll see counsel and court reporter at sidebar.
All right, Doctor, the jury does have some questions for you. The first question is, if someone had been drinking alcohol for several hours and was at a 0.285% BAC at the time of testing, does the time frame in which they had been drinking affect the way the alcohol affects them or the reactions they have to the alcohol?
That's a little bit of a hard question. So the way I would interpret that is, if you start drinking alcohol, your body starts eliminating alcohol. And so, as you know, if you want to be careful at a party, you'll drink your 1 beer per hour. And you will probably walk away with the blood alcohol that will not label you as impaired. As you keep increasing the amount of alcohol taken over a shorter period of time, your blood alcohol level is going up. Your body is still eliminating it, but it can't eliminate it fast enough. So I'm not sure I'm getting to the answer that you were looking for, but you will gradually still increase your level of alcohol. But you start to become tolerant to some of the effects of alcohol as the blood level of alcohol increases. So some of the behavioral effects are lessened, but your blood alcohol level is still rising. I hope I answered the question.
The next question is, does drinking alcohol over a long period of time affect the typical stages a person goes through while drinking versus if you drank the same amount of alcohol in a short period of time?
Oh, that gets to the issue of what we call binge drinking. And binge drinking is taking in a very large amount in a short period of time. So in other words, instead of going to a party and drinking a beer every hour for 4 hours, you drink 4 in 1 hour. That is going to cause a bigger effect, for sure. Your blood alcohol level will be much higher.
The next question is, what alcohol history would be needed for a person to still be considered as naive? 1 beer a day, 1 beer a week?
I think generally the medical community basically says now that it's okay medically for males to have 2 alcoholic drinks per day, and for females 1 alcoholic drink per day. So the medical community really is kind of defining what they would consider to be kind of a naive, maybe problematic drinker.
Follow up, Mr. Davidson.
If somebody is binge drinking or consuming alcohol, let's use the hypothetical 4 drinks that you used over a short period of time, is that more likely to result in a higher peak BAC than a person who consumes those 4 drinks over a longer period of time?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Is that due to the elimination rate?
Yes.
Okay. What is elimination rate?
The elimination rate is the time that it takes for the body to start eliminating a particular substance. So with alcohol, the elimination rate is approximately, on average, about 0.015 milligram percent per hour. That's on average. It may go up to as high as maybe 0.2 milligram percent per hour. So, but on average, you eliminate 0.015 milligram percent per hour of alcohol.
Is it pretty well understood that there's a range out there a range in the population with regard to person's elimination rate?
Yes, that's where the numbers come in. Where the average would be 0.015, so there might be a 0.012 versus a 0.2 in terms of elimination, because everybody's different.
Are there any social or other factors that could affect a person's elimination rate?
Social factors?
Let me back it up and ask more broadly. What factors might affect a person's elimination rate?
Their history of alcohol use could, because the more you drink, the more your liver deals with the alcohol that you drink. So the liver starts to gear up and start to figure out a way of getting rid of that alcohol. So a history of alcohol use could probably increase the rate of elimination.
And then if you take it further and a person reaches the point through either alcoholism or some other contributory illness, they have impaired liver function, do you expect the elimination rate to be affected by that?
Yes, if you have impaired liver function, then your body cannot eliminate the alcohol as efficiently as it normally could.
So these factors could either increase or decrease one's elimination rate.
Right.
Thank you, Doctor.
Mr. Che.
Thank you, Judge. Just one question, Doctor. I think that you indicated, and correct me if I'm wrong, that as the consumption of alcohol is extended over time, that some of the effects of alcohol are diminished. In response to the first one of the jury's questions, I think you said that if you drink a fair amount over a longer period of time, your VAC is getting up there, that both the elimination rate can be slowed down, right?
No, the elimination rate is not slowed down.
It doesn't change?
No.
Okay, so, and then I guess my question was, did you say, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, that as you get into the higher BACs, some of the effects of the alcohol consumption are diminished?
Yes, I would say that, because what happens is the body starts, or the brain actually, starts to experience some development of tolerance to some of the effects of the alcohol. So you're not going to pass all of a sudden right from being perfectly fine to being comatose. So you're going to be escalating your blood level, your brain level, but your brain is starting to adapt a little bit. So you could have a high blood alcohol level, which in a naive person maybe would make them stuporous or maybe make them sluggish, but in another person that may not be the case. They may be tolerating that.
And with those, and by that diminishment of the effect, would you include inhibition in that?
Disinhibition will always occur. That's basic.
Okay, so there's no reduction with tolerance of the disinhibition.
It occurs. The disinhibition will always occur, but with tolerance, it occurs at a higher blood alcohol level.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect.
No questions, Judge.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and break a little bit early for lunch. Please remember the admonition. We'll be back together at 1:30. All right, thank you, folks. Happy lunch. Can I see counsel up here for a second, please?
All right, everyone. So the NAU shooting trial has wrapped its morning session. They are now on break for lunch, and they will resume this afternoon with more testimony. We'll obviously carry it for you live here on News Now. More testimony from the NAU shooting trial this afternoon. We are going to switch gears now, take you to the UN press briefing that took place this morning, the UN press briefing from today.
A bit earlier this morning in Washington, the Secretary General met at the White House with U.S. National Security Advisor General H.R. McMaster. Following that meeting, the Secretary General also had the opportunity to meet with President Trump. The Secretary General and the President agreed to meet again in the near future. The Secretary General felt that he'd had an interesting and constructive discussion on cooperation between the United States and the United Nations. As you know, the Secretary General was in Washington to attend the spring meetings of the World Bank and the IMF. And this morning, after his meetings at the White House, the Secretary General participated in a panel discussion entitled Financing for Peace, Innovations to Tackle Fragility, along with World Bank President Jim Young Kim and the President of the European Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker. Mr. Guterres stressed that, quote, the best and most necessary investment is investment in prevention and in addressing the problems of fragility before it turns into conflict. It is absolutely essential to find a way to divert the massive use of resources in managing crises to what is necessary to do to prevent them and to build the capacity of societies to solve their own problems, he added. He also said that the international community must combine the peace and security approach with the sustainable development and human rights approaches. In addition, he emphasized that because of the scale of the needs, it is crucial to stimulate innovation and fully mobilize the private sector. And his remarks were webcast and I think are up on the World Bank website as well. And I just want to flag another event that the Secretary General will have when he comes back to New York. He'll be back in New York Saturday evening. And on Sunday, he will attend the opening dinner of the 15th Plenary Assembly of the World Jewish Congress here in New York. He will deliver remarks. That will be at the Hilton in Midtown Sunday evening. If you're interested in attending, you can contact the World Jewish Congress through Charlotte in my office, who has the details. And earlier this morning, just a note from Somalia, earlier today, the World Food Programme airlifted life-saving food supplies to drought-stricken Somalia for the most vulnerable people, particularly children. A Boeing 747 arrived in Mogadishu carrying 47 metric tons of high-energy biscuits, enough to assist 31,000 people for 3 days, as well as critical medical supplies on behalf of the World Health Organization. And update from our colleagues at UNHCR regarding the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The current spike of violence in the Kasai provinces of the Democratic Republic of the Congo has forced 11,000 refugees to seek safety in Angola. They reported fleeing attacks from militia groups who are targeting police, military officials, and civilians. Some parents have sent their children across the border, worrying they would be forcibly recruited by the militias if they had stayed in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. UNHCR is also currently coordinating responses with the government, local authorities, and partners on the ground, but stress that further aid is urgently needed. And our colleagues at UNIFIL in southern Lebanon tell us that Lebanese Prime Minister Said Hariri today paid his first visit to the headquarters of UNIFIL as part of his tour of the UNIFIL area of operations in the southern part of the country. The head of mission and force commander, Major General Michael Berry, received the Prime Minister and his delegation, including the defense minister and the commander of the Lebanese armed forces. The force commander commended Prime Minister Hariri for reaffirming Lebanon's commitment to Resolution 1701 and a permanent ceasefire. And yesterday, a UN, ICRC, and Syrian Arab Red Crescent interagency convoy delivered food and other assistance to 33,500 people in need in several hard-to-reach villages in the northern area of rural homes in Syria. The last interagency convoy in this area was on October 20th of last year. Some items, including sanitation and health supplies, were not allowed to be delivered by the government authorities. The UN continues to call for safe, sustained, unimpeded humanitarian access to all those who need it in Syria, particularly the millions in hard-to-reach and besieged areas. And UNICEF said today in a report that more than 150 children have died crossing the central Mediterranean from North Africa to Italy this year. However, the agency stressed that this number is almost certainly higher since many children are unaccompanied and their deaths go unreported. Since the start of this year, nearly 37,000 refugees and migrants, 13% of whom are children, have reached Italy by sea via the central Mediterranean, an increase of 42% when compared to the same time period in 2016. And WHO, the World Health Organization, today issued its global hepatitis report for 2017, revealing that 325 million people worldwide are living with chronic hepatitis B virus, HBV, or hepatitis C virus, HCV infection. The large majority of these people lack access to life-saving testing and treatment, As a result, millions are at risk of slow progression to chronic liver disease, cancer, and death. The full report is on WHO's website. And today in the Trusteeship Council, the General Assembly is having an interactive dialogue on harmony with nature to commemorate International Mother Earth Day, which is being officially observed tomorrow. The theme of the dialogue is Earth jurisprudence, and will discuss expert recommendations to improve the relationship between humankind and the Earth in the context of sustainable development. And to flag a couple of things for Monday, my guest on Monday will be John Ging from OCHA, who will brief you on the trip to Mali. On his mission to Mali, which he's, I think, conducting right now. And on Monday, we'll also have a press conference at 11:15 on the 10th anniversary of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And attending will be Mariam Wallet Aboubakrini, Chair of the Permanent Forum. She's from Mali. Chief Willie Littlechild, Grand Chief of Treaty Number 6 from Canada. And Mililani Trask, a Hawaiian Sovereignty Movement. And at 11 a.m. before that, there will be a meeting in the General Assembly Hall on Indigenous people. And today we thank India and Portugal for joining the honor roll, which brings us up to 87. Carol.
Meetings in Washington, and the fact that the Security Council is going up there on Monday. Can we say that there's really a new level of engagement between the U.S. and the UN, or is that overstating it at this point?
You know, I'll let you do the color commentary. I think obviously the Secretary General was pleased to have the opportunity to meet with the President, pleased to have a good discussion also with General McMaster. As I said, President Trump President Trump and the Secretary General agreed to meet again in the near future. I think it's important. It was an important meeting to be had. Obviously, it's an important relationship, and I think we're pleased. We're very pleased that the meeting happened. As for the Security Council going down there, I mean that's really an initiative of the presidency of the Security Council of this month. But we're obviously pleased that is going on. Evelyn, and then. Your microphone, please.
Thank you. Was General McMaster's in the same meeting with the President and the Secretary General?
Yes, he was. Okay, yep, and then Matthew.
Thank you, Stefan. Yesterday, the Secretary General made a call to try to get the parties to the conversations in Venezuela. Today, things are getting worse. We know that at least 3 people are dead in the streets. The protests continue. But the president of Venezuela has said that he's going to give guns and arms to civil members of the Venezuelan people that are part, according to what he says, of Plan Zamora, which is a structure that allows civilians to be able to have guns. The Foreign Minister of Colombia was here this week, and she spoke to the Secretary General about this particular subject. And we know the President of Colombia has expressed his concern because of the border between both countries. Second part of that question is the Secretary General, what is his reaction to that complaint or that alert given by the Colombian government? And then the second part is today the President of Venezuela said that he is going to start giving details of the peace process that was agreed between Colombia and the FARC because they were part in some of the negotiations. And he said that he is going to give out the dirty secrets of what it was behind the process. Would that present a threat to the Colombian peace process that is being followed by the UN?
I don't have anything to say in reaction to your second part on the FARC. Obviously, we'll wait to see what is said, if anything is said. The peace agreement in Colombia that the UN has been working very hard to sustain and to help is a critical agreement in helping Colombia go back on the path to peace, and it's a very important work I think the Colombians are doing with help from the United Nations. On the situation in Venezuela, we're obviously keeping an eye on it. We're concerned at the violence that we've seen, at the deaths. Also concerned at the impact that it's had regionally. We've seen over the last number of years, according to UNHCR, a spike in the number of people who are asking for asylum in various countries in the region from Venezuela. And I say we'll keep an eye on it. If we have more to say, we shall. Yep.
Sure. I want to ask you a couple questions.
All right, we're going to cut into the UN Daily Press Briefing. We're going live to the White House. President signing an executive order.
Core principles of financial regulations have been guiding our work here and will continue to do so. I am happy to report that we are busy in our review, not just of Dodd-Frank, but the broader economic framework as well. We have met with stakeholder groups of hundreds of people representing small banks, big banks, non-financial institutions, consumers, and regulators. This review is thorough and mindful of our goals. We look forward to delivering our findings in June. Your directives today further highlight the priority of this administration places on fair and efficient regulatory relief. They provide further focus and depth to our mission here. We're going to go back and look to see if the processes regarding orderly liquidation authority and financial stability oversight designations make sense. We now have a targeted mandate in place to review both. As instructed, I will report back to you on our findings. In the interim, you are calling for a much-needed timeout from the Financial Stability Council's process for designating financial institutions as systemically important. Until that review is completed, we have agreed not to designate any new non-bank financial institutions, except in cases of emergency. Our goal is to make this smarter, more effective process that reduces the kind of systemic risks that harmed so many Americans during the financial crisis of 2008. On orderly liquidation authority, we are going to look closely to evaluate whether its framework is consistent with your core principles. We intend to provide a clear analysis of the extent to which OLA encourages inappropriate risk-taking and the extent of taxpayer liability. We will also note where additions to the bankruptcy code may be more appropriate avenue for resolving financial distress. Finally, today's executive order launches a re-examination of last year's major tax regulations to make sure they do not unduly strain Americans and the economy. The order calls for revision or repeal of harmful rules that impose unnecessary costs and complexity on taxpayers. I look forward to taking a hard look at the immense regulatory burden of our tax code, which consumes billions of productive hours in compliance costs. A significant amount of time has passed since the crisis. With the passage of time and with your leadership, we are now well positioned to evaluate what works and what doesn't. We believe in clear and effective regulations, but not regulations for its own sake. Where we can do so, we will lift the burden of excessive regulation to make sure that banks can lend, small businesses can borrow, and Americans' work can thrive. So on behalf of the entire staff here at Treasury, who work tirelessly to make this country prosperous and safe, I want to extend our warmest welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Steve. I just want to thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. Great honor, I must say. It's a great pleasure to be at the United States Treasury Department and to meet so many dedicated public servants. I went through that beautiful hallway with those incredible paintings of past secretaries, and it was really very interesting. I want to read every one. I want to learn about every one of them, but we have one that I hope will go down as one of the greats. I think Hamilton is tough to beat, but maybe you can do that too. We'll take it, right? But thank you very much. The Treasury Department is the guardian of America's wealth and a worldwide symbol of American prestige. This department was first led by the same gentleman, Alexander Hamilton, a man who understood that the government must protect the jobs of its citizens and the wealth of our nation. Secretary Mnuchin, who I've known for so long, and he's so good and so smart and so financially adept, is working very hard every day to do just that, to protect the working citizen of America and to safeguard our finances from anyone, anybody, any nation who would try to take advantage of the United States. His vast experience and financial talent are now being put into service on behalf of the American people, and you'll see what I mean very soon. We have taken unprecedented action to bring back our jobs and return power to our citizens. It's been taken away. We've lifted one terrible regulation after another at a record clip, from the energy sector to the auto sector, and we have many more to go, and that's going to be happening over the next, I would say, 4 to 5 weeks. And we've begun a historic effort to protect our manufacturing and our manufacturing businesses, companies, and our workers from unfair foreign trade. Protecting our treasury also means getting other countries to finally pay their fair share for the cost of defense and many other global projects that for too long have fallen under our guidance and unfortunately fallen under the United States taxpayer expense. And we're going to end that. We're going to end it quickly. We want fairness. We don't want to take advantage of anyone. We want fairness. We're now in the process of rebuilding America, and there's a new optimism sweeping across our country like people have not seen in many, many decades. We're here today to continue this great economic revival. I will be signing 3 presidential directives to further protect our workers and our taxpayers. The first executive action instructs Secretary Mnuchin to begin the process of tax simplification. Such a big thing. People can't do their returns. They have no idea what they're doing. They're too complicated. This regulatory reduction is a first step toward a tax reform that reduces rates, provides relief to our middle class, and lowers our business tax, which is one of the highest in the world and has stopped us from so much wealth and productivity. Secretary Mnuchin is a leader in our effort to make America competitive again. We're going to make it great again. We're going to make it strong again. We're going to make it safe again. And we're going to make it competitive again. I'm also issuing 2 directives that instruct Secretary Mnuchin to review the damaging Dodd-Frank regulations that fail to hold Wall Street firms accountable. I mean, they've done really, in many cases, the opposite of what they were supposed to. These regulations enshrine too big to fail and encourage risky behavior. We're taking steps to make our economy more fair and prosperous for all. As part of our broader financial strategy, we're working to open up lending to small businesses and entrepreneurs, including our incredible women entrepreneurs who are doing better and better and better. We want opportunity for everyone and in every single part of our country. Secretary Mnuchin and my entire administration are working around the clock to help struggling Americans achieve their financial dreams, earn a great paycheck, have a job that they love going to every single day, and have real confidence in the future. Together, we will restore prosperity to this nation, a nation that we so dearly love, and to bring people who call this home into a great, great way of living and a great way of life. They're going to be thrilled. We're going to be thrilled. And you're going to be seeing some very, very major changes. You've already seen them. I don't know if anybody's looked recently, but you looked at optimism indexes that are just coming out, manufacturing in particular, where it's up to the highest point it's ever been, 93%. It was a 27% increase over the last one. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is such a privilege for me to sign. This is really the beginning of a whole new way of life that this country hasn't seen in really many, many years. I want to thank you, and I want to God bless America. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay. So this is identifying and reducing tax regulatory burdens. That covers a lot of territory, believe me. Senator, how about you get the first one, okay? Can you handle that?
I think I'll give it to the congressman.
Okay.
For my son. Our son.
Oh, that's even better. I like it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hey, great boy. This is the subject of financial stability, the Oversight Council. Very important. This one, thank you. Thank you. This is orderly liquidation authority. Doesn't sound like much, but it is. That's a biggie. It doesn't sound good, but it is.
That's right. We're in financial services.
That's right.
It's a biggie for us.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we'll be having a big announcement on Wednesday having to do with tax reform. The process has begun long ago, but it really formally begins on Wednesday. So go through it.
I will, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Perez. Thank you, Perez. Come back this way. Jordan, you going to come back for us? Yes. Okay.
Hey, thanks, guys.
No problem, Melissa.
All right, that wraps up that feed of the president signing executive orders. We're going to take you back now to the UN daily press briefing.
If it was described as a drop-in,
how long? The Secretary General, General McMaster, walked the Secretary General to the Oval Office, and they met, I think, for 15, 20 minutes with the President.
Okay, I wanted to ask you on Burundi. Inner City Press has reported, and I believe has some confirmation from the French mission, that there is a proposal by France and possibly the EU for a UN envoy to Burundi, specifically Burundi only, not conflict prevention. Michel Kafando, the former transitional president of Burkina Faso. I wanted to know from you whether the Secretary General has discussed this proposal with the proponents and whether he thinks, given the urgency of the situation, that it's a good idea and what the next steps would be.
I have no comment on that.
Okay.
Stefano? Sorry, then we'll go.
Thank you, Stefan. Yesterday at the White House, the President Trump met the Italian Prime Minister Gentiloni. And during the press conference, Gentiloni stressed the need for help, Italy, in this case United States, for the stabilization of Libya. And it looked like the Italians were very worried because things are not going well. And in that case, Gentiloni asked Trump directly help. President Trump answered actually no. He said that we will help maybe against ISIS, but no involvement at all of United States in Libya because they have too many other things to think about it. So my question here is, first of all, if the Secretary General noticed this issue of Libya, and what is the role of the United Nations here? can they have a role in this? You know, there is Italy, very nervous, asking for help. And it seems like...
well, I mean, I'm not going to try to interpret the meaning of both Prime Minister Gentilone's and President Trump, those two comments. I'm not exactly sure exactly what they're referring to. What I can tell you is that obviously the UN is involved on the political process in Libya. I think Martin Kobler gave an extensive briefing to the Security Council, which you all saw a few days ago. The Security Council backs the UN mission. The U.S. is obviously part of that, of the Security Council, a permanent member. So we are focusing on that. I'm not sure what the Prime Minister was referring to in terms of what he was asking for of the United States. So that's an issue that I'm not going to interpret. What we're focusing on is the backing of the Security Council for our work in Libya. Yep.
Yes. Is the UN doing anything to attenuate the conditions of Africans in Libya who are suffering enslavement, as reported by the International Migratory Commission?
Yeah, it's something we have. The UN has flagged through our comments by the International Organization for Migration. I think unfortunately our ability to be present throughout the country due to security situation is very limited. The horrendous cases that we are seeing of migrants from sub-Saharan Africa and the way they're being treated in Libya, as flagged by the IOM, has to do with the lack of progress on how to manage migration flows, where the issue of how refugees and migrants, how people on the move are treated, is being left in the hands of criminal gangs and smugglers instead of having managed pathways for people to move. Carol.
Stefan, just getting back to Washington, can you tell us how, whether the issue of U.S. funding for the UN was raised and what the tenor of that discussion might have been?
No. What I can tell you what I can... Sorry. No, exactly. No, I can't tell you that it wasn't raised. No, I mean, in speaking, in getting a readout this morning, it was clear that it was a good conversation, interesting one on U.S.-UN cooperation. So I think I would leave it to you as all the things that do fall under the rubric of U.S.-UN cooperation. Carmen.
Thank you. The expert on human trafficking has called on the Cuban government to update its legislation and take new measures to avoid this activity of human trafficking. Do you have any other comment on this, please? And this is the first time that a human rights expert can visit Cuba in 10 years.
The work of the human rights expert is independent. What is important, and obviously it's not for us to comment on everything they say, but what is important and what we support is for member states to work with all the parts of the human rights mechanism, including the special rapporteurs, and that they be allowed to visit a country, do their work, and report openly. Yep, and then go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on what was discussed during the meeting with McMaster, since it sounds like that went on for a much longer time.
I would leave it, unfortunately, for you under that same rubric. Yeah, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Thanks, Steph. There's a video that came out yesterday showing the members of the Egyptian army carrying out extrajudicial killings in Sinai and then staging events to make it seem like the people that were unarmed were fighters. Have you seen the video? Does the SG have a comment or does the UN have a reaction?
I've seen the video on the news reports. We have no way to verify the veracity of the report. As a matter of principle, and something we stated often and often again, is that the fight against terrorism should not be at the expense of human rights. But as I said, on the particular video, I have no way of knowing whether it's of its veracity.
Can I just follow up?
Yep.
I mean, it appears to be filmed by members of the Egyptian army themselves. And also, if you look at the pictures that the Egyptian army released on their Facebook page, it matches the video, and it shows them with the guns. So what more do you need to see?
That's what I have to say for now. If I have more to say, I shall say it to you. Yep. Go ahead, please, NHK.
Thank you, Stefan. Yesterday, DPRK UN mission delivered a press release that is criticizing your comment about the UN Security Council's resolution and so on 17th April. Do you have any comment on that?
I don't, as a rule, I try not to comment on people who comment on what I've commented on. So I've said what I've had to say, and I will leave it at that. Yep.
Jonathan Sanders from ICAST News. With the news coming out of Israel from the defense minister's meeting yesterday that there is a ton or more of sarin gas in Syria, I'm wondering if the right to protect doctrine would authorize preventive strikes to destroy this before it could be used on the Syrian people.
That's not something I'm willing to comment on at this time. I think what is important is that there be full cooperation with the relevant entity, and that is the OPCW. As you know, there was a joint UN mission which cleared of the declared stockpiles of chemical weapons, and if there's more, it's important that that be investigated and dealt with so we don't see the horrendous incidents that we've seen in the past. Matthew, yeah, sure.
The reason I asked in that form, you remember we've been struggling over what in international law would authorize such things, and we never discussed the right to protect as an issue for the American strike on the base. Is that a possible rationale under international law?
It's a fascinating question, but as I've said at the time, I'm not going to get into analyzing the legality of what happened. Mr. Lee.
Sure, thanks a lot. I want to ask about Cameroon and Haiti. On Cameroon, after 94 days, the internet was turned on in the two Anglophone regions, but the government has said if there's any further use of the internet for, they say hate speech, other people say it's any opposition to the government. So I wanted to know, what is the UN's comment on how, going forward, the right to internet in those areas? You also had asked me to ask UNICEF who the resident coordinator is, acting resident coordinator, and I have, and they confirmed receipt of it, but they haven't stated it. So I'm just wondering, shouldn't there be an online site saying who's in charge of the UN system there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will get back to you. You can check with UNDP as well, but I just don't have the name in front of me.
And my other question is that there are many people that were arrested during these 94 days that are still in jail in Yaoundé, and I'm wondering who in the UN system is going to follow up on.
Well, I mean, I would refer you back to what Mr. Senifal said, and he said he would be back. He would be back in Cameroon. And on Haiti?
And on Haiti, I wanted to ask, I'm sure you've seen the article in The Guardian about the failure of the UN to assist and cooperate with women who've had children by peacekeepers, they say, getting DNA tests. There's one case in particular where the woman was 16 at the time, which is under the age of consent, and the UN did a DNA test in February 2014, but has not, according to her lawyers, shared it with her. How is this consistent with the statements about accountability and about zero tolerance to not share this DNA test with a person who, it seems, was victim of statutory rape by a UN peacekeeper?
My understanding from our colleagues in the mission is that of the cases that are discussed in the article, 8 out of the 9 are in our records. Out of the 8 cases, 1 is closed, where paternity has been established, and ex gratia payment has been made for child support by the mother to the mother by the member state, and the other 7 we're following up regularly with the concerned member state. In some cases, paternity has been established through DNA testing, and the mission is facilitated between the victim and the member state. And in others, we're in touch with the member state to facilitate DNA testing and process the claim. We've requested the ministry to encourage the lawyer to provide credentials of one of the victims whose name does not appear in our record. So as far as I understand, the cases are being followed up on, and it's clear that the member states of this, the peacekeepers who are being accused have a responsibility to cooperate and to pay to pay the mothers of the victims, and if there was a crime, that these people be persecuted.
Can you explain in English what ex gratia means, and can you also say how much is paid when a UN
I don't have the
peacekeeper-
information because that is something that's issued between the member state and the member state and the family. Ex gratia just means a cash payment, as far as I understand it. But you're the lawyer, so you may know more. Carol, and then Evelyn. Sorry.
Stefan, as you know, there's an important election, first-round voting in France this weekend, and the Secretary General has spoken frequently about populism and his concerns about that. So, in light of all this, would you like to say anything about the election in France?
No, we're not going to comment on the vibrant electoral process that's going on in France. The Secretary General has said what he has said, and his comments are not changing. That's between me and my maker, or my. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Yes. Given the escalating political instability in Venezuela and the movement of refugees and asylum seekers, do you see that political instability having any kind of impact on the ongoing border dispute between Venezuela and Guyana? I know there's a UN process that's going on right now. We
very much hope it doesn't. But obviously, as we've seen in many other places, instability in one country has an impact and can have an impact throughout the region. Evelyn.
Thanks, Steph. Do you have any worries about Mr. Trump tinkering with the Iranian nuclear freeze deal, or that hasn't reached your desk yet? Hinting he might.
No, we've seen the certification given by the State Department, and
yes.
Obviously.
But this would be on missiles.
No, we're not going to, as I say, as the Secretary General said, we're not going to comment on things that have yet to happen. Yeah.
Sure. I wanted to ask you, Uganda has announced that it's stopped searching for Joseph Kony and says he's no longer a threat to their country. Since the UN has, I think it's one of UNOCO's roles, what is the UN? Have they taken note of this? What's the UN's current posture toward the Lord's Resistance Army?
We've taken note of it, and as you know, we've had some involvement in the periphery, but I'll leave it at that.
And I also wanted to ask you, the position of youth advisor that Mr. Almandari had left, it's sort of noted, I wasn't aware of it, but apparently there's been a recruitment for it, but it wasn't done through the Secretary General's website of senior leadership. No. Can you explain why that is?
It's done. No, it's not a matter of less important. It's done exactly in the same way that the previous envoy was recruited, which is we put out outreach to NGOs that deal with youth issues and also with those UN agencies that are part of the youth network, and ask them to put forward candidates, and then the Secretary General's office will go through the recruitment process.
Right, but like Children in Armed Conflict was put on the website.
I'm just saying we're following the procedure that was established for how the previous envoy was recruited.
But I'm asking what the logic of the procedure for this position to not publicize it in the same way as the other ones that you've advertised.
Well, I'm saying the logic is that we're following the procedure that was established.
Not the logic.
That's my logic.
Just to say you've done it before.
That's my logic. Evelyn.
Yes, there was a standoff in Mali, in Timbuktu, and I thought there was some kind of a peace agreement with the Tuareg. Do you have anything more on that?
No, I do not. Okay. Have a good weekend. See you Monday.
All right, everyone, that ends the feed that we got from the UN Daily Press Briefing. I want to go ahead and give you guys another look at the seal. This is the feed that we're getting in from the Stephen Jones trial. The Stephen Jones trial will continue in just a few minutes. Stephen Jones, the accused NAU shooter, accused of shooting 4 people and killing 1. We'll be right back with more news now in just a few minutes. All right, everyone. Looks like we have Trump leaving with Mnuchin.
We'll see what happens. No particular rush, but we'll see what happens. But healthcare is coming along well. The government is coming along really well. A lot of good things are happening. Thank you, folks.
You're going to get a healthcare vote next week?
Don't know. Doesn't matter if it's next week. Next week doesn't matter.
Are you going to do Dodd-Frank this year? Dodd-Frank reform this year?
We're doing very well on Dodd-Frank, believe me. Thank you.
Again, they're sending us tape playback from Washington, D.C., tape playback. President Trump following the executive order signed.
Everything where it was.
We love Melissa.
Sorry,
We love Melissa. It's okay. Nice
Melissa.
to see you.
Nice to see you. Here we go.
Mr. President, it is a great honor to have you here at Treasury. Since day one, I have made clear that our priority in working for you is delivering economic growth for hardworking Americans. To this end, we are focused on achieving comprehensive tax reform and regulatory relief for the American people. Your core principles of financial regulations have been guiding our work here and will continue to do so. I am happy to report that we are busy in our review, not just of Dodd-Frank, but the broader economic framework as well. We have met with stakeholder groups of hundreds of people representing small banks, big banks, non-financial institutions, consumers, and regulators. This review is thorough and mindful of our goals. We look forward to delivering our findings in June. Your directives today further highlight the priority of this administration places on fair and efficient regulatory relief. They provide further focus and depth to our mission here. We're going to go back and look to see if the processes regarding orderly liquidation authority and financial stability oversight designations make sense. We now have a targeted mandate in place to review both. As instructed, I will report back to you on our findings. In the interim, you are calling for a much-needed timeout from the Financial Stability Council's process for designating financial institutions as systemically important. Until that review is completed, we have agreed not to designate any new non-bank financial institutions, except in cases of emergency. Our goal is to make this smarter, more effective process that reduces the kind of systemic risks that harmed so many Americans during the financial crisis of 2008. On orderly liquidation authority, we are going to look closely to evaluate whether its framework is consistent with your core principles. We intend to provide a clear analysis of the extent to which OLA encourages inappropriate risk-taking and the extent of taxpayer liability. We will also note where additions to the bankruptcy code may be more appropriate avenue for resolving financial distress. Finally, today's executive order launches a re-examination of last year's major tax regulations to make sure they do not unduly strain Americans and the economy. The order calls for revision or repeal of harmful rules that impose unnecessary costs and complexity on taxpayers. I look forward to taking a hard look at the immense regulatory burden of our tax code, which consumes billions of productive hours in compliance costs. A significant amount of time has passed since the crisis. With the passage of time and with your leadership, we are now well positioned to evaluate what works and what doesn't. We believe in clear and effective regulations, but not regulations for its own sake. Where we can do so, we will lift the burden of excessive regulation to make sure that banks can lend, small businesses can borrow, and Americans' work can thrive. So on behalf of the entire staff here at Treasury, who work tirelessly to make this country prosperous and safe, I want to extend our warmest welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Steve. I just want to thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. Great honor, I must say. It's a great pleasure to be at the United States Treasury Department and to meet so many dedicated public servants. I went through that beautiful hallway with those incredible paintings of past secretaries, and it was really very interesting. I want to read every one. I want to learn about every one of them, but we have one that I hope will go down as one of the greats. I think Hamilton is tough to beat, but maybe you can do that too. We'll take it, right? But thank you very much. The Treasury Department is the guardian of America's wealth and a worldwide symbol of American prestige. This department was first led by the same gentleman, Alexander Hamilton, a man who understood that the government must protect the jobs of its citizens and the wealth of our nation. Secretary Mnuchin, who I've known for so long, and he's so good and so smart and so financially adept, is working very hard every day to do just that, to protect the working citizen of America and to safeguard our finances from anyone, anybody, any nation who would try to take advantage of the United States. His vast experience and financial talent are now being put into service on behalf of the American people, and you'll see what I mean very soon. We have taken unprecedented action to bring back our jobs and return power to our citizens. It's been taken away. We've lifted one terrible regulation after another at a record clip, from the energy sector to the auto sector, and we have many more to go, and that's going to be happening over the next, I would say, 4 to 5 weeks. And we've begun a historic effort to protect our manufacturing and our manufacturing businesses, companies, and our workers from unfair foreign trade. Protecting our Treasury also means getting other countries to finally pay their fair share for the cost of defense and many other global projects that for too long have fallen under our guidance and unfortunately fallen under the United States taxpayer expense. And we're going to end that. We're going to end it quickly. We want fairness. We don't want to take advantage of anyone. We want fairness. We're now in the process of rebuilding America, and there's a new optimism sweeping across our country like people have not seen in many, many decades. We're here today to continue this great economic revival. I will be signing 3 presidential directives to further protect our workers and our taxpayers. The first executive action instructs Secretary Mnuchin to begin the process of tax simplification. It's such a big thing. People can't do their returns. They have no idea what they're doing. They're too complicated. This regulatory reduction is a first step toward a tax reform that reduces rates, provides relief to our middle class, and lowers our business tax, which is one of the highest in the world and has stopped us from so much wealth and productivity. Secretary Mnuchin is a leader in our effort to make America competitive again. We're going to make it great again. We're going to make it strong again. We're going to make it safe again. And we're going to make it competitive again. I'm also issuing 2 directives that instruct Secretary Mnuchin to review the damaging Dodd-Frank regulations that fail to hold Wall Street firms accountable. I mean, they've done really, in many cases, the opposite of what they were supposed to. These regulations enshrine too big to fail and encourage risky behavior. We're taking steps to make our economy more fair and prosperous for all. As part of our broader financial strategy, we're working to open up lending to small businesses and entrepreneurs, including our incredible women entrepreneurs who are doing better and better and better. We want opportunity for everyone and in every single part of our country. Secretary Mnuchin and my entire administration are working around the clock to help struggling Americans achieve their financial dreams, earn a great paycheck, have a job that they love going to every single day, and have real confidence in the future. Together, we will restore prosperity to this nation, a nation that we so dearly love, and to bring people who call this home into a great, great way of living and a great way of life. They're going to be thrilled. We're going to be thrilled. And you're going to be seeing some very, very major changes. You've already seen them. I don't know if anybody's looked recently, but you looked at optimism indexes that are just coming out, manufacturing in particular, where it's up to the highest point it's ever been, 93%. It was a 27% increase over the last one. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. This is such a privilege for me to sign. This is really the beginning of a whole new way of life that this country hasn't seen in really many, many years. I want to thank you, and I want to God bless America. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Okay. So this is identifying and reducing tax regulatory burdens. That covers a lot of territory, believe me. Senator, how about you get the first one? Can you handle that?
I think I'll give it to the congressman.
Okay.
It's for my son. Or son.
Oh, that's even better. I like it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hey, great boy. This is the subject of financial stability, the Oversight Council. Very important.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Quarterly Liquidation Authority. Doesn't sound like much, but it is. That's a biggie. It doesn't sound good, but it is.
That's right. We're in financial services.
That's right.
It's a biggie for us.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And we'll be having a big announcement on Wednesday having to do with tax reform. The process has begun long ago, but it really formally begins on Wednesday, so go do it.
I will, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Hi, everybody.
About all the legislative action that you're planning next week. How are you going to accomplish all of that?
It's going to be great. Well, it'll happen.
You're going to do healthcare and tax
It'll
reform?
happen. We'll see what happens. No particular rush, but we'll see what happens. But healthcare is coming along well. The government is coming along really well. A lot of good things are happening. Thank you, folks.
And you're going to get a healthcare vote next week?
Don't know. Doesn't matter if it's next week. Next week doesn't matter.
Are you going to do Dodd-Frank this year? Dodd-Frank reform this year?
We're doing very well on Dodd-Frank, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, how your regular press was trying to.
All right, so we were just being fed back a replay of President Trump signing those executive orders. Stephen Mnuchin also there, the head of the Department of Treasury. Again, you are now looking at a live feed coming in from Flagstaff. This is the Great Seal of the state of Arizona. That is what the camera is focusing on while trial is in recess. They have taken a break for lunch. I'm talking about the Stephen Jones trial. Stephen Jones, accused of shooting 4 people at NAU, Northern Arizona University, back in October of 2015. One of the 4 people who were shot was killed. We're going to take you back to a UN feed in the meantime. This is a feed where representatives from the International Commission of Inquiry for Syria held a press conference at the UN.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm here with Karen Abuzaid. I'm very happy because she returned to the Commission after 1 year working with the Secretary General and the Refugee Summit. Then I will say something about what we did at the Security Council in Arya formula. I was very glad that yesterday we had breakfast with Arya himself, Ambassador Diego Arya. It was very agreeable to meet the Arya in person. Parties to the Syrian war continue to put their interests ahead of those of the civilian population. In fact, more often than not, they use military tactics that directly target civilians as a way to gain military advantage. The Commission found that all parties, we always repeat this, all warring parties committed violations during the siege and the fall of Aleppo. The siege eventually ended when the parties agreed to a so-called evacuation agreement that emptied eastern Aleppo of all the population. The siege of Aleppo is over, but what happened there is having repercussions across Syria. Several other evacuation agreements have taken place after Aleppo, resulting in tens of thousands of civilians moving to Idlib and western Aleppo province where they live in dire conditions. We have the impression that we are seeing in a slow motion something that will happen, a disaster that will happen in Idlib, and we are afraid that these populations being concentrated there, they are under serious risk about their lives. But Aleppo has also resulted in further radicalization of some armed groups. One of the new formations, Ait Tahrir al-Sham, or HTS, united the terrorist group Jabhat Fatah al-Sham with a number of other extremist armed groups. The presence of these groups in Idlib and western Aleppo raises serious concerns for escalation of hostilities in those areas, which puts at risk the evacuees now living there. We don't need a crystal ball to say that. In northern Syria, the fight against ISIL has resulted in the group losing control over significant swaths of territory. But even as ISIL lose ground, let's not forget that there are multiple parties contesting the same territory, which further puts civilians at risk. The Commission continues to investigate allegations of chemical weapons by parties to the conflict. We recently documented the use of chlorine in our two last reports. We are now investigating, since the following day of this incident, the alleged use of sarin or sarin-like substance that killed almost 100 people in Khan Shikhanun. This is our mandate. We have the mandate to investigate any war crime or human rights violation, and we are also conscious that the majority of the victims of this conflict have not perished because of chemical weapons attacks, but by conventional arms. Okay.
Thank you for the briefing, Commissioners. It's Pamela Falk from CBS News. You've talked about accountability. Can you flesh that out? Were council members interested in how to hold parties accountable who are responsible for these attacks?
I think it's a good moment, and there were several questions about that, because, as you know, the famous triple I mechanism that will prepare cases. It's not the prosecutor's office, but we see this from our perspective as a progress. And I think that several member states are very much supportive of the mechanism.
Thank you. Ali Barada from France 24 and An-Nahar newspaper in Lebanon. My question is about the mentioned list by Your Honor. For several times you mentioned a list of possible criminals, war criminals in Syria. Isn't it about time now to put it to the public, since you haven't been effective all the way along your work for several years now, and it's not working? What should you do for your commission to work?
We don't think that it has any advantage to put this in the public. Now we have this mechanism, and of course, if the mechanism will request us, we'll be happy to share with the mechanism because they are the appropriated body to prepare the case against the individuals or the units that are in this list. But the list continues. We update the list. It continues confidential. Nobody believes, but the High Commissioner for Human Rights any High Commissioner saw the list. They are in a safe with 2 keys, very impressive. And then, when the mechanism will ask, we'll be ready.
You have that chain of command. Sorry for just whether you have the chain of command for this list.
The chain of command for regular forces we have. The chain of command for the armored groups nobody has, and our investigation is very limited on this matter. But this will help.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinheiro, and welcome, Karen. Going back to the whole issue of accountability, have you actually been working with any governments, any larger bodies to talk about the kind of court that could actually be set up to prosecute alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity if the Security Council does not or cannot or is unable to actually refer a case to the International Criminal Court?
Well, you know, from the beginning, you've probably heard us say that many times from the 6 or 7 years ago when we started that what has to happen with our information is that it has to be turned over to we've been saying the ICC. Now we have the IIIM, the mechanism, who we think will take forward this sort of information. We're waiting to have some contact with them and to see what they think they will do and how they will work with us. But it gives us some hope that things will be moving forward towards some kind of prosecutory mechanism.
And the other level, yes, we cooperate in confidentiality with the judicial authorities of some countries that request information about a specific case. We are doing this for the last 2 years. Then we have some training about what we'll do with the mechanism.
Hi, you said you'd be investigating Khan Sheikhoun. Are you going to be requesting on-the-ground access going into the site of the attack?
You know, the idea would be to have access, but we have sent note verbal to the Syrian government, but we don't have...
Many times.
Many times.
Are you going to ask the Security Council to assist with this?
The General Assembly, the Security Council, the permanent members, the elected members, we ask for the support of everybody. But I like to say that the fact that we don't have access, this doesn't mean that we are going through the investigation. We talk to the victims, to the nurse, to the medical expert, the experts, the satellite imagery, and of course WhatsApp, Skype, mobile. That is, we have, and perhaps if you are interested, I can say where we are concerning this incident. Okay, it's very concentrated. You know that between 6:40 and 7 a.m. on April 4, a series of airstrikes impacted Khan Sheikhoun. This is a consensus. These airstrikes coincided with the release of a chemical agent, likely sarin or sarin-like nerve agent, as the OPCW has yesterday revealed, killing close to 100 people, including 20 children. A second round of airstrike impacted that location between 11 and 12 the same day, impacting a medical facility that's important that was treating victims of the air attack. The Commission continues to investigate all avenues and explore all theories, there are so many, regarding the release of this nerve agent and all other incidents in Cancun on that date. We conducted and are conducting, as I said, interviews with eyewitnesses, victims, medical professionals, military and chemical weapons experts, while simultaneously collecting and analyzing photos, videos, satellite imagery, and other materials, which will all be thoroughly vetted for credibility and reliability prior to making our conclusions. Besides that, we send dozens of note verbal to the countries so that they can share intelligence reports or any information that they have about flight. Then the Commission doesn't work in splendid isolation. We work with all the bodies, like the GIM, that will go ahead with an independent investigation.
Thank you. Excuse me, I'm next. I'm next. Excuse me, Professor.
The bus bombing, we just, in our, I think in the speech to the Security Council, we just mentioned that, and we are investigating, but I don't have any specific.
But we think it's exaggerated.
Professor, thank you for the briefing. Evelyn Leopold. Are you saying when you investigated the April 4th strikes, have you come to the conclusion that the planes were flown by the Syrian military? And secondly, by mechanism, you're talking about the General Assembly process, yes?
No, we didn't have identified what Air Force was able to do these attacks. We just concluded that they have occurred.
You read the report that the U.S. intelligence put it that public, that everybody can read it. And
we read everything. But,
and what do you think about it?
But not yet. We are not in a position to reach a conclusion.
Position, but you have an idea about it.
Excuse me?
You are not in the position to reveal what you think, but you have.
What I can review is just what I said. We are going to report this to the Human Rights Council. Okay, thank you. It was great to see you since 2015. We had not another report.
See you.
All right, everyone, that wraps up that feed that we got from the United Nations this morning. We're going to take you back now once again to Flagstaff. This is a live look at the courtroom. We have zoomed in on the Great Seal of the state of Arizona. I'm going to take a lunch break soon. Mike Page will be joining you in a few minutes to continue with live coverage of the Stephen Jones trial. Stephen Jones, accused of shooting 4 people, killing one of them at Northern Arizona University back in October of 2015. We'll have more coverage of this and other news right here on the News Now stream. Stay tuned.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Going to be here with you for the next 2 hours here on the stream. Happy Friday, everyone. Hope you guys are going to make it a big weekend. Hopefully you got some nice plans there with your friends or your family members, or hey, maybe you're just going to, I don't know why that sometimes switches on me. There you go. That's our video that's going to be coming up in just a little bit here. Coming up next, we are going to be showing you what Georgia officials and the Atlanta Falcons ownership plan to do on the site of the Georgia Dome. The Falcons are going to be getting a new stadium, so the mayor of Atlanta and the Falcons owner management team came together to talk about the Georgia Dome plans. Let's bring that to you in just a little bit, and then hopefully we will have the Stephen Jones trial as well here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. Have a great one, guys. Let's start this stream up.
Frank Hernandez to start us off.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Frank Hernandez, and I am the Vice President of Community Development for the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation. And I want to thank you and welcome you here to help celebrate this wonderful opportunity for the West Side and the City of Atlanta, as well as this great strategic partnership between Mercedes-Benz Stadium and the Home Depot. I also want to say special thanks to our mayor for joining us and for all his leadership to help make this project a reality and today a reality, as well as our partners at the World Congress Center, Home Depot, and a lot of nonprofit partners I see out there. Thank you for joining us. So to get us started, I want to invite David Allman, who is the chairperson of the Georgia World Congress Center Authority's Board of Governors, who's going to share some thoughts about the Georgia Dome. David.
Thank you, Frank. Welcome to the Georgia World Congress Center. And thank you to our partners, the Atlanta Falcons, Home Depot, and the City of Atlanta. We're excited to be part of this innovative project. The Georgia Dome, next to us here, opened its door to the City of Atlanta in the world in 1992, and has since created a lifetime of memories for almost 40 million guests. That legacy of memory making will live on via the current site of the Georgia Dome, which will be converted into green space after demolition. You'll hear more about that in just a few minutes. The project that we are celebrating today is one of many underway on our campus here designed to enhance the customer experience. Along with this project, some other projects that are in our pipeline here at the Congress Center include a contiguous exhibition facility. The Congress Center plans to create 1 million square feet of contiguous space, exhibition space, improving our connectivity while bolstering Atlanta's status as one of the top convention destinations. The budget bond request of $55 million for this project just recently passed through the legislative session with no opposition. And we just completed our solicitation for construction management for that, and we hope to have that underway in the first quarter of 2018. This will add 100,000 feet of exhibit space, 48,000 square feet of new meeting space, and a 20,000 square foot lobby. In addition, it will also have a 30,000 square foot rooftop terrace, which will include event, exhibit, and reception space that will offer a 360-degree view of Atlanta skyline and the state-of-the-art new Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Another facility that's in the works is development on the west side of our campus. Includes a high-rise luxury hotel. The proposal calls for 800 to 1,000 rooms, 4-star level, and it'll be on this side of the campus, again on the former site of the Georgia Dome, which is scheduled to be demolished later this year. Again, the budget bond request of $400 million was approved in this session of the Georgia Legislature, and we're now working to reach an agreement with a developer. And again, hope to be underway with that in 2018 as well. This hotel, in addition with exhibit space, it should add over 100,000 new attendees to our campus for exhibits of attendees for our exhibits per year in future years. In addition to the construction jobs. One other project that I want to mention is the upgrades to Centennial Olympic Park, which are underway. You may have seen where the Metro Atlanta Chamber is being demolished or has been demolished. It's the first of several transformative projects designed to upgrade the park. The demolition will be completed in next month. Removing this structure will create 3 acres of green space on the park and open vistas from the World Congress Center and to the College Football Hall of Fame. Other projects in the park include revamping the Southern Company Amphitheater, creating a pedestrian plaza on Andrew Young International Boulevard, and establishing new gateways and vistas, opening up the park on the corners. And all these projects are scheduled to be completed prior to our hosting the Super Bowl in 2019. We're confident that the end results will serve the greater good as we help Atlanta shine as the city takes center stage during a series of high-profile events taking place on the Georgia World Congress Center campus, including the College Football Championship in 2018, the 2019 Super Bowl that Arthur was so instrumental in bringing, and the 2020 Men's Final Four. No city has ever had that trifecta be occurring right here. All of these projects aid in our mission to be globally recognized as the #1 convention, sports, and entertainment destination in the world. None of it is possible without great partners like you. This new green space will be a game-changing addition to our campus, and we're happy to partner with you all to make it a reality. Thank you, and now please welcome our indomitable mayor, Kasim Reed.
Man, David, that felt good. It really is my high honor today to celebrate a very special new beginning for Atlanta, also for our West Side communities. Suffice it to say, we would not be men like David Allman, Arthur Blank, and the Arthur Blank Family Foundation. Now, I don't know what happened to David's line about us being the only city in America to host the College Football Championship, Super Bowl, and Final Four, but y'all going to have to give some applause for that day. I don't know how that... I tell you, Craig, we're so used to being so, wow, okay. The Blank Family Foundation and the City of Atlanta are really working tirelessly every day to restore and revitalize communities such as Vine City and English Avenue. And so the step we're taking today is also a part of that effort as well, because right across the street on 1,000 acres, folks that would never have had access to an amenity like the one that we're getting ready to share will now have it. I also want to thank my friend Penny McPhee, along with Frank, and everyone involved for their commitment to our community and for their hard work. The Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation has created a new paradigm for public-private partnerships in the city of Atlanta and the region, and has played an essential role in so many important initiatives. Its warm generosity, its engaging spirit, and its dynamic culture have helped propel Atlanta and the entire metro region to a new and better place. That is a place that is now one of the 5 most visited cities in the United States of America, last year hosting 50 million guests who help employ 250,000 people in our hotels and restaurants, and contribute $15 billion to the Atlanta metro region. The Home Depot backyard, being unveiled today, will serve as a shared new amenity for our West Side neighbors and every resident of our city and all of our guests. I want to recognize and thank Craig Manier, all of his partners at the Home Depot and the Home Depot Foundation for its sponsorship of this world-class open space. Please give Craig a warm round of applause. Craig, thank you. I appreciate you. In the long and great tradition of corporate service in Atlanta, the Home Depot stands tall and makes us proud wherever they do business. I feel just as like with a Coca-Cola. Wherever Coca-Cola goes, Atlanta goes. And wherever the Big Orange goes, Atlanta goes. The Home Depot backyard will serve as a gateway to downtown, to our cultural district, and of course to the world's greatest sports venue, the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, home of the NFC champion Atlanta Falcons and Atlanta United FC. I'm excited that the City of Atlanta new pedestrian bridge over Northside Drive, and I don't know whether y'all have heard about it, it's going to be some bridge. It's going to look as good as the building it is connecting to. They wanted me to build a plain bridge that was ugly and brick. But me and Rich said, how in the world could we do that? Didn't look like it was connecting our communities. So finally, as I close out my time as your 59th mayor, I do want to take a point of personal privilege and express my deep appreciation for the personal friendship I've had the opportunity to have with Arthur and his wonderful wife. It has been a privilege to work with him, to learn from him. Arthur Blank is a civic treasure, an iconic businessman, a great sportsman, and a tireless and selfless advocate for his city and the less fortunate around us. And as my gift to my successor, I will leave in the second right drawer of my desk Arthur M. Blank's personal phone number. He is the person that you need to call when the city needs help. I joke all of the time, but I mean it in my heart. He is Atlanta's own Bruce Wayne. Arthur Blank. Come on up here, guys. Will y'all stand up, please?
Thank you. Well, at the moment, I don't need to go change. The city's in good hands. Thank you to you, Mayor Reed. I appreciate your kind words and, more importantly, your feelings and emotions behind that. And I admire what you've done for our city and community for the last 8 years, and look forward to the opportunity to work with you in any form in the future that makes sense for you as you continue to serve this great state and this great area. So thank you so much. I couldn't be happier about being here today and wearing my orange apron. I thought my HD associates might be doing it, but I was telling Craig Manier, I decided last night to wear one. I pulled them out, and there was a stack about this big, and then I have a stack of T-shirts about this big, and so it was not easy picking out one. I could have picked out one of many, but I wear this with great honor, and I always will and always have. David, thank you for bringing us up to date on everything that the Congress Center is doing. I continue to be amazed at all that the Congress Center is doing, the state is doing, not only for this business area, but in service of everybody who's coming downtown and spending time downtown. And for your 15 years of leadership on the Congress Center board and your chairmanship now, thank you very much for that. And thank you for sharing all those plans with us. And we expect those to be all those improvements to be done by 2019 or before. And people have said to me, "Well, you're going to play in the Super Bowl in 2019," and our coaches said our aspiration is to play in it again sooner than 2019. So that's our hope. The Georgia Dome has been a gathering place for 25 years for great events. Falcon events, city events, all kinds of events that represent really the very best of this community. And I will tell you, when Rich McKay, where's Rich? Over here, wearing an Atlanta United shirt. Thank you. So when Rich and I started to meet with Frank Poe, who is the executive director of the Congress Center some 7 or 8 years ago, we were debating, locations and inside Atlanta or outside Atlanta. We wanted to build something. The Congress Center had been a great partner for us since I bought the team in 2002. And we were debating the north location versus the south location. But it was interesting, in every breakfast that we had, and Lord knows how many breakfasts we had, Rich, we were just talking about it the other day, every breakfast we had, we talked about the new stadium, and whether it be an open-air roof, retractable roof, closed roof, et cetera, the location of it. But from Frank's perspective and our perspective, the topic of what this stadium would mean and the opportunity we would create to make a significant difference in the landscape of downtown and be part of building back the West Side to the way it was 20, 30, 40 years ago and beyond that. That was always a vision of Frank Poe's and the Congress Center Board's, as well as my own. And so while I'm incredibly proud of the Mercedes-Benz Stadium per se, and I know we all are, and you all will be as well, we'll do the tour today and be opened up here before you know it, I'm equally proud of the commitment that my 7th child, my 10th child, my wife has 3 children, I have 6 children, so HD has always been one of my children. The opportunity to have the HD Backyard announced today and to share in that vision of connectivity is a dream of mine and a dream of the Congress Center as well. We have many great partners, starting with our naming partner for the stadium, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, great founding partners. There's none that's more meaningful to me than our great company, the Home Depot. So I wear this apron. If you cut my veins today, they would still bleed orange, and I couldn't be prouder about that. So our feeling with this Home Depot Backyard is that we want to help create, partner with the state, the Congress Center, connecting a version of Piedmont Park, if you will, downtown, from Centennial Park, as it's being expanded now, through International Plaza, through Falcons Landing, through our front porch, through Home Depot Backyard, through the Atlanta Beltline, connecting to the West Side, connecting through the Mayor's Bridge, the City's Bridge, connecting to these communities. These communities are historically important, not only because they're the birthplace of Martin Luther King and Maynard Jackson and Julian Bond, et cetera, but there's great history in these communities, not only history for Atlanta, history for our region, history for our state, history for our nation, and really history for our world. At a time when civil and human rights are an issue for all of us, the restoring of these communities and working side by side with these neighbors is critical to us. So I'm blessed to have an opportunity to be part of that. When we started talking about HD Backyard, you know, we had all these great events that we've been able to bring to the stadium itself, and I want to thank Rich McKay particularly for his leadership in doing that, and Steve Cannon as well, who's been with us about a year now. Steve is the CEO of the A&B Group, which is all of our for-profit businesses. Steve is dressed a little casually because he was working on top of the roof today, shimming up some more steel. He'll fill you in a little about the steel shimming business, but he's sitting right over here. But he looks great having worked up on top all day today. But you know, the point I guess I would want to make is that when we went through the calendar, we said there's going to be 50, 60 great events that are going to take place in this building every year. As the mayor has described it, and other people not inside our family have described it, it's the finest sports entertainment complex in the United States for sure, maybe in the world. But our opportunity, it wasn't a responsibility, it was an opportunity, was to create Home Depot Backyard, if you will, not green space, not tailgating, not worrying about that. That'll take care of itself 50 days a year. The other 300 days a year, create an environment where we have tremendous connectivity, and Frank will talk about that a little bit in great detail. Connectivity to the communities here, where this becomes a gathering place for the very best of all of us, a place where we celebrate, whether it be culture, whether it be theater, whether it be music, whether it be food, whatever it be arts, in any form or fashion, that we bring together all of us as a community, because I know in my heart and you know in your hearts that when we're in touch with each other physically and humanly, we're at our very, very best. So the true glory of this park design will be magnificent, the activation will be magnificent, is that what will take place in terms of human spirit and human connectivity in this 13-acre area is going to be special every day, the other 300 days a year when there are not spectacular events taking place within Mercedes-Benz Stadium. The reason I would say this is particularly important to me today in terms of my child, if you will, one of my children, the Home Depot, is that our organization was built on a shared sense of values, whether it be including everybody, giving back to others, innovate on a continuous basis, putting people first, lead by example, and listen and respond. The beauty of the HD is that, 38, almost 40 years later, the company is still being run with the same core values. And those core values are exactly the same ones, not about the same, exactly the same ones, precisely the same ones that we use in running all of our businesses today, whether it be the Atlanta Falcons, whether it be Atlanta United, whether it be the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, whether it be our PGA Tour Superstore, the largest golf retail in America, whether it be our guest ranch in Montana, the number one rated dude ranch in the state of Montana, or our family foundation. Those core values are the magic sauce. Those core values are what drive all of our activities, all of our behavior. The fact that it equals great financial results is great for all the stakeholders, but it's the behavior that drives really all of that. And that's consistent with HD. That's where I learned it. That's where I grew up with it. That became part of my orange blood. Now we talk about orange blood. That's what orange blood is. It's the living of these core values. So, it's an honor for me to have this named after Home Depot. It's an honor for me to be part of thousands and thousands of people, whether my two partners, Bernie Marcus and Ken Langone, who co-founded HD with me back in 1979, or the thousands of others of associates and families who have been had opportunities to do a variety of things in giving back and taking care of their families, families of origin, families of need, giving back to the community. It's all of this has come from these core values and the greatness of our company. You all can't read. I put on one of my multiple aprons today, but if you read, there's a triangle over here. You can see there's a little triangle over here, and it reads from the top to the bottom. It starts out with customers first, and then frontline associates next, field support, corporate support, or what they call the SSC, store support centers, and the CEO. So the CEO at HD is at the bottom of the triangle. I'm also at the bottom of the triangle of all of our businesses, and Steve Cannon and Rich McKay and our other leaders, executive team leaders that are here today are exactly the same way. We're here as servant leaders. We're here to make sure that the people who are closest to our customers, our guests, our fans, our grantees, those are the ones that we support. Those are the ones that we give the right kind of guidance to. Those are the ones we make sure resources are available to them. So I'm going to introduce Craig Menear, who's really the CEO, not of Home Depot. He's really the CEO and the custodian and the steward of a set of values that he lives and has lived for many, many years, as this whole great management team has lived for many years. And as long as we continue to build and live on those values, not only for the Home Depot, but for all of our businesses and everything we do, we're going to be incredibly successful. So it's an honor for me to be here today. It's an honor for the Home Depot to be associated with this great project. I'll say it again, if it wasn't for the Home Depot, we would not have a Mercedes-Benz Stadium. We would not have all the great businesses. And without these values, we would not have a great company, as the mayor described, the Home Depot. So, Craig, come up and our CEO of our values, Craig Menear.
Arthur, thank you. Thank you. Honoring us by putting the apron on for us today. Thank you very, very much. And thank you, organization, for building this fantastic facility, which will be a one-of-a-kind facility that will be the greatest sports facility in the world. What an incredible place for the Falcons, the Atlanta United. It will be just an amazing place to play, but it'll be a fan experience that will be second to none. So thank you for that. Mayor Reed, thank you for your leadership, for helping us all be part of revitalizing the west side of this great city that we have here in Atlanta. Thank you for making Atlanta just a terrific place to work and have fun and play. Thank you. Appreciate it. So look, before I unveil the renderings of the Home Depot backyard, I'd just like to pause for a second and tell you why this is so special to us at the Home Depot. First of all, as Arthur said, Atlanta is our home. Today we have stores across North America, but right here in Atlanta is where it all started. And so many of you know that Home Depot exists because of the incredible vision of our founders. And Arthur Blank was one of those visionaries. And so today there are 400,000 plus Home Depot associates across North America that have a job because of the vision of Arthur, Bernie Marcus, and Ken Langone. Almost 40 years ago, they created the vision, and at that time, they gave us the greatest gift we ever received, and that is the culture in our company that you just spoke of, Arthur. So thank you for that. And so, you know, Arthur is legendary in our company. He's loved by our associates and our customers today. And it is a testament to his passion for and his connection with people, no matter where he goes. So you've already heard that Arthur and his family foundation are deeply committed to revitalizing the West Side. The Home Depot is jumping in as well, with funding through our foundation and through Team Depot, which is our employee volunteer workforce. Our work on the West Side will be focused on the things that we do best: critical home repairs and revitalizing outdoor spaces. And so we work with great partners like Meals on Wheels, Habitat for Humanity, House Proud. We're also partnering with the Atlanta Beltline, Park Pride, the Path Foundation, and the Trust for Public Land to create outdoor spaces that families can enjoy in our city for years to come. It is our values of putting people first and giving back to our communities that has led us here to this announcement today. The Mercedes-Benz Stadium and the Atlanta community are going to have the best backyard in sports, and it's going to be built by the Home Depot. So with that, let's take a look. So as you can see, we're going to have an amazing green space that provides unprecedented game day experiences. But as Arthur said, more importantly, it is going to be the Home Depot backyard that's going to be open to the community all year round. And so I really want to extend a huge thank you to all of the folks that work so hard to bring this project to realization. We are really looking forward to something that's truly unique here in the Home Depot backyard for the whole community to enjoy. We're probably most excited about the fact that the Home Depot Foundation and the Blank Foundation will be partnering for years to come to serve the community here together. And with that, what I'd really like to do now is bring Frank Hernandez back up to talk about the activation.
So just like the Home Depot revolutionized the home improvement business almost 40 years ago, Mercedes-Benz Stadium is poised to revolutionize how we do and think about sports stadiums, especially how we think about how we engage with the community. For the last 20 to 30 years, sports stadiums have gotten a bad rap. They leave the city. They are open only 10 to 20 times a year, and they're a ghost town, especially for football stadiums. And they don't do much to lift up the community or neighborhoods around them. Mercedes-Benz Stadium is now beginning to change that narrative, change that dynamic. First, as you heard from both Craig as well as Arthur, it was a very conscious decision to stay here and work with the mayor and work with the state to stay in the city of Atlanta, stay in downtown, because this is where it all started. That is an intentional commitment. It could have been easier to go somewhere else, but he was committed to the city of Atlanta and to downtown Atlanta and to these communities on the west side. He also threw down the gauntlet and said, this amazing stadium will not be a success unless we also have a similar success in uplifting the communities on the west side, which are some of the most marginalized and disinvested neighborhoods in Atlanta. And that is not an easy lift. There are a lot of challenges. But over the last 3 years, progress and momentum is being made. In that period of time, Arthur, through the foundation, has committed over $22 million to philanthropic activities that are now starting to bear fruit. Over 400 Westside residents, 200 of which helped build that stadium, have jobs. Living wage jobs. Have paid them over $10 million over the last couple of years through Westside Works. Crime has gone down 35% from 2016 versus 2015 through a great partnership with the Atlanta Police Foundation. Just yesterday, I was with the mayor for the grand opening for the On the Rise Financial Center, which will provide financial services, coaching, and education for Westside residents. Next month, be a great groundbreaking for Cook Park, which will be the best neighborhood park in the city of Atlanta. And then later in the year, or later in the summer, the At Promise Youth Center, which will be focused on helping young kids who are going down the wrong path, not go down that path, and change their trajectory and change that cycle of poverty for them. There's all this great positive things happening. And what makes it so exciting to talk about that today is that it's not something that we've been able to do by ourselves. We've had a great partner in the Home Depot and the Home Depot Foundation to help make that happen. Because as Arthur said, our values are the same. It is because we want to give back. And it is about including everyone. Because one of the things we have embraced at a fundamental level is this idea of shared prosperity. You can't have this great edifice, this thing that is all what represents what is best about Atlanta, next to what is arguably what is worst. And to use the vernacular of our businesses, this belief and this commitment that we all rise together. That is our commitment and our promise through this. And it's great to have the Home Depot Foundation doing that with us, as well as a lot of the nonprofit partners I see out here who are the ones who help make all of that a reality. And third, community activation. Arthur is also committed to this not just being a private asset where you have the Falcon games and United games and concerts, but also how do you make this a community asset that has year-round programming where not only the West Side feels like they can bridge that both physical and cultural divide that is North Side and have activities here, but also create a sense of a public space that creates a sense of place that is a jewel and a destination for all of Atlanta. Whether it's thinking about how for us, STEM is really important. So how do we hold maker fairs there? Or how do we have youth soccer and youth football? Or the Home Depot Foundation, Blank Foundation have an interest in veterans. How do we host a veteran stand down there? There are a lot of great opportunities and a lot of great partners that we share that will allow us to really turn this into the most democratic space in Atlanta, where everyone is welcome, everyone feels welcome. And so that is what we're excited about at the foundation, being able to partner with Home Depot and others to make that happen. And I want to take a second to introduce the woman who's going to make that all happen, who was recently hired a few months ago, LaTonda Henderson, who is the Mercedes-Benz Stadium Director of Community Activation. And she's got a very small job, but she's going to be the one to plan out and think through how all that community activation occurs, and is an asset, again, for all of Atlanta. So with that, I want to thank you for joining us, and we look forward to doing more at the Home Depot backyard.
All right, everybody, so we just got some insight on what Atlanta officials and the Falcons team plan to do with that site of the Georgia Dome, and we saw that it's going to be called the Home Depot Backyard. It looks pretty cool there. A lot of hangout areas there. It almost looks like the great lawn that we have here in Phoenix, or Glendale, really, for the Arizona Cardinals. So that's a cool look. And also that Arthur Blank also owns that new soccer team that is starting up this year, too. So it's going to be a cool venue there. They're going to be playing soccer and have concerts there, and, of course, football and other events throughout the year. So it'll be a pretty special place there in Atlanta for everyone there. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Let me just show you the White House here for a second while I get our next video lined up here for you. This is the Chicago Police Department unveiling a new app in their hopes of beating crime. Let's take a look at that, everybody. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Text to tip, and actually George McDade was with us with Crime Stoppers at that time. That system has been in place since 2008, averages about 1,500 tips per year. You may remember this is what it looks like. So there's a web form. Again, this is about 10-year-old technology. So there's a web form that was not smartphone ready, so it couldn't sense that it was on a smart device, a mobile device, for example. It was pretty much a web form, and that's it. And then there was text to tip, which you may remember required the submitter to send a text message using SMS text to crimes, which is 274673, and they had to pre-pen that message with the letter CPD before the message. So it was a little bit of an arcane process of sending tips. It was not very consumer friendly. So we started looking around the country to see what other departments are doing, other major cities. Most of them are still using old technology that still looks like this. The original vendor for this technology was a company called Anderson Consulting. It was bought by a company called Public Engines. It was then bought by Motorola. So Motorola just happened to be working on a new version of this platform, again, that we already had. We'll be the first department in the U.S. to roll this out today. There's approximately something like 240 agencies around the country that are using the legacy version. We'll be the first using the new one. All those departments will migrate to the new system in the coming months. So again, cpdtip.org is accessible on any device, as long as you can get to the internet with a web browser, smartphones, tablets, desktop computers, etc. It supports attachments, including high-definition multimedia attachments from a smartphone, for example, both archived or stored images and video, and also real-time. So you could actually capture something and then submit it right away. There is, of course, a detailed audit log. This is fully anonymous. So you can see there's a checkbox that allows the user to be anonymous. This information does not live on police servers. It lives on Motorola servers, so we don't control the information here at the police department. It's hosted by Motorola. And again, this is part of our smart policing strategy that integrates technology in a way that we think is going to help us reduce crime. You've seen the results in 7 and 11, the first two districts to go live with the SDSCs. February and March 2017 versus last year, 7 is down 48% in shootings, 11 is down 65% in shootings, compared to a citywide is down 9% in shootings. I'm going to ask George to talk about Crime Stoppers briefly.
Oh, good morning and thank you. Crime Stoppers is a nonprofit organization, and what we really encourage is the community. We need the community to step forward and give tips to help solve crimes. We know that they have the information, and how they get that information to law enforcement is through these vehicles that you're seeing today. So we're asking the community, take a look. With Crime Stoppers, you turn around, pass a tip in. If that tip results in an arrest, then the tipster is eligible for a cash reward up to $1,000. But it all starts with being involved. And the one thing we can pass out and say to the community is, please, no matter how small of information you have concerning an incident, please pass it on. You never know what piece of information is put together that will solve the crime and get that offender off the street. So this new technology will help do that and make it a lot easier. So we just get involved and make the tip.
Thank you. So as George said, this is really about community engagement. This is a way that we can make the technology more consumer-friendly, more accessible. But this is also an initial launch. So we are the first department in the United States to be rolling this out. If people experience any issues, any problems, they can go to cpdtip.com/ideas. That will let any issues be sent to Motorola, to the development team. They will address those issues. We're going to keep the legacy systems running because this is an initial launch. So those text-to-tip platforms that have been out there for many years are going to keep running in the interim. The other point is this is not to be used for replacement to call 911. So we still want the public to call 911 if it's a crime in progress. That's very important. You see it highlighted on the screen here. So this is what the interface looks like. Again, very simple to use. The public can submit as little or as much information as they have. They can create an anonymous ID and password, which is how they engage in follow-up dialogue with the police department. This does facilitate a two-way exchange of information. That tip ID is also the way that the tipster can then be eligible to claim a reward from Crime Stoppers. This is what the interface actually looks like. So this will be running at our Police Crime Prevention and Information Center, our Police Fusion Center here at headquarters. But it will also allow us to send these tips in real time to those strategic decision support centers, which are in those 6 districts at the edge, those districts 7, 11, 6, 9, 10, and 15. But all districts citywide will be able to get the tips forwarded again from the Fusion Center. I'll see if any of our staff can send a little tip from their smartphone. We'll see if it can show up on the screen here. Click on it. Oh, it just logged me out. So this is the tip management console where you would receive a tip. Pat, you sent one? There we go. And so there's the tip that just came through the console with the attachment. So again, it can be a still picture, it can be multimedia, it can be video. And keep in mind what this is replacing. Again, so this is our current website. The user would have to go to To Police. They'd have to scroll down to Text to Tip. And then they would submit a new web tip, which would bring up a form that looks like this. So just from a accessibility and consumability perspective, you can see how the technology has progressed. That's about it. If there's any questions, sir?
2 questions.
That's you? Excellent.
Just wanted to make sure that was clear. My second question was monitoring these tips.
It is 24/7, so it's the Crime Prevention and Information Center, that Fusion Center staff. There's what's called a tracker desk, which is staffed 24/7 there. And then in the 6 districts with SDSCs, if there's a tip that's relevant that requires immediate action in those districts, they're also monitoring 24/7. So it's kind of 2 places, and it's all 24/7.
Good afternoon, all.
All right, everybody, we're going to dip out of that coverage. We do have a live event happening right now. We are going to take you back up to Flagstaff where that NAU shooting trial has resumed again. Let's take you live there now. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
Yes. Mountain View? Okay. If we could pan to the right a little bit, please. Thank you. And that's Mountain View? Yes. Okay. Is that the driveway that you pulled into? Yeah, sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so it's kind of hard to see. Do you have your glasses with you? No. Yeah, that's exactly where. Okay, so you pulled right into there. Yeah. Okay. Now, you don't remember exactly what time it was that this happened, right? No. You were in the back seat? Yes. Okay. Do you remember as you're pulling into that driveway, do you remember what you were observed at that point?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you see?
Well, the car was like on the, I don't know, they pulled in, and I just like got out and heard yelling. Figured it was just a party, not a big deal.
So you could hear yelling, but you weren't concerned about it?
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
I heard more yelling, and I like looked over to the left side, and I saw someone laying in the rocks. And then I like didn't know who it was. More yelling, and then someone started yelling like call 911, call 911. So they ran over to our car, and my friend Kayla was just sitting in there because we just like didn't want to be involved. And then but like the 911 was busy when she tried to call, and a bunch of people had already called. And I looked over, I saw someone in a sweatshirt with a hood on, and I grabbed my friend Kayla out of the car because I like felt something was wrong, and he shot the gun in the air 4 times.
Okay,
and
so
we ran.
We'll can go back and break that down a little bit. Okay. And actually, if we can go to the view.
Yeah, that's better.
And face the Mountain View area. So is this where the car stopped?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall which side of was the car facing the way we're facing now, looking at this?
I believe so.
Okay. And, well, it didn't back into the spot.
No.
Yeah. So do you recall which side of the vehicle you got out of?
No.
Okay. So you don't know if you were got out of the car and you were on this parking lot side, or if you were on the side over by the boulders?
I was closer to the boulders.
Closer to the boulders.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got out on the left side of the car.
Yeah.
And did you ever walk forward in front of the car?
No.
Okay. Was your view blocked by anything of what was going on down there?
No.
It was a lot darker than this, though.
Yeah.
You couldn't make out faces.
I couldn't tell who was around me.
You heard yelling, you're screaming,
Yeah.
but you couldn't make out what anyone actually said?
No. Everything that night went by very fast, so.
And then you saw somebody that you thought had a hood on?
Yes.
And they were shooting in the air?
Yes.
Okay, and you were certain that it was a gun they were shooting?
Yeah. I saw the red light on the gun go up and then shoot.
And you were certain that they were pointing it in the air?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do after that?
I grabbed my best friend Kayla out of the car, and I said, we need to go. And we ran past this door. I don't know, I had some intuition that I needed to go farther. So I went in where our Trident wing is.
Do you have a pointer up there?
Yeah.
Okay. So you referenced a door. Can you point to the door you ran past?
This one? Sorry, I'm like trying to be steady, but
That's fine.
that one.
You didn't go in that?
No.
You went further?
Yeah, there's like a path that goes to that back building that I, for some reason, thought was safer to go to, which I'm guessing it was.
So you went in that door, and once you went in the door, did you see anything else that happened out?
No, I didn't look. I didn't want to look back.
Okay. Did you hear anything else that happened?
Yelling, and then when I got into my building, just sirens immediately.
Back to when you looked over and saw that individual shooting in the air, did you see, before any shots, did you see anyone around him?
There was it was a cluster of people kind of like all scattered around, but I didn't know who it was. Again, everything happened really fast that night.
Right, so you couldn't specifically tell what was going on over there?
I mean, I realized after it was like an altercation, and I don't know who would voluntarily walk up to that.
But you're certain that the person was pointing in the air when they were shooting?
Yes.
No further questions, John.
Hi, Amanda.
Hi.
So you had an interview with us not too long ago, in January, I think, this year?
I think so.
Does that sound right? And at that time you were describing this incident, and you said nobody was around the person shooting. Can you describe that?
I didn't see, like, it was going very fast.
Sure.
But I know that there was yelling in a group of people.
All right. And specifically as to the person shooting, who was around, or what could you see around him?
Well, my friend Colin laying in the rocks.
Okay. How far away was that?
I don't remember exactly, but it was close.
And other people, were other people standing around?
Yeah. But again, I ran, so I didn't get to sit back and see who stayed.
Right. How close were these other people to the person you saw shooting?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was this person who was shooting, was he standing?
Yes.
Was there anybody attacking him that you could see?
No.
What color, you said that he was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, what color was that?
I believe I said white, but again, everything that night was not something I like to remember, so
Sure.
I might have the color off.
Okay, that's fine. And we just want your best memory today. You said Colin was a friend of yours?
Yes.
From your knowledge of Colin, was he a peaceful person?
Very.
Objection. Relevant.
404A2, Judge.
Approach.
The objection is sustained as to foundation.
Amanda, how did you know Colin?
I met Colin my freshman year. I was just I started hanging out with my roommate at the time, who was a year older than me, and she introduced me to all of my friends. And I just met the best group of people, and he was in that group.
Okay, and how often would you hang out with him?
Every weekend.
For how long?
I don't, like a year? I don't know.
Okay, no, that's fair. You feel like you have a personal knowledge of his character?
Yes,
Was he a peaceful person?
very.
You have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, man.
Redirect.
So you knew Colin when exactly?
My freshman year.
Okay. So in the fall of 2015, what year was that?
What year was that?
For you, yeah.
Oh, I was a freshman?
That was your freshman year. So
Or 2015? No, I was a sophomore.
you were a sophomore.
Yeah.
So you knew him during the previous school year.
Yeah.
Would it change your opinion about his peacefulness if you knew that his BAC was a .285?
No.
That he had Xanax in his system?
No.
Would it change your opinion of his peacefulness if you knew that he had a gun in his room?
Objection, relevance, and foundation.
Hold on, please. Sustained.
So you don't have to answer that. But you were a friend of his, right?
Yes.
Did you ever see him getting in any fights?
Never.
Okay. But you don't know if he did get into fights, do you?
I'm pretty confident he didn't.
You don't think he ever got in
No.
a fight?
No.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, I'll turn to members of our jury and see if they have any questions for this witness. It appears we do. I'll see counsel and court reporter at sidebar. Were in, was it a sedan or an SUV?
It was a sedan.
Follow up, Mr. McGowan?
No question.
Mr. Barker?
No, thank you.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Mr. Conrad, thank you for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you.
Mr. McGowan, your next witness, please.
That's calls Michael Mullen. Michael Mullen.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
Good afternoon, Michael.
Afternoon.
Can you spell your last name for the record, please?
Mullen.
Michael, are you a NAU student?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were a student back in the fall of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Are you also a Delta Chi member?
I am.
Okay. Were you roommates with Colin Brew and Nick Peering?
Yes, sir.
In the fall of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give various interviews during the course of this case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review any of that for today's testimony?
I did, yes, a little bit.
Would it help you maybe have those with you in case you need to refer to them?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
If I may approach with exhibits 483 and 485, Your Honor. Just take a moment to look those over. Are those the transcripts that you reviewed?
Yes. Yeah. They are, yeah.
Okay. So you can set those aside. We may or may not come back to those.
Okay.
So you're roommates with, I'm going to refer to him by his last name because there's so many Nicks. So you're roommates with Peering and Brew, right?
Yes.
On the evening, Thursday, October 8th, 2015, kind of led into the next morning and the night. Were you there at the courtyard?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were you participating in the party that was there that night?
I was a little bit, but I had work the next morning, so we went back to bed early.
When you say we, who are you referring to?
My girlfriend and I at the time, Emily Coltrep.
Okay. So the two of you went to bed early?
Yeah.
Do you recall when?
I don't recall the exact time, but I want to say around 10:30.
Okay. Now, before you and your girlfriend went to bed, when you went to bed, you stayed in the courtyard area?
Yeah, that's where that's where I lived at the time. So yeah, I went to bed in my room at the courtyard.
In your unit?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll put something up on the screen later where we can specify exactly where your unit was.
Okay.
Before going to bed, had you had anything to drink that night?
Yeah, I had a couple shots that night. Wasn't planning on drinking too heavy just because I had work so early in the morning. So,
about how many people do you recall being at this party?
I want to say anywhere from 30 to 50 is my estimate.
Okay, so you don't need to name every single person, but do you have any recollection of who you saw there?
I mean, just basically my fraternity brothers that I lived with. Those were the main guys that we hung out with. So other than my brothers, I don't recall anyone else really.
Okay, so
or in specific, I mean Colin, Nick.
When you say Nick, you're referring to Nick Peering?
Yes, sir.
So they were both there?
Yeah.
Do you know if Nick Prado was there?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Nick Acevedo?
Yes.
Nick Pletke?
Yes.
Did I get all the Nicks?
I think so.
Who else do you recall being there?
My girlfriend, I remember, obviously. Other than that, I really couldn't say, like, pinpoint any names.
Zach Volpo?
Yeah.
He was there?
He was there.
Okay. And do you recall drinking with Colin?
Yes. Yeah, we were drinking in our apartment earlier that night, like basically like a pregame before anything had even really started. So.
Pregame?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I was in college. You refer?
We were kind of just drinking in our own unit, like just me, Nick, and Colin. I remember we were taking shots. Just before, they went out to party. I wasn't planning on staying late, so, we were drinking before the actual party is what I'm trying to say.
What about marijuana use? Did you see any of that?
No.
You see anyone taking any Xanax?
No.
But that was all in the unit before going out to the bigger party in the courtyard area?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But you did go out into the courtyard as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, you said you had a couple shots with Colin in the unit?
Yes.
Did you see him drinking anything else?
Not to my recollection, no.
Would you say his drinking was more or less than usual?
No. I mean, it was a normal night. We weren't planning on getting too rowdy, like I said, so it wasn't out of the ordinary at all.
Okay, so he was drinking about as much as he usually would?
Exactly, yeah.
And at about 10 p.m., you leave the party and go up to your room?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you go straight to sleep?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you actually fell asleep?
I do not. I do not recall.
What happened next?
So basically, I don't really remember what happened next, but I remember waking up, hearing a lot of commotion, looking out my window of the courtyard, basically seeing a lot of commotion, and yeah, like I didn't really know what was going on, so.
Okay, so can you describe what you mean by commotion?
Well, it just seemed as if like there was a lot of people outside my unit in particular, and in the courtyard area there was like, it just seemed like people were kind of scrambling around is what it looked like to me.
Okay, if we could pull up 316. Does your room face the courtyard or the street?
So my room, if I may use this laser pointer, right there.
The one on the far end or the one
right there?
The far end.
Yes.
Okay.
So I was looking out that window.
All right. So the commotion that you heard was in the courtyard?
Yes.
Okay. And again, what did you mean by commotion?
Well, I just saw kind of people scrambling about is what.
Like running?
I mean, not really running, but I just like, I don't know, it just looked out of the ordinary a little bit.
Okay, so it wasn't just part of the regular party that you're used to seeing out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Something different.
Exactly.
Something that concerned you.
A little bit, yeah.
Could you make out what was being said out there?
No, not at all. No.
Okay, but were people saying things?
I mean, I'm sure people were saying things, but I don't recall anything being said in particular.
So you don't remember if you heard any yelling or screaming or anything?
I mean, yelling and screaming was like a typical kind of thing at the courtyard, so like I wasn't too sure. I couldn't grasp my head around what was going on. I didn't really know what to think.
And this was something that woke you up?
Yeah.
Do you recall what it was that actually woke you up?
I do not.
Okay. Well, whatever it was out of the ordinary, right?
Yes.
And when you looked out the window, whatever you saw was out of the ordinary, right?
To a certain extent, yes.
Concerned you?
A little bit.
So then what did you do?
So I basically ran downstairs in my unit, opened the back door, which you could see.
Can you point to it?
Yeah. Back door is right here. So I ran out that door, kind of opened it up to see what was going on, see if I could see anyone that I knew, which I couldn't. And so I basically just, I didn't know what was going on. I shut the door, went back upstairs, and that's it.
So you didn't go out into the courtyard or into that parking lot over there?
No.
You were just standing on those stairs there?
Yeah, basically I was just on my porch right there, like before the railing, and like trying to assess the situation.
So you open the door, you look out, you don't see anyone you recognize at this point?
Yeah, I do not.
Was there anyone out there?
There were people out there, yes, but I didn't really recognize anyone.
You have any idea how many people?
I don't want to put an exact number on it. I don't recall.
But a group of people you didn't recognize, right?
Correct.
And was any of those people doing causing you any concern?
Not really. I was just kind of like, I didn't really know what was going on, so I was kind of trying to grasp the situation, looking left, looking right. Didn't see anyone I knew, so basically from there I just went back upstairs to my girlfriend who was still asleep and just, stayed in the room. And
Did you go back asleep?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you went in there, she's asleep.
Yeah.
And did you lay on the bed? Did you sit somewhere? What did you do?
Yeah, I remember laying back down. I want to say, I looked up the window, out the window a couple more times. And that's about it. I don't really remember.
And when you say window, you're referring to this window you already pointed out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never looked over into the Franklin side?
No.
When you saw this group of people, did you see them going in any particular direction?
No, actually, I saw people going in a lot of different directions is what I saw.
Okay. Then what happened?
The next thing that happened, basically, the cops broke into my room and took us out and separated me and my girlfriend. And from there, we went to the police station and sat there for hours on end until they let us leave.
Did you get interviewed by any law enforcement at the station?
Yes.
Okay. It was a FBI agent, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you tell the FBI agent that you went out into the courtyard after you heard some commotion?
I don't believe I was. I don't believe I did. No.
Told the FBI agent that you just stayed in the room the whole time, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
What I said at that time.
Well, let's look at your transcript then. So, Exhibit 485 is both of your interviews with the FBI.
Okay.
Now, you reviewed this in preparing for today, right?
To a certain extent, yes.
Okay. Do you recall in either of these parts of these interviews with the FBI that night, do you recall ever telling them that you went outside after you heard the commotion?
No, I do not. But I was pretty shaken up because I didn't know what was going on. So
you decided to lie to the FBI?
No, I never lied to the FBI.
You told them that you stayed in the room the whole time, didn't you?
I stayed inside the whole time.
When they were asking you what happened, you said that you went to bed early with your girlfriend, right?
Correct.
And you told them you never left the room.
Unless he's going to treat the witness as hostile.
The objection is sustained as to leading.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile.
You're going to have to commit a little more than that.
Okay. So let's back up. Did you tell the FBI that you left the party early and went to bed with your girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell the FBI that you ever heard any commotion?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. Can you point it out in the transcript?
I don't. I can't find it.
Because you didn't tell the FBI that you heard a commotion, did you?
I may or may not have. I do not recall.
Okay. Did you tell the FBI that you ever left your bedroom after you went up there with your girlfriend?
I do not recall.
And you reviewed these transcripts, right?
Yes.
So if there's anything in there about what you told the FBI in terms of leaving, you would know, right?
Yes.
Now, do you recall some months later giving an interview with the prosecution team?
I do.
Okay. And are those individuals that you spoke to here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Do you know them by name?
Barker, and I'm not sure the other one's name.
Okay, so can you point out who it was that you met with around a year ago in April?
Yeah, Sergeant Mike O'Hagan, I met with him, and then Eamon, and then, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the name.
So all three of those guys?
Yes, sir.
And when you met with them, did you tell them that you had gone outside?
I believe I did.
Okay. And did you tell them that you only went out to the steps and then went right back in?
I'm not 100% sure, but to my knowledge of this day, yes, that's what I did.
So your recollection today is that's what you did?
Yes.
Okay. You reviewed that transcript as well, right?
Which transcript?
The transcript where you sat down with these three individuals and went over what happened that night?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you tell them that day that you went outside, not just onto the steps, but actually outside after you heard the commotion?
I think I did, yeah.
Did you also tell them that you heard gunshots?
Well, I realized after the fact that, yes, that is what woke me up.
Okay. So you were inside when you heard gunshots?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, to my knowledge, after the fact, knowing that they were gunshots, I wasn't sure at the time what it was that woke me up.
Okay. And you told them that you never went over to the Mountain View parking lot, right?
That's correct.
That you went out, ran around, ran in a loop, and then went back in up to your room?
I believe that's what I said, yes.
We already established this, right? You are a Delta Chi.
Yes, sir.
Ever wonder why the prosecution didn't call you in this case?
Objection relevant.
Overruled. Speculation. Sustained.
I'm not asking you to guess on why. Did you ever think about why?
No, I have no idea.
Never. You didn't worry about it.
Can you rephrase the question? I'm not sure what you're asking.
You didn't ever worry about why you weren't being called?
No.
You have is it fair to say you like your other fraternity members, right?
Oh, yes. We're brothers.
Brothers, strong bond.
Strong bond.
You trust them implicitly.
Yes.
Would it surprise you to hear that many of them say you were out there before any gunshots?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Can you restate the question?
Would it surprise you to hear that many of your brothers said you were out there before any gunshots?
Yes, it does surprise me.
So when Acevedo told us that you ran by after the first round of shots and told him to call 911, is he lying?
Objection. Comments on credibility for witness. Improper.
Sustained.
Would you disagree with what he's saying?
Yes.
It's your testimony, as you sit here today, that you weren't out in the Mountain View parking lot before any of the gunshots.
That is correct.
And the many of your brothers that saw you out there are mistaken.
Objection misstates the evidence again.
Overruled.
Can you restate the question? I'm sorry.
The many of your brothers that saw you out there are mistaken.
Yes.
So you didn't see your brothers surrounding Stephen and his friends out in Franklin Street?
No, I did not.
You didn't see your brothers pushing his friends to the ground as they ran into the Mountain View parking lot?
No, I did not, sir.
You didn't see your brothers continue to chase them down that sidewalk in Mountain View?
No, I did not.
You didn't see anything else that happened after that?
No, I did not.
A moment. Sure. Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
When we met, it was, does it sound like April of 2016 when we met?
That sounds about right.
First time?
Yep.
Okay. We sat down in office and it was recorded, the conversation?
Yeah.
And we told you to just tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you do your best to do that?
Yes, sir.
And you described that you never left the courtyard area, right?
Yes.
And it was only afterwards that you learned about what happened to Colin, Nick Peering, Nick Prado, and Kyle Zentek that you put 2 and 2 together about what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you done your best to tell the truth today?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever outside the courtyard?
No.
That night?
No, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No further questions. This witness be excused. Can this witness be excused?
I don't know if there's jury questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have any, I'm sorry, I apologize. Do any of the members of the jury have any questions for this witness? Doesn't appear that we do. All right. Sir, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
May counsel approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Members of the jury, the attorneys have offered this stipulation. It reads as follows: the parties in this matter hereby stipulate that samples of Mr. Jones' blood and urine were collected at approximately 9 a.m. on October 9th, 2015, and provided to the Arizona Department of Public Safety Crime Lab for testing and analysis. Mr. Jones' blood and urine tested negative for all tested substances, including cannabinoids, methamphetamine, MDMA, cocaine, opiates, barbiturates, benzodiazepines, methadone, carisoprodol, otherwise known as Soma, and zolpidem, also known as Ambien. A secondary screen was also negative. Mr. Jones' blood and urine tested negative for alcohol. Due to the time these samples were collected, this analysis is inconclusive with respect to the presence or absence of alcohol in Mr. Jones' system at the time he was taken into police custody. By agreement of the parties, Exhibit 488 is admitted. Further witnesses?
Your Honor, defense rests.
All right. Rebuttal?
Your Honor, the state rests. Thank you.
Folks, this concludes all of the evidence and testimony in this case. So let me give you kind of a preview of where we're going to go. We're going to go ahead and break early. The attorneys and I have to get together and discuss final jury instructions. We will come back together at 9 a.m. on Tuesday morning for the reading of the final jury instructions and then closing arguments. After that, the case will be submitted to the 12 who will be selected to serve on this case. So I'm going to, again, remind you of the preliminary instruction that you were given. That is to keep an open mind. Do not form any final opinion until you are all gathered together to discuss all of the evidence, the opening statements and closing arguments in this case. Please remember the admonition. I hope you have a good weekend. We'll see you Tuesday morning at 9 a.m.
Okay, everyone, so they are done for the day and done for the week. They'll be back on Tuesday, 9 a.m. Tuesday, 9 a.m. They are off on Mondays there. Okay, guys, you're continuing to watch the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We are going to take you now to New York, where we are going to be hearing from the mayor and also the New York Police Department.
.gov/tax prep. Remember, for more information about New York City government services, dial 311 or visit nyc.gov.
9,000 volunteers mentor high school students in our city. But with 300,000 high schoolers, we need more mentors. Not tutors or teachers, but personal champions. People to listen, share their life experience, and help them succeed. You don't need to have all the time in the world or all the answers. You just need to care. Be a high school mentor. Visit nyc.gov/service to be a mentor in your community today.
This is Darren Block, Executive Director of the Mayor's Fund. All great businesses deserve great interns. New York City's Ladders for Leaders program takes the time to recruit, prepare, and match high-achieving students with large and small organizations looking for summer help. It's a win-win for both local businesses and our city. Get help, give experience. Hire a New York City intern. Visit laddersforleaders.org today.
I'm New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer. As Comptroller, I know that our city's finances are complex, but that doesn't mean they should be unreadable. Today, transparency in government is more important than ever, and that's why my office publishes the popular Annual Financial Report, a 25-page document which simplifies the city's finances in easy-to-understand ways. For a copy of the popular Annual Financial Report and to learn more about the city's finances, call 212-669-3916 or visit www.comptroller.nyc.gov.
This is Donna Corrado, Commissioner of the New York City Department for the Aging. In this city, we look out for each other. We're our sisters and brothers keepers. During these cold weather months, I ask that you reach out to your elderly neighbors and friends. Remaining active, engaged, and socially connected improves one's quality of life. It also reduces the risk of chronic disease, dementia, and premature death. If you're lonely, anxious, or depressed, and you want help, call 1-888-NYC-WELL or 911 in an emergency. Remember, for more information about New York City government services, dial 311.
This is First Lady Charlene McCray with an important tax time message. If you earned $64,000 or less last year, you may qualify to file your taxes for free, online or in person, at your local NYC free tax prep site. Don't spend money to file your taxes. File for free and keep your whole refund. Call 311 or visit nyc.gov/tax-prep to learn about trusted professional filing with NYC Free Tax Prep.
Hi, I'm Roy Mogolansky, Executive Director for the City of New York Office of Payroll Administration. Did you know city employees can save money on commuting expenses to work? When you sign up for the city's WageWorks Commuter Benefits Program, the funds for your commuting costs are set aside from your paycheck before taxes are taken out, so you pay less in taxes, up to $1,200 a year if you take mass transit, and up to $2,400 a year if parking is part of your commute. Visit getwageworks.com/NYC.
Remember, for more information about New York City government services, dial 311 or visit nyc.gov.
Hello, this is New York City Public Advocate Letitia James. My office serves as a direct link between everyday New Yorkers and city government. Think of it as a watchdog that provides oversight of city agencies, investigates citizen complaints about city services, and makes policy recommendations. If you are in need of assistance, please call my office at 212-669-7250 or email us at gethelp@pubadvocate.nyc.gov or call 311.
Hi,
I'm Greg Bishop, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Small Business Services. Here at SBS, we open doors to opportunity for all New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. Our department is focused on creating stronger businesses, connecting New Yorkers with good jobs, and fostering thriving neighborhoods. So, if you are looking for a job, want to start or grow your business, or hope to strengthen a commercial corridor, please visit www.nyc.gov/SBS or call 311 for more information.
Remember, for more information about New York City government services, dial 311.
This is New York City Comptroller Scott Stringer. As New Yorkers, we know that diversity makes us stronger, not weaker. The truth is, immigrants help power our city's economy. They earn $100 billion in income, pay billions in taxes, and own more than 83,000 small businesses. We all have a responsibility to stand up and protect our neighbors, and that starts with being informed. To read my report on how immigrants contribute to New York's economy, visit www.comptroller.nyc.gov.
Hi, I'm Carmelyn P. Malalis, Commissioner and Chair of the New York City Commission on Human Rights. New York City's greatest strength is its diversity. The New York City Commission on Human Rights enforces one of the strongest human rights laws in the country and fights every day to protect all New Yorkers from discrimination and harassment. No one in New York City should feel unsafe or threatened because of their background, belief, or identity. If you feel you've experienced discrimination, please call the Commission on Human Rights at 718-722-3131.
Remember, for more information about New York City government services, dial 311 or visit nyc.gov.
Hello, I'm First Lady Shirlane McCrae. 1 in 5 New Yorkers has a mental health problem. Do you or someone you care about have trouble with stress, depression, anxiety, drugs, or alcohol? Don't struggle alone. NYC Well is here for you. It's free, confidential, and available at any hour of the day. To connect to a counselor, just text WELL to 65173. Chat online by visiting our NYC Well website or call 1-888-NYC-WELL. That's 1-888-NYC-WELL.
This is Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. The Department of Sanitation can collect a valuable resource from your building.
Yes, the principals are on their way down.
All right, folks, looks like they are not feeding us audio right now. Let's wait a second here.
So you want me to start all over? Okay. I can do that.
McGee wants that.
Okay. Everyone good now? I'll do it again. Again, let me say, does this guy need a minute? Hold on. Peter, tell me when. Good? Okay. Again, the reason we're here is to respond to the statement that was released a short while ago by the United States Department of Justice. And I want to say at the outset, that makes it a statement on behalf of Attorney General Sessions and a statement on behalf of President Trump. And they need to decide immediately whether they are accepting and agreeing with that statement. And I'm telling you right now, it is an unacceptable statement that denigrates the people of New York City and the men and women of the NYPD. It is an outrageous statement, and it's absurd on its face and ignores a quarter century of progress in this city in bringing down crime. We did not become the safest big city in America by being, quote unquote, soft on crime. I've never met a member of the NYPD who is soft on crime. This good police commissioner is not soft on crime. This is an insult, this statement. And it suggests that everything that's been achieved didn't happen. We just had the safest 3 months in the history of New York City. That did not happen by being soft on crime. It happened by implementing precision policing, neighborhood policing, new strategies for working with communities and training our officers better, giving them better technology. Had nothing to do with this allegation. And it just shows how out of touch this administration is with what's happening on the ground in this city. Look, the results speak for themselves. We've shown you month after month how crime is going down. That seems to have reached everywhere but Washington, D.C. But now it's a moment for Attorney General Sessions and President Trump to decide if this is the statement they're really saying to the NYPD and to the people of New York City. Is this the statement they're saying to all of our law enforcement partners who have been part of the process of driving down crime? Attorney General Sessions is supposed to be the leading law enforcement official in America. Why would he insult the men and women who do this work every day, who put their lives on the line and who have achieved so much? I would say to President Trump and to Attorney General Sessions, if you believe this statement is accurate, come here to New York City, look our police officers in the eye and tell them that you believe they are soft on crime. See how that feels and see what the people of New York City will feel about that. This absurd statement needs to be renounced immediately. It bears no resemblance to what's happening in this city. And I want to express my thanks to the men and women of the NYPD for what they have achieved in making this the safest big city in America. A few sentences in Spanish. Quiero dirigirme a la declaración absurda del Departamento de Justicia, que la policía de Nueva York no es firme con el crimen. La realidad es clara, y quien está en desacuerdo debe venir a visitarnos y decírselo a la policía en la cara. With that, I want to turn to our Police Commissioner, Jimmy O'Neill.
Good evening, everyone. So I like to think of myself as a pretty calm and measured person. and I think most of the time I present myself that way. But when I read that statement by DOJ this afternoon, my blood began to boil. I've been lucky enough to be a cop in this city for almost 35 years. I've seen the hard work that's done every day by the 36,000 men and women that go out there and patrol the streets and keep us safe. Just take a look at the numbers. Since 1993, murders down 82%, shootings down 81%, overall crime is down 76%. In 2017, murders were down 11 murders again, shootings are down 41, and overall crime is down 5.4%. To say we're soft on crime is absolutely ludicrous. Maybe we should ask in 2016, we locked up over 1,000 people in 100 gang takedowns. Most of them are still awaiting sentences or are still in jail. Maybe we should ask them if we're soft on crime. This is really insulting. Look at the hard work of not only NYPD, and I talk about it's not just the NYPD that keeps this city safe. What about the federal agencies? What about the FBI, the ATF, the DEA, the U.S. Marshal Service? The hard work that they do every day. The Southern District, the Eastern District, all 5 local district attorneys, the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, the community that works so hard to help keep this city safe, the violence interrupters. Now, this is not just about the NYPD. This is about the city. And to willingly state that we're soft on crime, it's incredibly insulting. I talk about this all the time, too. Every cop knows why him or her took this job. And we took this job to do good, to make a difference, and to keep this city safe. And look at this city in 2017. It didn't happen by accident. There's a tremendous amount of sacrifice. Cops are hurt every day. Cops are killed in the line of duty. This is insulting to the memory of Sergeant Paul Tizzulo, Randolph Holder, Brian Moore, Joe Liu, Rafael Ramos. I find this statement to be absolutely outrageous. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So you could see the New York Police Department and the City of New York responding to President Trump's Justice Department as they were being called that New York City is soft on crime. That statement was put out today. This is what the release said. Today, the Department of Justice sent the attached letters to 9 jurisdictions which were identified in a May 2016 report by the Department of Justice's Inspector General as having laws that potentially violate 8 U.S.C. 1373. Additionally, many of these jurisdictions are also crumbling under the weight of illegal immigration and violent crime. The number of murders in Chicago has skyrocketed, rising more than 50% from the 2015 levels. New York City continues to see gang murder and gang murder situations, the predictable consequences of the city's soft on crime stance. And just several weeks ago in California's Bay Area, after a raid captured 11 MS-13 members on charges including murder, extortion, and drug trafficking, city officials seemed more concerned with reassuring illegal immigrants that the raid was unrelated to immigration than with warning other MS-13 members that they were next. That was a statement put out today by the Justice Department. And speaking of the Justice Department, we're going to go down to San Diego, where we are going to be hearing from the Attorney General Jeff Sessions there. He is live at the border. You're watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and we'll see if reporters ask about this latest release by the Justice Department.
Final mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. Final.
All right, folks, in the meantime, we are just going to take you to a house explosion in a suburb of Chicago, southwest side, Markham. You can see here as crews working to try to put out the fire that resulted from this house explosion there. You're part of the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. According to local media reports, emergency crews in south suburban Markham are on the scene of a possible house explosion. Just before 4 p.m. local time, people nearby reported that they heard what sounded like explosions and then saw a fire in the 16,000 block of Kendale Avenue. The home was completely consumed by fire and has burned to the ground. Officials have not confirmed the cause of the fire or whether an explosion occurred, nor have they released any information about possible injuries or whether anyone was home at the time. And we will monitor this situation. We're going to take you now back to San Diego, where it appears that the Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, is pulling up on the border there in San Diego. Let's take that live.
Attorney General. All right. Fast drivers then. Can you do this? I'm ready. Let's go get him. Jonathan, we ready to go? Yes, sir. Let's stand up there with him. You on that side over there, huh? Well, I'm Secretary John Kelly, Department of Homeland Security. I'm joined today by the Attorney General of the United States, Jeff Sessions, and Senator Ron Johnson, who's the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee in the United States Senate. I'll make a few comments, then these gentlemen will make comments. I guess we're going to open it up for a few minutes of question and answer. In our system of government, the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice enforce the laws passed by the United States Congress. That includes our immigration laws. These laws exist to keep our people safe and our nation sovereign. Both the Attorney General and I are serious about border security and enforcing our immigration laws. In accordance with the executive orders signed earlier this year by our President, we have ended dangerous catch and release enforcement policies. We have significantly increased detainers for deportation, and we have arrested more criminal aliens. We will continue to expand our approach to deterring illegal migration. That includes constructing a physical barrier, supporting it with technology, and patrolling it with dedicated and professional men and women of DHS. It also includes our approach of prosecuting anyone who pays traffickers to smuggle people into our country. That includes especially those who smuggle children, including family members that smuggle children or pay to have them smuggled. Human smuggling across our border puts individuals, especially children, at great risk of assault, abuse, and even death at the hands of the smugglers. There's nothing the Attorney General and I want to do more than to put human smugglers out of business, and we will do everything in our power and within the law to do just that. Our efforts are working. As I reported back in March, we've seen a dramatic reduction in illegal migration across the southwest border. In fact, March apprehensions were 30% lower than February apprehensions. This is an overall reduction of 64% over last year. These numbers are lower because DHS and DOJ have shown that we're serious about border security and enforcing our immigration laws. The dedicated and selfless men and women who do this important, dangerous work have the knowledge, the training, and the resources, and this is a big one. They know that their administration and department have their backs. I'm honored to serve with the men and women of DHS who do so much every day to keep our country safe. And now I'd like to introduce the Attorney General for his comments.
Thank you very much, General Kelly. Thank you for your fabulous leadership. And you can feel, as I have last week in Nogales and yesterday in El Paso and here, the new morale and spirit among our Homeland Security personnel. Thank you for your leadership. And as you indicated, fundamentally, the person who chose you and who has inspired our officers is the President of the United States. I knew that if we had a strong leader who spoke clearly and boldly about ending this illegality, we would have progress. But I got to say, it's exceeded what I thought possible so far. So I'm excited about the path we're on. We're doing the right thing. We're working every day to have a lawful system of immigration, one that we can be proud of, one that serves the national interest. General Kelly, thank you for your cooperation with the Department of Justice, and you can be sure that our department is behind you and your personnel every step of the way. So it is a partnership. Now, yesterday, when in El Paso, we met with federal law enforcement and immigration officials there. Today, we've already had briefings from Homeland Security Investigations and the Otay Mesa Detention Facility. All of this has been informative and renewed our commitment to ensure that our men and women in law enforcement know that we have their back, that our prosecutors here and around the country know that this administration is serious about ending the lawlessness. The Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice work hand in glove on these issues, and I'm so pleased to work with General Kelly and his team. The Secretary and I have both spoken extensively about the dangers imposed by transnational gangs like MS-13, whose motto is murder, rape, and control. That encapsulates why they must be eradicated. They cannot be allowed to continue. We've also spoken about the dangers posed by lax immigration policies that allow these gang members to return even after they've been deported. That ends now. Today, I think it's important to talk about the sanctuary jurisdictions. It was nearly 2 years ago that Kate Steinle was shot and killed, dying in her father's arms along Pier 14 in San Francisco. The alleged shooter was an illegal immigrant with 7 prior felony convictions who had been deported from this country 5 times. Only weeks earlier, the city had released him from custody after being apprehended again. Even though the federal immigration authorities had filed a detainer requesting that he be held in custody until they could remove him for deportation proceedings. Even worse, this man admitted he came to San Francisco in part because of its sanctuary policies. So today, the Department of Justice sent letters to 9 jurisdictions that were identified by the Obama administration as having policies that potentially violate federal law and which receive millions of dollars in federal grants. These jurisdictions have until June 30th to send their legal justifications for why they are not in violation of federal law, and the state of California is one of these jurisdictions. California is no stranger to transnational gangs, and neither is New York. MS-13 was founded in Los Angeles and is on the rise now throughout the whole country, enriching themselves by peddling poison drugs in our communities, trafficking children for sexual exploitation, children as young as 12 years of age, and inflicting horrific violence in the communities where they operate. As you know too well here, Escondido's gang violence has jumped recently between 2 violent gangs, warring for turf, more shootings, more guns, more terrorized neighborhoods. Sanctuary jurisdictions have put known gang members back on the streets to join the West Side Gang in Escondido. Just the other day, it was reported that a local prosecutor in California went so far as to intentionally lower violent and heinous domestic abuse charges against a repeat offender so that the abuser wouldn't be deported. Think about the message that sends. If you are an alien and commit domestic violence, you will get special treatment. Prosecutors will charge you with a lesser crime so you can stay in the country. Enough is enough. When city politicians force local law enforcement to release criminals from Rikers Island, violent gangs and criminals benefit. Sanctuary jurisdictions put criminals back on the streets. They help these gangs to refill their ranks and puts innocent life, including the lives of countless law-abiding immigrants, in danger by refusing to share vital information with federal law enforcement. So I urge California, New York, and other jurisdictions to reconsider. Our federal law enforcement officers and prosecutors stand ready to work with you because every neighborhood, every street corner deserves to be free from gang violence. Thank you again, Secretary Kelly, for your leadership. The work that you are doing is improving our situation daily. And now I'll turn it over to one of my favorite and most respected members in the United States Senate, Senator Ron Johnson. He had a big win from Wisconsin for re-election. He chairs the Homeland Security Committee. His work is essential to helping us do our jobs. And Ron, thank you for being with us. Thank you for being on top of these issues, because I was extremely impressed today to see how knowledgeable you are on the challenges our men and women face. Ron Johnson.
Well, thank you, Attorney General Sessions and Secretary Kelly. One of the main reasons we come here, in addition to learning, and that's the main reason, but also just to thank the men and women that staff the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Department of Homeland Security, and local law enforcement. As the Attorney General was talking about, the people they're dealing with in these gangs are some of the most evil and barbaric people on the planet. And every day, the men and women of these local law enforcement agencies, public safety officials, leave their homes, the safety of their homes. They are literally laying down or putting their lives at risk to keep our homeland safe. So we're here and we're thanking them for that. Now, I've been here for 6 years in this position, 2 years as Chairman of Homeland Security. We've had 23 hearings on border security alone. One thing I certainly recognize is over the last administration, we got very good at apprehending, processing, and dispersing people that come into this country illegally. But there's a new administration in town, administration that is going to enforce our laws. So now it's going to be apprehension and enforcement, and we are already seeing the benefits of that kind of resolve, that kind of strength, that kind of dedication to enforcing our rule of law. And like Secretary Kelly said a couple days ago, we're not going to apologize for enforcing our law and taking the actions that must be taken to keep this nation and Americans safe. The other comment I just want to make is it has been remarkable. Department of Homeland Security has been an agency that's been troubled, that has been plagued by low morale, and I think largely because the men and women that have that courage have not been able to or given the authority to carry out their job and do their duty. Under this administration, they've been given that authority, and they have been expressing to us ever since the election. Their morale is high. They are so thankful that we finally have an administration that has made the commitment to secure our border and keep this nation safe. And so what Secretary Kelly and Attorney General Sessions are going to do is they are committed to continuing to force our law enforcement agencies, or give them the opportunity to enforce our laws, and that is going to make a tremendous amount of difference. And so again, I'm glad to partner with Secretary Kelly, Attorney General Sessions to do just that. Thank you. I guess any questions?
We recommend that cities work with the federal law enforcement to identify criminals who are illegal or otherwise subject to be deported and deporting them. So that's what we're seeking their cooperation to do. I do not believe that argument is a sound one. I believe it's more of an excuse than a reason. I believe many cities reject that and otherwise cooperate with the federal government. And so we'd like our cities that are being tempted by this sanctuary ideology to reevaluate what they're doing. Let's work together so that we can focus on the criminal element, and that's really where we're focusing on when we complain about sanctuary cities. We're talking about them having arrested somebody for a serious offense, and we're asking them simply to tell the federal government that they've apprehended this person who is subject to deportation, and then General Kelly and his team will set about to protect that city from that person's criminality by removing them. And remember, people don't have a right to demand entry into the United States, and certainly not the right to come unlawfully and then commit crimes and then complain about being deported. We've got to get our heads right on this issue. I think we can, hopefully we can avoid fights over it, but it's important for law enforcement.
Let me just add to that, if I could, that ideally the best place for us to pick up these illegal criminals is in jails and prisons. And it's inconceivable to me that an elected official at any level would prefer these kind of men and women to be released into the community than to turn them over to federal law enforcement, ICE, so that we can take them right, put them right in proceedings to get them out of the country. If they don't do that, then we have to go into neighborhoods. We have to go into courthouses. We have to go wherever we can find them and apprehend them. So if we had more cooperation, and let me tell you, regardless of what you hear, for the most part, that the police departments and the sheriff departments want to cooperate with us, turning these men and women over, criminals over to us in the jails. They know that if we don't do that, then we have to go to the neighborhoods and other places. So that's the appeal I have. Police departments, or more importantly actually, politicians who are elected, listen to your police departments and cooperate with us, and we won't go into neighborhoods, and consequently you won't have these accusations, at least. I don't really believe them, but these accusations that people are unwilling to report crimes. I mean, 911 is an anonymous phone call if you want to make it. I don't understand why anyone would not pick up the phone and report something in their community. They don't even have to give their name. Next question.
I totally reject that. I think that is a despicable statement. We would never do that. The Department of Justice is absolutely committed to race-neutral and fair application of the law in every circumstance, but we have lawful systems of immigration, and shouldn't that be enforced? Is that racist to say so? Is it wrong to say that if somebody enters our country unlawfully and they get caught next week in Los Angeles, that that's somehow an abusive thing to apprehend them and deport them? Surely it can't be the law that if you get past the border for a week, you get to stay in the country indefinitely. So I think this is a kind of extremist statement that I totally reject. I think the American people are tired of it, and American people would like to see us fix this system. We admit 1.1 million people to this country every year lawfully, to permanent residents in America. We're not a nation that rejects immigration. We have people crossing our borders every day, and so I reject that argument.
Sir, would you take back the statement about Hawaii and
We're moving on. Go ahead, you got it. Okay.
No?
This fellow right here.
I'll just say, since you're insisting on that question, I share with you my concern that we have 700 federal judges in America. I simply made the point that one of them, not subject to having the advice of General Kelly, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Defense, the CIA Director, one judge has overruled the constitutional authority of the President of the United States to protect America through his executive order, which I believe will be confirmed on appeal, and his judgment will be reversed.
This fellow right here. Yep.
Well, I don't know. I would say this about New York. New York has done some great things in criminal justice. They are following policies that have proven to reduce crime in America. We've had a disagreement with the mayor over sanctuary city policies. I strongly disagree with his ideas on that. But for many years now, the broken windows philosophy, the community-based policing philosophy, the way they process criminal cases in New York have created a murder rate far below that of cities like Chicago and Baltimore. So I don't know exactly what that comment was. I haven't heard it. But I do believe what New York has to be cautious about is altering those highly successful policies that have proven really to be models that I think other cities should consider.
One more, Steve.
Well, we don't want to arrest politicians, but I do think that the... You're okay, Ron.
You can say that. I'm a citizen legislator.
I'm a recovering politician. But I think the idea that the general shared is rank and file police officers know this is not a good idea. But chiefs of police in cities work for the mayors. They work for the city council, and they reflect their policies. That's who they're hired by and fired by. And so I do think the American people need to communicate with their leaders and let them know if they have a view on this one way or the other. And the democratic process can often play out, and politicians can sometimes have a better view after they've talked to their constituents.
Can I make one comment? Today we've gone through a laundry list of precedents set by courts and other types of rulings that have really hampered law enforcement's ability to carry out the law. And it's incredibly frustrating, and it makes our nation less safe. I want to make one point, particularly about ICE officers being given the opportunity to apprehend people where it's easier. And that was a comment made in our committee, but I've made the comment, no, it makes it safer for them as well. It's extremely important. When we make it easier for ICE agents to apprehend criminals, we are making it a lot safer so they can return home to their family. And let's not forget that. Let's honor these agents. Again, they are risking their lives to keep this nation safe. We need to do everything we can to support their efforts.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going down. Okay.
So that was the Attorney General, the Homeland Security Secretary, and of course a senator holding a press conference to talk about border issues, immigration, sanctuary cities, all of it. Looks like we've lost that feed now. I want to take you back to that fire that we were monitoring earlier. All right, so we believe this was a house explosion and fire in the suburban area of Markham. Markham's in Illinois. This is the Chicago area where this fire is taking place. Rather, a house explosion. The south suburb of Markham, a suburb of Chicago. Just before 4 o'clock Chicago time, people nearby reported they heard what sounded like explosions, and then they saw a fire coming from this direction. At one point, the house was completely consumed by fire, and as you can see, it has burned to the ground. Officials at this point have not confirmed the cause of the fire or whether an explosion actually occurred, nor have they released any information about possible injuries or whether anyone was home at the time of this explosion. Again, this feed coming in from our Fox station in Chicago, Fox 32. Their Skyfox chopper at the scene of this house explosion. Again, massive flames were seen coming from the house. An unfortunate situation for those residents there. Again, no word whether there are any injuries or whether anyone was home at the time of the explosion. Looks like chopper has left the scene now, so we are going to move on to another story. In fact, what we're going to do now is take you to the Boston area. Earlier today, attorneys for Aaron Hernandez's family were in court seeking an order to bar state prison officials from destroying evidence related to Aaron Hernandez's suicide. Again, they were in court earlier today. We're going to show you that now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leontire. All right. Good afternoon. All right. I have reviewed the papers, and Mr. Leontire, you changed the complaint a little bit, amended it a little bit, but I've looked at that, and so it's your motion, so I'll hear from you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I am appearing today on behalf of Shahana Jenkins Hernandez, who this morning was appointed the personal representative of the estate of Aaron Hernandez. I have provided the court with a copy of that appointment as well.
Yes.
The purpose of the petition, and the petition to the court is now titled Petitioner's Bill of Discovery. We went, just as a little quick so I can explain the Bill of Discovery if you don't mind.
Well, I actually interpreted your original complaint to be a bill of discovery.
Right, right. I just wanted to make it a little clearer.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So we filed the Bill of Discovery, and as the court is aware, the purpose of a Bill of Discovery is that the plaintiff expects to be a party to an action cognizable in a court. We have set out a preliminary notice as to what the potential action is. It certainly isn't expansive at this point because we have not yet had an opportunity to review the material that we're requesting. That initial cognizable action is an action for negligent supervision or negligence with respect to the care and custody of Mr. Hernandez in the control while he was incarcerated. We have cited and attached the regulations by the Corrections Department, the responsibility of the Commissioner of Corrections with respect to the safety of prisoners in their care and custody. But we are not, and the second major criteria of a bill of discovery is that we are not permitted at this stage to bring an action. We're not permitted because when filing it, as the court knows, when filing an action against the state, one has to give 6 months notice before any action is filed. And the concern that we have is that by the time we may be able to bring an action, if we so choose, and that's going to depend on the evidence that we discover going forward, we are very concerned about the loss of evidence in this case. So that's the first two criteria. We need to show what the petitioner's interest in this action is. Obviously, the petitioner, being the estate, is the beneficiary of any wrongful conduct or any actions. Therefore, I think we've met that criteria. Finally, we've, as I just previously stated, outlined the facts to be established. We are very narrow. We're not trying to be, and I want to be clear about this, at this stage, we don't know what's happened yet either. There has been a determination by the district attorney. Within some 48 hours, a medical examiner has made their determination. I will tell the court that we had second autopsy done yesterday. We don't have the results of that. We don't have the results of the medical examiner. And I will also tell the court that we are very disturbed, and one of the reasons we're bringing this action. We have not received one single communication from any public agency or official, except for the medical examiner, where we dealt with in order to obtain the release of the body and Mr. Hernandez's brain, after some controversy, I might add. With respect to what has transpired with Mr. Hernandez, regarding Mr. Hernandez's death, we read in the press release that there were suicide notes. No one has called us about those suicide notes. We don't know the status of those suicide notes. We don't know what those suicide notes say, if they are suicide notes. We have not been called or told any of the circumstances around Mr. Hernandez's death. We have to read it on Twitter, and we have to read it in the news. And there has been significant leaks by the public agencies that have been involved in this case. And frankly, I think it violates every code of decency that we don't treat victims, and let's make no doubt about it, the Hernandez family, irrespective of what Mr. Hernandez may or may not have done, they are victims as much as any other victim. And we don't treat victims of crimes the way this family has been treated. So that gives us extraordinary pause as to what's taking place by these governmental agencies. Let me give you one example. The district attorney in Middlesex issues the press release. He says that there was no check of Mr. Hernandez's cell from 8 p.m. until 3:03 a.m. There is some discussion, again, these are leaks, I don't know if they're true or not, that the guard failed to check Mr. Hernandez during that period of time and has been put on some sort of disciplinary action or leave. I don't know, because we don't know. We do know that the district attorney is saying from 8 to 3:03 there was no check of Mr. Hernandez. I will tell you that's extraordinary. That's extraordinary violation of the correction procedure by which prisoners are checked, not only for their health and safety, to see if they've escaped, to see what is transpiring. That gives us great pause as to what's taking place here. So the basic, let me also say that with respect to a bill of discovery, we're entitled under both Rule 27 and Rule 34 not only to depose, for example, we're not asking for any depositions here yet. We're asking for preservation and production. But under Rule 34, which is encompassed within Rule 27, it allows for both production and actually for interrogatories. We're not at that stage. What we are asking is that in this, an order by the court, which we provided a proposed order, is that the evidence of the circumstances around Mr. Hernandez's death be preserved. That's all we're asking for, and that we be given an opportunity to examine that evidence. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Leontine, let me just ask you, in terms of the relief that you're requesting.
Yes, sir.
I went through the specific list that you attached to the original complaint. Is the list attached to the amended complaint the same?
It is. I didn't change it. I would like to, but I didn't want to because they had, the defendants had been given notice, and I didn't want to. The order that I provided in the original and in the amended are identical.
Okay.
Okay?
I understand.
One other item, Judge, that I would like for you to consider, and I'm sorry I didn't get it to put it in a motion today, I was in probate court yesterday, is we would like an order to view Mr. Hernandez's cell. We have not had that opportunity. We don't know anything about it. We want to take pictures, look at it logistically as to what is alleged to have happened. So if the court would be so inclined, we'd appreciate that order included in the proposed order.
All right, I understand. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Murray.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. The plaintiff is essentially still asking for a preliminary injunction. He's changed the style of the caption, but it is in essence a preliminary injunction. He has offered no basis to the court to conclude that public officials acting in the performance of their official duties would do anything other than comply with the law. I may point out to the court that the written request was sent to numerous public officials and agencies 2 days ago. Hot on the heels of that public request came this complaint, styled as a complaint and request for a preliminary injunction, with a short order of notice to appear today. In the ordinary course, written responses regarding requests for retention of evidence are sent to counsel or to the person making the request. That takes, obviously, within time, and that request will be coming in the ordinary course of business. The investigation is ongoing by the Department of Correction. Even before the department had received the request for this preservation of evidence, the department had already taken steps, and as the court can see from the defendant's filing, there is a regular process to this. And the items that were taken from Mr. Hernandez's cell, all relevant videos, the AED equipment and readout, Mr. Hernandez's personal property that was in the Department of Corrections possession, have been secured. As I mentioned, the department's internal investigation is ongoing and expected to be completed soon. All relevant reports that have been generated have been preserved. The department's vendor for the inmate telephone system retains inmate phone recordings indefinitely. Numerous other materials are also retained. There will be a written response coming to counsel. However, as you would expect, these things take time to go through and ensure. But even before that written request was forthcoming, those steps were undertaken in the department's ordinary course. There's no basis here, nothing other than speculation, to conclude that anybody has acted in any way in the department except in the performance of their official duties.
I don't think the plaintiff has alleged otherwise at this point.
Well, the allegation is that there will be irreparable harm without a court order, but that's not true, and speculation can't support a court order because the department is retaining this information, and as courts in this Commonwealth have long recognized, injunctive relief is not necessary because courts recognize and assume and accord that respect, the respect the defendants here are keenly appreciative of, and people who hold high positions in the Commonwealth, that the public officials will act in accordance with their legal duties in the absence of an injunction. No injunction is necessary here. Rule 27 doesn't support the relief. Of course, I was served with those papers just a few minutes ago, the amended papers. But Rule 27 nor Rule 34 support the relief requested. And with respect to the additional request, I would make note with respect, there is a request in the amended papers to produce materials. Other people may have a legal right to be heard. For example, the request is for other inmate telephone calls. Those other inmates may have a right to notice and an opportunity to be heard before their phone calls are produced. That is something, of course, that will follow, but they have been preserved, and all of that material will be available. So with that in mind, there's no basis here and the plaintiff has cited not a single case that an injunction or a bill of discovery has been ordered in any circumstance such as this, pre-litigation. And with respect to the request of opportunity to view materials, I would be happy to discuss that, as I am confident our general counsel will be, to discuss that with Mr. Leontire. That request had not been made. The request that I understood had been made was to preserve, and those steps had already.
All right, everyone, we are going to cut away from this feed because we have wildfires in Florida. Wildfires in Florida. Live aerials coming in from Florida of these wildfires. All right, everyone, you're looking at live aerials coming in from this fire in Lakeland, Florida, just east of Tampa. Wildfires burning there. You can see all the smoke, lots of patches of fire throughout. An unfortunate situation for those residents there. As you can see, there are homes in the area. All right, everyone. Just some quick updates coming from the fire department in Lakeland. So we know that this is the Indian Lake Estates area of Polk County. Residents being asked to evacuate after this brush fire. Polk Fire Rescue say several structures are burning in the rural community east of Frostproof. All residents there are under a mandatory evacuation. As you can see, these views from Skyfox showed flames coming dangerously close to several structures, including homes. We know the Red Cross is working to open a shelter for evacuees. Polk County is under a red flag warning due to the dry weather conditions, and several small brush fires have broken out in the area today alone. Again, Polk County under a red flag warning due to the dry weather conditions, and several small brush fires, again, have broken out in the area, as you can see. Now, this is the area of the Indian Lake Estates. They have been especially hard hit, though, and officials have blamed arson in the past. Several large blazes swept through the campgrounds earlier this year, and then 7 new fires broke out in the same area over the last 2 weeks. Investigators believe many of them were purposefully set, but they don't have much hope of identifying the culprit or culprits. Now, a Fox photographer there in Tampa posting, way too early to know what caused this large fire in Indian Lake Estates, but remember, there have been 7 possible arson fires in the last 2 weeks. We're going to continue to monitor this situation. Again, this is in Lakeland, east of Tampa. Again, keep in mind there have been a number of arsons in this area. Officials have not said that these fires are a result of arson, but it's something to keep in mind. As you can see, many brush fires in different areas, potentially threatening homes. People in the area have been evacuated. It's an unfortunate situation for those residents there east of Tampa. Again, just to recap what you're watching, this is a few brush fires in the Lake Estates area of Polk County. This is outside of Tampa, a brush fire. We're now learning the latest update from Fox 13 in Tampa informs us that Polk Fire Rescue says several structures are now burning in the rural community. All residents there are under a mandatory evacuation. The Red Cross is working to open a shelter for those evacuated. Now, Polk County is under a red flag warning due to the dry weather conditions, and several small brush fires have broken out in the area today. Now, we are learning that the Indian Lake Estates area has been hard hit recently. That's due to arson. So it's unclear whether these fires started because of arson or for some other reason, but we'll monitor the situation. Mike Pace will be joining you in just a few minutes to give you more commentary and coverage of the situation in Florida.
And welcome, everyone, to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You can see here a horrible situation happening just east of Tampa as these fires continue to burn. This is in the Indian Lake Estates area. Another brush fire has broken out in the Indian Lake Estates area of Polk County, and residents are once again being asked to evacuate. And the Red Cross is working to open a shelter for evacuees. Polk County is under a red flag warning due to the dry weather conditions, and several small brush fires have broken out in the area today alone. Indian Lake Estates has been especially hard hit, though, and officials blame arson. Several large blazes swept through the campgrounds earlier this year. Then 7 new fires broke out in the same area over the last 2 weeks. Investigators believe many of them were purposely set, but they do not have much hope of identifying the culprit or culprits. All right, folks, stand by. It looks like we just lost that feed. Let's see if we get it reestablished back. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. There it is. All right, everybody, looks like it went blue. Let's see if we could get that feed reestablished, everyone. And folks, take a look at the local radar there. That's not rain, that is smoke that is being picked up on that radar, Indian Lake Estates there. Once again, folks, you are continuing to watch the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, and we really do wish that we had better news here for you, but brush fires in Florida, and this area has been hit very hard in the last couple of weeks, and a lot of the officials believe that most of the fires that they've been having in the past have to do with arson. Now, they don't know the situation that led up to this one, but they do believe that they have people that are starting fires in the area, and it's really unfortunate because look at all the damage that it does, and look at how many family homes it threatens in the process. All right, folks, stay here right with us. Let's see if this shot does come back. Last couple times it went blue. It does come back with video. Yep, there it is. And also, folks, take a look at the radar there, and that is not rain, but that is smoke in that area of Indian Lake Estates. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Once again, Polk County is under a red flag warning due to the dry weather conditions, and several small brush fires have broken out in the area today alone. And look at that as they really zoom in there. That is what firefighters are having to deal with this evening here. It's about 7:21 their local time in the evening. Indian Lake Estates has been especially hit hard, and officials blame arson. Several large blazes swept through the campgrounds earlier this week. Then 7 new fires broke out in the same area over the last 2 weeks. Investigators believe many of them were purposely set. Once again, folks, we are covering this live for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You can see our Fox 13 in Tampa. There's Sky Fox flying over this brush fire, burning close to the homes there in Indian Lake Estates, a community that has really been dealing with fires in the past couple of weeks. Many of the officials think it has to do with arson, and you're looking at a direct impact of what people can do now, unfortunately, and it could really affect hundreds of families and their homes. You can see also some of those bulldoze crews as well trying to get a line on this fire to try to stop it and contain this brush fire that is really threatening these homes there in Indian Lake Estates there just east of Tampa Bay, Florida. And right here, folks, you are taking a real zoomed-in shot here, and unfortunately looks like those structures will not be there for too much longer. Really unfortunate there, and when you're dealing with a home, you could see, oh, that's really sad right there. You could see that homeowner. He's trying to get his hose out, trying to do anything that he can at this moment. Wow, he's trying to defend his home right now, everyone. It might be too much for him to contain, though. Look at what is coming towards his home. He is going on the defensive. He has a hose out. That is all he has, just a garden hose. And he is really just trying to put these little fires out, and that's unfortunate, everyone. And you are taking a live look, everyone. You do see that homeowner there. He has his hose stretched out as far as he can go, and he's just trying to knock down. But you know what? Unfortunately, that smoke might be too much for him as well. He has nothing to protect himself. There are no fire officials by his home, and you could see that fire is just raging on, getting very close to his home. You can see the shed is about to get hit with the fire there. The shed is going to go first, then it's going to be the home, unfortunately. Many of you in the chat are hoping that this man does leave the area, as it is just a matter of time, unfortunately. You know, sometimes I've dealt sometimes with people that have lost homes because of brush fires and wildfires, and it's so hard for them to leave their property because, I mean, obviously that's your home. You feel so attached to it, and at the end of the day, it's something like this that could be so devastating, and our thoughts are with him. All right, you could see him, the homeowner there, but that smoke really must be getting to him as well. He's going to have to leave pretty soon. It's not worth your life at this point. You have a family, you have friends. It's not worth it at this point to try to battle this anyone. Our thoughts are with that man right there. Hopefully, everything will work out. Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're taking a live look here just east of Tampa at the Indian Lake Estates. And it looks like our Sky Fox may be leaving the scene, or they're just reconfiguring their camera. Just looks like they might be changing shots here. But officials say many homes right now are unfortunately at risk here. It's about 7:45 their local time. And right now we are learning that Polk County Sheriff has westbound lanes of the 60 shut down due to a traffic accident in that area as well. So they are dealing with a lot here in that area. Once again, folks, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and we are taking a live look here in Polk County, east of Tampa here, Indian Lake Estates, and lots of smoke in that area as fire crews are trying their very best to set up some lines to please defend those homes, defend those families' homes. But right now, so many homes right now are at risk of burning down. Once again, we are taking a look at that homeowner's situation. We just went a little black, but it'll come back here. Just going a little bit in and out here. We are seeing, this was the home that we were looking at just about 5 minutes ago, everyone. Now it looks like there is a fire official there. They are really working to create a line for this homeowner. Moments ago, the homeowner was outside with just a simple garden hose trying to defend his home. Now it looks like they're going to have a little bit better attack here. Hopefully they're able to contain this fire for him and save this home. So we know so many of you in the Fox 10 Facebook chat, as well as Fox10Phoenix.com, watching this live on News Now, are really pulling for this homeowner. We saw him about 5 minutes ago with that hose. Now we are hoping for the very best that crews are able to save his home. So many of you were saying, please, please, just let the guy go, and we did not want to see him get injured or anything. They do have evacuations, mandatory evacuations right now. Many of you were so worried about the homeowner that he was going to maybe get too much smoke inhalation or something like that, or be attacked by the fire, but looks like they have a couple fire crews there, but that fire is coming from every angle now on them. They need to put up some more lines, or this could get really tragic really fast. So you can see there, everybody, as more and more crews are coming to this home in response for that homeowner. Let's see if they're able to put more. You can see there, I have the bulldozer there that are really just trying to knock down these fires before they get too big here. Watching it all unfold live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. A homeowner right now is at risk of losing his home. We do have fire officials there and crews there on the ground trying to save it here in Indian Lake Estates. All right, and it looks like Chopper is leaving that scene. Looks like they do have to refuel here. This is a radar image, everyone, of Indian Lake Estates there in Florida, and the radar is picking up not rain that usually is with the green, but the green is representing the smoke in that area. All right, everybody, we will try to give you guys updates throughout the evening here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Hi, everybody. Mike Page here. I'm going to be with you guys for the next 4 hours on this stream. No Mary Kate this evening. It is just me right now. Coming up in about 2 hours, live right here in Arizona. We're going to have Bernie Sanders and Tom Perez here live doing a rally in Arizona. We'll bring that to you live in its entirety. So you guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Let's go to D.C. right here to take a live look right now at the White House. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, everybody, now we will be showing you a Mad Dog Mattis press conference.
To Israeli journalists and to American journalists selected in advance. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Secretary of Defense, General James Mattis, I would like to express my appreciation for your friendship, for your sincerity, for your support, and for your understanding of complexity of all challenges that we are facing here in Israel. No doubt, the main problem, not only for us, but for the entire world, it's an excess of evil. From North Korea to Tehran, to Damascus, and to Hezbollah in Beirut. And no doubt the main link in this chain, it's Iran. Iranians, they are trying to undermine stability in all Middle East, in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, and of course their activity against Israel through their proxies. We are sharing the same values, we are sharing the same views, and I hope that with your support we will be able to overcome all these threats and of course to bring peace and stability to this part of the region. We appreciate your success against Daesh, your operations, and you are leading the coalition against terror, against Daesh in Mosul, in Raqqa, and we really think that it's a great step forward to overcome the terror all around the world. On behalf of myself and the people of Israel, I would like to extend our gratitude and appreciation to the American administration led by the President Donald Trump. We're happy to see you, the first member of cabinet, visited Israel. And of course, we hope to see during this year President Donald Trump in Jerusalem also. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Minister Lieberman, my friend, and good morning, everyone. I'm honored to return to Israel once again to show my respect for this country and for the Israeli people. I am keenly aware that we stand together this morning, just a week before the Holocaust Remembrance Day, and we share a common determination to never allow such horrific events to recur. As you noted, this is my first visit to Israel as Secretary of Defense, and I'm honored as well to be the first cabinet official from the new administration to visit our friends here. This trip follows a number of senior-level engagements between the political leadership of our two countries, including President Trump's meeting with President Netanyahu in Washington in February and Minister Lieberman's visit to Washington in March. Our defense cooperation is nested firmly within our diplomatic relationship, and on that score, I'm pleased that the U.S. Senate confirmed Ambassador Friedman, who will arrive here next month. I just came from Saudi Arabia and Egypt, two other important U.S. partners in this region. My discussions in those countries reinforced the need for vigilance and for the strongest possible cooperation in the international community to defeat threats to all of our countries. Minister Lieberman and I just finished our third meeting since I became the Secretary of Defense in January. Our close and regular dialogue is a reflection of the enduring bond between our country's militaries. During this meeting, we had another in-depth conversation, sharing a keen appreciation for the security situation facing Israel and our friends in the region, and further refining the practical steps we are taking together to defend our shared security interests. The depth of our relationship was clear following the U.S. strike in Syria, when Israel immediately expressed its strong support for our action to enforce the long-standing international prohibition against the use of chemical weapons. Looking across the region, we in the United States recognize ISIS represents a clear and present danger not only to Syria and Iraq, but to Israel and other countries in this region, to Europe, and ultimately to the U.S. homeland. The coalition campaign against ISIS in Syria and Iraq, as you noted, Minister, it is on track, and we have accelerated and intensified that campaign to surround and isolate the enemy so we methodically remove its physical caliphate. In addition to our campaign to defeat ISIS, we also recognize the need to confront the destabilizing activities of Iran. Iran continues to threaten Israel and its neighbors with ballistic missiles through its maritime and cyber activities and through proxies and surrogates, including Lebanese Hezbollah, a terrorist organization helping to keep Assad in power in Syria. In the face of these threats, the United States maintains absolute and unwavering commitment to Israel's security and to its qualitative military edge over Iran or other threats. The foundation of our long-term commitment is the significant 10-year security assistance package we signed recently with Israel, which will enable Israel to continue to acquire the most advanced U.S. military technology. This complements our expanding cooperation on intelligence sharing, counterterrorism, and counterproliferation across the region. This specifically includes our continuing cooperation to defend against the ballistic missile threat, and in that regard, I congratulate Israel on the highly successful David Sling and Arrow 3 ballistic missile defense systems, both of which achieved initial operating capability. With Minister Lieberman, I look forward to accelerating progress on David Sling and Arrow 3 and the other elements of our defense cooperation. And in closing, our alliance with Israel is a cornerstone of a larger regional security architecture, which includes cooperation with Egypt, Jordan, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and our Gulf partners. My goal is to further strengthen our partnerships in this region in order to deter and defeat threats and ultimately to temper our adversaries' designs. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
First question will be from Tal Shalev, Walla News.
General Mattis, in 2013, you told the Aspen Security Forum that you think the current situation in Israel and the Palestinian Authority is unsustainable, and you warned that the settlements could lead Israel to becoming an apartheid state. Do you still stand by this position? And Mr. Lieberman, we've been hearing contradicting statements from the administration in recent days about how much Iran is complying or not complying with the Iran deal with the JCPOA. What is Israel's position? Does Israel want the U.S. to cancel the Iran deal?
To answer your question, I believe in Israel's security. And whatever it takes to keep Israel secure is where we stand and where we will always stand as Americans. In that regard, how Israel achieves its level of sustainable security is absolutely critical, and that includes all the peoples here inside the borders of Israel or inside the Middle East. All these people are going to have to work together. We're going to have to resolve it, and it's got to be done in a way that looks out for the rights of all those people. Minister.
Thank you. First of all, we're not in a position to give an advice to American administration, but of course we're happy to see a new policy review, a new approach. And first of all, regarding their terrorist activity, not Hezbollah and not Hamas, they're not able to exist even 1 week without Iranian support. Iranian operatives, they are trying to, as I mentioned, to undermine the stability even in Yemen and even in Iraq. Their efforts to create more proxies and more militias, it's also, I think it's a big concern for the both states. And I think that Iran, it's clear, the biggest sponsor in the world of terror, and according to this, their position, it's crucial to place more pressure, more sanctions on the Iranian regime.
Next question will be from Bob Burns, Associated Press.
Thank you. The question, Mr. Minister, can you confirm that Israel estimates that the Syrians retain between 1 and 3 tons of chemical weapons. And can you provide any evidence that that's the case? And a question for Secretary Mattis. What would be the implications for this large quantity of chemical weapons still being in Syria? And can you say whether the remaining Syrian Air Force has moved its aircraft, its combat aircraft, to the Russian base at Latakia, and what that might imply for future U.S. options to act against another example of Syrian use of chemical weapons? Thank you.
First of all, I hope that you do not expect that I will share with you our intelligence information, but I clarified my position. I think sometimes that we have 100% information that Assad regime used chemical weapons against rebels, and I think it was very, very clear position, and we strongly support the last U.S. action in Syria. It was very, very strong and new message to all this region.
Yeah, Bob, the bottom line is there can be no doubt in the international community's mind that Syria has retained chemical weapons in violation of its agreement and its statement that it had removed them all. There's no longer any doubt. The amount of it I don't want to get into right now. We don't reveal some of that detail because we don't want to reveal how we're finding out. But the bottom line is, I can say authoritatively, they have retained some. It's a violation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions, and it's going to have to be taken up diplomatically, and they'd be ill-advised to try to use any again. We made that very clear with our strike. So I'll just leave it at that. They have dispersed their aircraft. No doubt they've dispersed their aircraft in recent days.
Next question, Yoav Zaytoun, Ynet.
Mr. Defense Secretary, what is your opinion on the Iranian nuclear deal and agreement to which you have objected in the past? And will the U.S. insert changes that Israel is demanding? And another question, if your opinion, will the transfer of the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem lead to Jerusalem result in the escalations? And is that why the process has been frozen? And Defense Minister Lieberman, does Israel attack ISIS targets in the Sinai? And if so, are they done coordinations with the Egyptians?
Thank you. Yeah, on the Iran nuclear agreement, as our Secretary of State said about 3 days ago, Iran appears, to the degree we can determine it, and we're pretty confident, they appear to be living up to their part of the agreement. It is an agreement that is in force. The United States has signed it in the previous administration. It continues to be in force. That in no way mitigates against or excuses the other activities of Iran in the region, to include its support of the war in Yemen that grinds on thanks to their support, to the Iranian support, or what they're doing in Syria to keep Assad in power and continue the mayhem and the chaos and the murder that's going on there and the refugees. So those are separate issues, but the agreement on nuclear issues still stands, and that's all I can say about it. On the move of the embassy, that is something you'd have to take up with the Secretary of State. It's just not under my purview. I can't speak to that.
I think that we're really happy to see that the Egyptian military forces more active and more efficient in their fight against ISIS in Sinai. And of course, we saw that their last operation were very, very successful.
Last question from Idris Ali, Reuters.
Mr. Secretary, North Korea has once again made some provocative statements about making or taking strikes against the U.S. This comes after, Vice President Pence has made statements. You've made statements as well. At what point is there a tipping point where words just won't do it, and you have to take some sort of action beyond words? And the second question is, Aya Hijazi was sort of flown to the United States today from Egypt. Did her issue come up when you were meeting with President Sisi, and how significant is her release to resetting Egyptian-American relations? And Mr. Minister, the Trump administration has obviously made some very strong statements against Iran, but their actions seem to be very much in line with what the Obama administration did. For example, the recent sort of acknowledging that they're in line with the JCPOA. What do you want to see from the Trump administration that would differentiate them from the Obama administration in regards to Iran?
Thank you. As far as North Korea's latest words, I think we've all come to hear their words repeatedly. Their word has not proven honest. It's been provocative. They've not lived up to any statements they've made in the past. Years, decades actually, about stopping their ballistic missile and their nuclear programs. So I would just take their words at the same value we've always given them, as we've learned not to trust them. As far as the release of the American citizen, she was found innocent in the Egyptian courts, and appropriately she is returned home. We were happy to hear she was found innocent, and the court system recognized that she was not guilty of what she had been charged with. So it all turned out fine from our perspective, that she is now returned home with her family.
The new administration just now accomplished the first 100 days, and what we see, it's real, is that new administration in the midst of a new policy review. We see completely new approach to North Korea, Syria, and also Iran. I think that we saw in the last days a very, very clear and strong message regarding the Iranian regime, and
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are now going to be joined by our very own Danielle Miller. Danielle Miller is at the Bernie Sanders and Tom Perez, where the rally is going to be this evening. Danielle, what is the vibe like there?
Mike, we're here at the Mesa Amphitheater, where doors haven't quite opened yet. They open at around 5:30, but there is a line outside here waiting to get in. Quite a few people out here ready to see Bernie tonight for this rally. Crews are still busy in here in the Mesa Amphitheater getting all set up. Now, former Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders is set to talk here right around 7 o'clock tonight. And as you mentioned, Mike, he's teaming up with Democratic National Committee Chair Tom Perez for this nationwide Come Together and Fight Back tour. So basically, what they're talking about is their goal is to bring this Democratic Party together and just kind of join the forces here. Bernie has even said that he wants to make radical changes to the Democratic Party. He says that it's necessary for it to be successful. So I think tonight's event is basically just to gather the troops and see how they can reform this Democratic Party.
There you go. And Danielle, we know that in about 12 minutes they're going to be letting people in. Do you think that they'll be able to fill this amphitheater up?
From how many people are outside right now, I do not think so, but it actually doesn't start till 7 o'clock, so still plenty of time for people to fill this in here. There is a VIP section, Mike. Here, let me see if my photographer can shoot over there. So there's a barricaded section. They're telling us that that's a VIP section. Not quite sure who's going to be sitting right there, but I think it's pretty much general seating open here at the amphitheater tonight. But there is a line out the door. Definitely a lot of people waiting to get into this rally, but from what I saw, not enough to quite fill the amphitheater just yet, but doors don't open till 5:30, and it doesn't start till right around 7 o'clock tonight.
All right, and we'll have that right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thank you, Danielle, for giving us a preview and checking in with us.
Absolutely. Yep. See you later, Mike.
All right there. Thanks again, Danielle. You're taking a live look right now at the Capitol. You guys are watching the Fox 10 and News Now stream. And we will have that at 7 o'clock for you in about 90 minutes here. 90 minutes, Bernie Sanders event, Tom Perez in Mesa, Arizona. All right, in case you missed it, everyone, Jeff Sessions and Homeland Security Secretary John Kelly at the San Diego U.S. border today.
Jonathan, we ready to go? Yes, sir. Let's stand up there with him. You on that side over there, huh? Well, I'm Secretary John Kelly, Department of Homeland Security. I'm joined today by the Attorney General of the United States, Jeff Sessions, and Senator Ron Johnson, who's the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee in the United States Senate. I'll make a few comments, then these gentlemen will make comments. Well, I guess we're going to open it up for a few minutes of question and answer. In our system of government, the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice enforce the laws passed by the United States Congress. That includes our immigration laws. These laws exist to keep our people safe and our nation sovereign. Both the Attorney General and I are serious about border security and enforcing our immigration laws. In accordance with the executive orders signed earlier this year by our President, we have ended dangerous catch and release enforcement policies. We have significantly increased detainers for deportation, and we have arrested more criminal aliens. We will continue to expand our approach to deterring illegal migration. That includes constructing a physical barrier, supporting it with technology, and patrolling it with dedicated and professional men and women of DHS. It also includes our approach of prosecuting anyone who pays traffickers to smuggle people into our country. That includes especially those who smuggle children, including family members that smuggle children or pay to have them smuggled. Human smuggling across our border puts individuals, especially children, at great risk of assault, abuse, and even death at the hands of the smugglers. There's nothing the Attorney General and I want to do more than to put human smugglers out of business, and we will do everything in our power and within the law to do just that. Our efforts are working. As I reported back in March, we've seen a dramatic reduction in illegal migration across the southwest border. In fact, March apprehensions were 30% lower than February apprehensions. This is an overall reduction of 64% over last year. These numbers are lower because DHS and DOJ have shown that we're serious about border security and enforcing our immigration laws. The dedicated and selfless men and women who do this important, dangerous work have the knowledge, the training, and the resources, and this is a big one. They know that their administration and department have their backs. I'm honored to serve with the men and women of DHS who do so much every day to keep our country safe. And now I'd like to introduce the Attorney General for his comments.
Thank you very much, General Kelly. Thank you for your fabulous leadership. And you can feel, as I have last week in Nogales and yesterday in El Paso and here, the new morale and spirit among our Homeland Security personnel. Thank you for your leadership. And as you indicated, fundamentally, the person who chose you and who has inspired our officers is the President of the United States. I knew that if we had a strong leader who spoke clearly and boldly about ending this illegality, we would have progress. But I got to say, it's exceeded what I thought possible so far. So I'm excited about the path we're on. We're doing the right thing. We're working every day to have a lawful system of immigration, one that we can be proud of, one that serves the national interest. General Kelly, thank you for your cooperation with the Department of Justice, and you can be sure that our department is behind you and your personnel every step of the way. So it is a partnership. Now, yesterday, when in El Paso, we met with federal law enforcement and immigration officials there. Today, we've already had briefings from Homeland Security Investigations and the Otay Mesa Detention Facility. All of this has been informative and renewed our commitment to ensure that our men and women in law enforcement know that we have their back, that our prosecutors here and around the country know that this administration is serious about ending the lawlessness. The Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice work hand in glove on these issues, and I'm so pleased to work with General Kelly and his team. The Secretary and I have both spoken extensively about the dangers imposed by transnational gangs like MS-13, whose motto is murder, rape, and control. That encapsulates why they must be eradicated. They cannot be allowed to continue. We've also spoken about the dangers posed by lax immigration policies that allow these gang members to return even after they've been deported. That ends now. Today, I think it's important to talk about the sanctuary jurisdictions. It was nearly 2 years ago that Kate Steinle was shot and killed, dying in her father's arms along Pier 14 in San Francisco. The alleged shooter was an illegal immigrant with 7 prior felony convictions who had been deported from this country 5 times. Only weeks earlier, the city had released him from custody after being apprehended again, even though the federal immigration authorities had filed a detainer requesting that he be held in custody until they could remove him for deportation proceedings. Even worse, this man admitted he came to San Francisco in part because of its sanctuary policies. So today, the Department of Justice sent letters to 9 jurisdictions that were identified by the Obama administration as having policies that potentially violate federal law and which receive millions of dollars in federal grants. These jurisdictions have until June 30th to send their legal justifications for why they are not in violation of federal law, and the state of California is one of these jurisdictions. California is no stranger to transnational gangs, and neither is New York. MS-13 was founded in Los Angeles and is on the rise now throughout the whole country, enriching themselves by peddling poison drugs in our communities, trafficking children for sexual exploitation, children as young as 12 years of age, and inflicting horrific violence in the communities where they operate. As you know too well here, Escondido's gang violence has jumped recently between 2 violent gangs, warring for turf, more shootings, more guns, more terrorized neighborhoods. Sanctuary jurisdictions have put known gang members back on the streets to join the West Side Gang in Escondido. Just the other day, it was reported that a local prosecutor in California went so far as to intentionally lower violent and heinous domestic abuse charges against a repeat offender so that the abuser wouldn't be deported. Think about the message that sends. If you are an alien and commit domestic violence, you will get special treatment. Prosecutors will charge you with a lesser crime so you can stay in the country. Enough is enough. When city politicians force local law enforcement to release criminals from Rikers Island, violent gangs and criminals benefit. Sanctuary jurisdictions put criminals back on the streets. They help these gangs to refill their ranks and puts innocent life, including the lives of countless law-abiding immigrants, in danger by refusing to share vital information with federal law enforcement. So I urge California, New York, and other jurisdictions to reconsider. Our federal law enforcement officers and prosecutors stand ready to work with you because every neighborhood, every street corner deserves to be free from gang violence. Thank you again, Secretary Kelly, for your leadership. The work that you are doing is improving our situation daily. And now I'll turn it over to one of my favorite and most respected members in the United States Senate, Senator Ron Johnson. He had a big win from Wisconsin for re-election. He chairs the Homeland Security Committee. His work is essential to helping us do our jobs. And Ron, thank you for being with us. Thank you for being on top of these issues, because I was extremely impressed today to see how knowledgeable you are on the challenges our men and women face. Ron Johnson.
Well, thank you, Attorney General Sessions and Secretary Kelly. One of the main reasons we come here, in addition to learning, and that's the main reason, but also just to thank the men and women that staff the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Department of Homeland Security, and local law enforcement. As the Attorney General was talking about, the people they're dealing with in these gangs are some of the most evil and barbaric people on the planet. And every day, the men and women of these local law enforcement agencies, public safety officials, leave their homes, the safety of their homes. They are literally laying down or putting their lives at risk to keep our homeland safe. So we're here and we're thanking them for that. Now, I've been here for 6 years in this position, 2 years as Chairman of Homeland Security. We've had 23 hearings on border security alone. One thing I certainly recognize, over the last administration, we got very good at apprehending, processing, and dispersing people that come to this country illegally. But there's a new administration in town, an administration that is going to enforce our laws. So now it's going to be apprehension and enforcement, and we are already seeing the benefits of that kind of resolve, that kind of strength, that kind of dedication to enforcing our rule of law. And like Secretary Kelly said a couple days ago, we're not going to apologize for enforcing our law and taking the actions that must be taken to keep this nation and Americans safe. The other comment I just want to make is it has been remarkable. Department of Homeland Security has been an agency that has been troubled, that has been plagued by low morale, and I think largely because the men and women that have that courage have not been able to, or given the authority to carry out their job and do their duty. Under this administration, they've been given that authority, and they have been expressing to us ever since the election. Their morale is high. They are so thankful that we finally have an administration that has made the commitment to secure our border and keep this nation safe. And so what Secretary Kelly and Attorney General Sessions are going to do is they're committed to continuing to force our law enforcement agencies, or give them the opportunity to enforce our laws, and that is going to make a tremendous amount of difference. And so again, I'm glad to partner with Secretary Kelly, Attorney General Sessions to do just that. Thank you. I guess any questions?
We recommend that cities work with the federal law enforcement to identify criminals who are illegal or otherwise subject to be deported and deporting them. So that's what we're seeking their cooperation to do. I do not believe that argument is a sound one. I believe it's more of an excuse than a reason. I believe many cities reject that and otherwise cooperate with the federal government. And so we'd like our cities that are being tempted by this sanctuary ideology to reevaluate what they're doing. Let's work together so that we can focus on the criminal element, and that's really where we're focusing on when we complain about sanctuary cities. We're talking about them having arrested somebody for a serious offense, and we're asking them simply to tell the federal government that they've apprehended this person who is subject to deportation, and then General Kelly and his team will set about to protect that city from that person's criminality by removing them. And remember, people don't have a right to demand entry into the United States, and certainly not the right to come unlawfully and then commit crimes and then complain about being deported. We've got to get our heads right on this issue. I think we can, hopefully we can avoid fights over it, but it's important for law enforcement.
Let me just add to that, if I could, that ideally the best place for us to pick up these illegal criminals is in jails and prisons. And it's inconceivable to me that an elected official at any level would prefer these kind of men and women to be released into the community than to turn them over to federal law enforcement, ICE, so that we can take them right, put them right in proceedings to get them out of the country. If they don't do that, then we have to go into neighborhoods. We have to go into courthouses. We have to go wherever we can find them and apprehend them. So if we had more cooperation, and let me tell you, regardless of what you hear, for the most part, the police departments and the sheriff departments want to cooperate with us, turning these men and women over, criminals, over to us in the jails. They know that if we don't do that, then we have to go to the neighborhoods and other places. So that's the appeal I have. Police departments, or more importantly, actually, politicians who are elected, listen to your police departments and cooperate with us, and we won't go into neighborhoods, and consequently you won't have these accusations, at least. I don't really believe them, but these accusations that people are unwilling to report crimes. I mean, 911 is an anonymous phone call if you want to make it. I don't understand why anyone would not pick up the phone and report something in their community. They don't even have to give their name. Next question.
I totally reject that. I think that is a despicable statement. We would never do that. The Department of Justice is absolutely committed to race-neutral and fair application of the law in every circumstance, but we have lawful systems of immigration, and shouldn't that be enforced? Is that racist to say so? Is it wrong to say that if somebody enters our country unlawfully and they get caught next week in Los Angeles, that that's somehow an abusive thing to apprehend them and deport them? Surely it can't be the law that if you get past the border for a week, you get to stay in the country indefinitely. So I think this is a kind of extremist statement that I totally reject. I think the American people are tired of it, and American people would like to see us fix this system. We admit 1.1 million people to this country every year lawfully, to permanent residence in America. We're not a nation that rejects immigration. We have people crossing our borders every day, and so I reject that argument.
Sir, would you take back the statement about Hawaii? And
We're moving on. Go ahead. You got it. Okay.
No.
No?
What was that?
This fellow right here.
I'll just say, since you're insisting on that question, I share with you my concern that we have 700 federal judges in America. I simply made the point that one of them, not subject to having the advice of General Kelly, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Defense, the CIA Director, one judge has overruled the constitutional authority of the President of the United States to protect America through his executive order, which I believe will be confirmed on appeal, and his judgment will be reversed.
This fellow right here. Yep.
Well, I don't know. I would say this about New York. New York has done some great things in criminal justice. They are following policies that have proven to reduce crime in America. We've had a disagreement with the mayor over sanctuary city policies. I strongly disagree with his ideas on that. But for many years now, the broken windows philosophy, the community-based policing philosophy, the way they process criminal cases in New York have created a murder rate far below that of cities like Chicago and Baltimore. So I don't know exactly what that comment was. I haven't heard it. But I do believe what New York has to be cautious about is altering those highly successful policies that have proven really to be models that I think other cities should consider.
One more, Steve.
Well, we don't want to arrest politicians, but I do think that the... You're okay, Ron.
You can say that. I'm a citizen legislator.
I'm a recovering politician. But I think the idea that the general shared is rank and file police officers know this is not a good idea. But chiefs of police in cities work for the mayors. They work for the city council, and they reflect their policies. That's who they're hired by and fired by. And so I do think the American people need to communicate with their leaders and let them know if they have a view on this one way or the other. And the democratic process can often play out, and politicians can sometimes have a better view after they've talked to their constituents.
Can I make one comment? You know, today we've gone through a laundry list of precedents set by courts and other types of rulings that have really hampered law enforcement's ability to carry out the law. And it's incredibly frustrating, and it makes our nation less safe. I want to make one point, particularly about ICE officers being given the opportunity to apprehend people where it's easier. And that was a comment made in our committee, but I've made the comment, no, it makes it safer for them as well. It's extremely important. When we make it easier for ICE agents to apprehend criminals, we are making it a lot safer so they can return home to their family. Let's not forget that. Let's honor these agents. Again, they are risking their lives to keep this nation safe. We need to do everything we can to support their efforts.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right there. So you did see President Trump officials there in San Diego at the U.S.-Mexico border area. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. In about an hour and 15 minutes, we will have that Bernie Sanders live event for you from Mesa, Arizona, right here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. In the meantime, what we are going to be showing you, I thought this was kind of interesting, actually. Let me just close that out. Okay, this is interesting. You know, guys, I love space and I love NASA-related stuff. I do want to show you, this was really cool. We're going to learn exactly what was on that supply mission that we saw earlier this week that is going up to the International Space Station. Just a couple days ago, we have a new crew there, Expedition 5051. So let's take a look now at what was in that resupply mission there.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us live from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I'm Cheryl Warren in the Office of Communications. We're here live with an audience who is excited to see a launch. Am I right? Woo! Welcome. We're here today for What's on Board to discuss some of the science that's headed to the International Space Station. Launch is targeted for April 18th at 11:11 a.m. Eastern from Cape Canaveral Air Force Station in Florida. Today, we'll have a number of guests that come up and talk to you about the exciting science that we're sending to station. I will ask questions from the audience as well as online. So if you're following us on social media, please use the hashtag AskNASA. Our first guests today are Dr. Tara Rutley and Dr. Mike Roberts. Tara?
Great. So thanks, everyone. I'm not kidding when I say it's really fun to be here at the Kennedy Space Center. You sound like you're already pumped up. Got me pumped up, too. Seems like you've seen some really interesting things today so far, right? Yeah, this is a really great place to be right before a launch. You get to see some of the science processing facilities. I'm from Houston, Texas at the Johnson Space Center. I work in the Space Station Science Office. I heard a woo, yeah. Yes, so I have the coolest job, I think, here. We'll talk about that. Because I get to see all the science that comes across and heads for the space station, including the National Lab science that Mike's going to talk a little bit about. So I've gotten a chance to speak to some of the scientists who are here today, whose payloads are going up on this next launch. And they're ready to talk to you, so it's going to be an exciting hour. To give you just an overview of Space Station, you all know, I think, for the most part, that it is a laboratory. It's a research laboratory in space. Now's the time to use this laboratory as a way to test out some of the systems and do some research involved in how we go and explore beyond the Earth orbit. There's lots of human physiology we need to understand. There's lots of technology development. There's food production that you're going to hear about. Things that we need to take the time now to use the laboratory to move forward. But, I mean, it's also a platform by which it gives us a unique environment to try new things we haven't done before, to do new studies that might elucidate some mystery, to help us improve our ways of treating disease, or how we approach our aging process, and how we create new materials for use here on Earth too. So it's got some Earth benefits that we're already starting to receive. So it's a unique platform. You already know there's nothing like it anywhere else. All of our partners across the partnership, JAXA, ESA, CSA, Roscosmos, us, all participate in the research, so we share in that. We all have goals for human exploration, goals for Earth benefits. Right now, I think this orbital launch is going to enable the continuation and some new investigations of about a little over 250 science investigations over the next 6 months. And that's, crazy. And it represents like almost 1,000 scientists from around the world. So the women and men that are up there now and who are going to be headed up there over the next 6 months will be busy doing all of your research in a way that's going to bring around the benefits that we all are looking to see. And so today, you're going to hear from some groundbreaking scientists who have never done anything what's about to be done on the space station before. And it's also going to pave the way for new capabilities. Particularly interesting are the new capabilities that are being added for molecular biology, and some studies of some of the changes that happen in physiological or living systems at a level you can't see all the time, but they're still always happening. So new capabilities for new scientists, and some technology development too, such as crystallizing different materials that could be used as radiation detection devices and such. So it's leveraging that microgravity environment, I think you all know, to be able to bring the benefits back home to us, and to allow us to explore further. And with that, I'll pass along to Mike Roberts.
Thanks, Tara. So Tara is here representing NASA, and NASA is obviously one of the primary real estate owners and operators of the International Space Station in partnership with the international partners. There is also on the International Space Station an orbiting national laboratory, the ISS National Lab. And the ISS National Laboratory is managed by a non-government organization, CASIS. That's who I'm here representing, the Center for the Advancement of Science and Space. Our mission is to work with NASA to offer opportunities for access to the International Space Station, to the space environment. So as Tara mentioned, the International Space Station is an orbiting laboratory. It's also an observatory. You've seen lots of pictures, I think, of Earth from the International Space Station. It operates in a unique environment that enables it to be utilized not only as a laboratory, because you have 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year free access to microgravity, which has very profound effects not only upon large organisms like humans, but also it affects even the smallest among us, the viruses, the bacteria, the archaea that live within and on us. And a lot of those molecular tools that Tara was highlighting upon are of interest to NASA. As we move farther away from low Earth orbit and go deeper into space, we need to take with us tools that we can monitor the health not only of the humans that are there, but also the health of the physical environment of the microbes that are associated with them. And you're going to hear a little bit about some experiments that are going to be conducted by students today who are utilizing cutting-edge molecular tools that will inform us about the environment's effect upon aging as we travel into space. In addition to being an observatory and a laboratory, the International Space Station National Laboratory is also a platform for innovation. So there are opportunities for STEM education. There are opportunities for students to not only participate in in scientific experiments, but actually to propose experiments that they want to do in space. You'll hear more about one of those today. It's also a platform for innovation for companies, both large and small. So one of the main focus areas for the International Space Station National Laboratory is to enable access to space environment for commercial organizations who see in space a benefit to their product line or to areas of research and technology development that are currently engaged in. You'll hear a little bit about that today as well from companies that are interested in developing new scintillation crystals for radiation detection that can be used here on Earth or in space. You'll hear more about opportunities for small satellite launching opportunities through one of the implementation partners, NanoRacks. You'll also hear a little bit more about opportunities for materials testing in that environment. And you'll hear about some experiments that are focused on bringing those fundamental understandings of life and microgravity down to the physical level and the molecular level. And there are a lot of tools that are available to do that now that are being improved by actual utilization in the space environment. CASIS is not only focused, however, on the commercial side, we also work with other government agencies. Those are government agencies in addition to NASA, like the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, who are also seeking to exploit low Earth orbit for science investigations.
That's all great, Dr. Mike. Do you actually have a video for us by chance?
I do. I have a short video we'd like to show you about the scintillation crystals experiment that's going up on OA7.
So why do humans care so much about science? Why are we so intrigued by research and learning? We're problem solvers. We want to dig into it and dissect it. We are just that kind of inquisitive people, trying to answer the question of why and how and maybe when. The first 10 years of the station were all about assembling it. We now have the opportunity to do research at a broader scale, a higher level. At any one time, there could be 200, 300 different experiments going on.
RMD has developed this new crystal, which is a scintillator. Scintillators are crystals which emit light when they are exposed to radiation. An experiment like ours, we can use universal hardware and platforms which are already on the space station. There's a huge, huge excitement factor. You feel like you live in a science fiction movie.
We're really working hard, both sides, NASA and National Lab and CASIS, to get new users to come in and do your world-class science on the station.
Excellent video. Speaking of how and why, do we have any questions from anyone in the room for Dr. Rutley or Dr. Mike Roberts? Who's going to be brave? How about first row?
What training do student scientists need in order to make their way to your offices?
So first of all, the orange flight suit did not throw me at all. It didn't even shock me, but it's so cool. So very cool. So students come from many different areas, and mostly most of the students for Space Station come through the National Lab effort. Dr. Mike will share that with you. But also, if you look up STEM on Station, there are lots of opportunities for students to participate in Space Station activities through there. But I'm going to let Mike share with you some of the specifics about student involvement.
Yeah, so I would say the one most important thing is imagination. It's about thinking of an idea, something that you think, how is this going to happen in the space environment, and bring that idea to it. So there are opportunities that can touch children at any age, from story time in space, we talked about briefly before. There are opportunities to simply enjoy an astronaut reading a story and understanding the way that life occurs in the space environment. I have two children, one who's 20, one who's 13. The younger one has never lived in an era where there were not humans in space, right? The 20-year-old, he's an old guy now. He grew up not knowing that humans were in space all the time doing cool stuff. There are opportunities through programs like challenge programs that offer opportunities for students to design payloads. There are opportunities for older students to actually begin designing small satellites where they not only can form a team that actually assembles the electronics and the actual part of the hardware, they can actually design experiments that go on inside them. So we're entering that realm now where space is accessible to everyone. It's not just a focus of the space agencies and the questions they have. It's really going to be at a point, not in the not too distant future, when you can probably go to some online ordering company and design your experiment and send it up for a reasonable amount of money. The way that we tend to operate in laboratories now, we send a lot of the analyses outside now, and all we're going to do in the future is add more opportunities for space science to that.
Those are really good points. And also there are opportunities through the Sally Ride EarthCam. If you look that up, it's managed by the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, and you can request imagery of certain areas from the space station. And then there's also the ISS ham radio opportunities too. So if you've got some ham radio enthusiasts, there are opportunities to get a group together and perhaps talk to the astronauts on space station with a ham radio. And like Dr. Mike said, you know, I think if you're a student and you can think of any science experiments you've ever done, and you think of how it might behave if you take gravity away, I think you'll find that you might be coming up with some really new creative, innovative ideas that Dr. Mike was referring about.
Great. So we do have 2 microphones in the room, so please do let us know who you are and where you're from as well.
My name's Debbie Reynolds. I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. My question is about all the experiments that are going on up at the space station. So obviously all of the crew members that are there come from varied backgrounds. So what kind of training do they have to be able to run all those different experiments? Obviously they're not all biologists or physicists or things like that. So I'm curious about that, how they all get accomplished.
Right. So all of the astronauts who participate or fly up to space station get trained in some aspect of the science. So usually payloads or the science experiments are assigned to crew members in advance, and they'll spend part of their 1.5-year training period. It'll be heavy on the science too. So they get trained specifically with the experiments that they're going to be working on, and that means they may get to know the principal investigator depending on how complex the experiment is. And all of our partners go through that. Once they're on orbit, they are proxy scientists, and so they actually work with our lead increment scientists on the ground here, but they also have an opportunity to call the principal investigators too from space and work through issues with them, or maybe additional runs of an investigation with the PIs. So lots of opportunity to make sure that I'll tell you one thing: the astronauts absolutely own the science. They take full responsibility for it. That's what they care about. On orbit, that's their job, and so they are fully vested in the science on station.
I know we have other questions in the room. Do we have any questions online right now? Again, if you want to submit a question, please use the hashtag AskNASA. Take one.
Okay, so how do you ensure that the research, info, articles, data conducted on board the ISS are accessible to the public?
Okay, so I think both of us can address that, but if you go to nasa.gov/ISS-science, that's a repository of all the investigations that are performed on space station. We keep all content, and in that we also include a listing of the results, publications, scientific publications. But while that's our core, we also put out lots of communication products, such as web stories. You can follow us on Twitter at ISS_research. And so some of the fascinating results that come from Space Station Science go out on social media. Also, they are posted on the ISS Facebook page. We do a lot of outreach. But really our focus is to make sure that the public knows as much as possible about the benefits that are coming back to you. And about benefits for exploration for space too. But we try publicly at the website, and then we take it from there by spinning off lots of different communication products.
Yeah, and there's information available on a couple of different websites for cases and ISS National Lab payloads. The most important one is to go to spacestationresearch.com. There's information on there that will provide you details about the capabilities that are there on station. It will have links to the publications that not only came from ISS National Lab, but from previous investigations that predate ISS National Lab. And there's a lot of opportunities just to ask questions. Part of CASIS's mission is taking the capabilities of research in space to a whole new audience. So we spend a lot of time at destination station events in partnership with NASA, speaking to communities about opportunities there. And we also have a very active STEM education program. So there's a lot of opportunities to learn about what's going on station. As a non-governmental organization, we also publish an annual report, which has lots of boring statistics and numbers in them. But there's information in there on all of the science and technology that's going up to station each year.
All great questions, and I know there's many more in the room. However, we do have a number of other guests with us today. So if you don't mind, let's give a round of applause to Dr. T and Dr. Mike. Thank you. For our next guest, we're going to hear from Dr. Howard Levine and Brian Onate to discuss the advanced plant habitat.
Thank you.
More applause. Thank you.
I think there's 3 of them.
So I brought a visual aid. This is a plant called Arabidopsis, not your average plant. This is actually the most used plant for basic research on Earth and on the International Space Station. So the first science experiment that's flying on the advanced plant habitat will be using Arabidopsis. And if you have any further questions, I can elaborate later. I'm the project scientist for the advanced plant habitat. But why don't we go to the slides, if we could. This is Brian Onate, by the way. He's the project manager for the project, which has been 4 years in the making.
4 years in the making. So good afternoon, everyone. Project manager, what an exciting time to be actually flying this payload after working on it for many years. We had a white piece of paper when we started. They said, go build this, maximize the plant growth or the science area as much as possible, minimize the resources around it. That way we can grow plants from seed to seed and grow the largest plants we can on space station. So it's very exciting for us. If we go back to the slides real quick, what you saw in the picture there was our high fidelity prototype. And we call it the Engineering Development Unit, the EDU. Everything's an acronym at NASA, the alphabet soup that is out here. I'm just going to talk real quick about it, starting from the, I guess, the left, working my way right. On the very left, there are 3 main components in there. I'm going to talk about 2 of them, and I'll talk about the last one at the very end. We have our power system in there, and we have our water system for our plants. Moving our way towards the middle, you see that where the pink light is, that is actually the growth chamber. Again, it'll be the largest plant chamber, environmentally controlled chamber on the ISS, which is very, very exciting to have that capability up there. On each side of the chamber, you see these little modules on the side. That's actually our temperature and humidity control. And it actually allows us to control the temperature and humidity at various levels for the plants that they need. On the bottom corner, on the left, you see a drawer. That's part of the International Space Station that we got. And there we have our reservoir where we have our water, and we also have our CO2 tanks. And obviously, you see the pink lights. We also have a lighting system. It goes up to about 1,000 micromoles, which is a scientific term that I will let Dr. Levine talk about. But it actually, we have the capability of producing about half the sunlight that you see. So if you were to go outside today, it's a pretty powerful light. And the mystery box. Well, in NASA, we have to give acronyms and everything and try to make it as cool as possible. We have a farmer. It's PHARMER. It's the Plant Habitat, Avionics, Real-Time Management, and Express Rack. And there will be a quiz later to see who remembers that. So we have a farmer. What does the farmer do? Well, the farmer is in charge of running the whole payload. We basically run about, I would say 90% of the payload from the ground. We need the crew members to put water in the system for us, do some maintenance activities for us to remove some filters, basically just make sure that the chamber or the payload is ready for all the plants. So it's an exciting time for us. I'm so glad that we're going to launch this very soon and give a lot of capabilities. And with that, Dr. Levine, he's going to talk to us about some of our first experiments we're going to do.
So if we could go back to the slides, please. So this is wheat grown within this EDU that Brian was talking about. So we're flying up the hardware on 2 rockets. We're flying it up on OA-7 and then SpaceX 11. So the hardware will get to station. It'll be put together. There'll be a checkout. And we're going to do a test germination of 2 species. One is wheat, and the other one is, what's this called?
A Arabidopsis.
Arabidopsis. You fail. So this is wheat. Let's go to the next slide. So this is a Arabidopsis. Again, it's a much smaller plant. We start off putting multiple seeds in each location to make sure that we have good seedling growth and development. And you're going to see the next slide, we're going to be thinning these out. So now we're down to 1 vigorous seedling per location. Next slide, please. So here they are. They've grown a bit more. They're at what we call the rosette stage. Next slide. Here they are. It's just about week 4, and you're beginning to see the shoots. We call it bolting. The shoots are sprouting forth upward, and you can even see the beginning of flower development at the top of the shoots. Next slide. So this is at about 4 to 5 weeks, so much more stem and flower development. Next slide. And then this is what it looks like after 6 weeks. So the great thing about Arabidopsis is it goes from seed to seed in 5 to 6 weeks. So that's a very short generation time. And it's also been completely sequenced for its DNA. So we know all of its genes. There's an incredible database in terms of when its genes do different things. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of strains of Arabidopsis, each one tailored for a specific purpose.
Great. With that, we'll open it up for questions. Right here. Oh, 1 second.
Hi, I'm Megan Scheller from Indianapolis, Indiana, and I teach 5th and 6th grade science. And I wanted to ask you, you said you started with a blank sheet of paper, and now you have this very amazing piece of equipment. I teach my students the STEM and the engineering design process. Can you kind of comment on some of the skills that your team has used? Was there a lot of teamwork, collaboration, communication, testing over and over? What are the skills that are needed to get from a blank piece of paper to something this impressive?
Absolutely. Good question. Yes. Very challenging. So NASA, we have a lot of engineering experts here. But first, we started with our scientists, right? We went to our end. What I've come to find out is my customer, is what I've learned through the process. He's my customer. I went to him, asked him, what do we need to develop? What do you need? He gave us a list of requirements. We also partnered with cases. So we went to our commercial partners and said, if we have this capability on ISS, what can we do? So we started with that. We used engineering, technicians, scientists. It wasn't just a NASA effort. We also worked with Orbital Technologies Corporation. They're a company out of Madison, Wisconsin. And again, they had engineering, technicians, scientists. So we partnered with all of them. And what is really cool, if the picture you saw with the growth chamber, it's about the size of a mini fridge that you might have in your office. You know, that's as big as we can make it. Our local engineers actually fabricated that. They built the shell here locally. We machined it. So we, NASA, take a lot of pride because the science that's going in there was actually fabricated here by engineers at Kennedy Space Center. So very exciting. It takes a collaboration, skills all across the board to make this happen.
But the scientists are his customer.
The scientists are my customer.
Right here in the front row.
Hi, I'm Claudette from Fort Lauderdale. I wanted to ask you, I mean, there are so many plants that you could choose from. How do you weed out which one? Had to throw it in there, How do you weed out which ones you want to use, which ones would work, that kind of thing?
So most of the science that flies on the International Space Station is what we call peer-reviewed science. So NASA puts out a solicitation saying, well, we're interested in this kind of research, and then scientists from all around the country submit proposals. and they submit proposals for a particular species. So it happens that about 80% of the proposals are with a Arabidopsis. Better, a little bit better. However, as we get more and more into the exploration mode, we're beginning to shift into food-producing species, especially when we want to do what's referred to as bioregenerative life support systems, where we use plants for as food, but also to produce oxygen and scrub CO2 and purify water. So there's a lot of good things that plants do that complement humans. So there's a shift gradually towards that more applied aspect. So that's the wheat that you saw before kind of represents that category.
Quick check with our folks online. Do we have any questions from social media?
So we have a question from Jamers3294 on Twitter, and his question is very simply, so when will the astronauts get to eat a fresh salad?
They already have. Not from APH, the Advanced Plant Habitat, but from Veggie, which is up there currently. So that is our goal, and we continue to use the Veggie hardware that's up on station. And in fact, there's a second Veggie unit that is going up. I don't know if that was part of the briefing, but on this OA7 flight. So Veggie has about the same footprint for growing plants as the Advanced Plant Habitat. But it doesn't have the controlled environment that the Advanced Plant Habitat has. But that could be almost just as important, because as you scale up plant growth for food, you're not always going to have a very controlled environment, because it's very expensive and elaborate to create that controlled environment. So you may, in fact, have something like Veggie where you're just pulling in the air from the cabin environment and seeing how you can grow plants based on that limitation. And we've been successful in doing that, and we hope to expand upon that.
And if I can add to that real quick, so Plant Habitat has 4 quadrants. So what we could do in the future is we could plant 4 different, for instance, make a salad, lettuce, tomatoes, onions, peppers, and they all have different growth cycles. So what we could do is actually start them individually, so that way they can harvest all at the same time, and they can have a salad straight across the board as if they went to the local grocery store. So it's just an option. I'm just throwing it out there to my customer. So.
It sounds delicious. We have time for one more question in the room here in the back in the green, please.
We're not currently planning on growing potatoes in Advanced Plant Habitat. It's possible. However, members of our team here at Kennedy Space Center are growing potatoes in simulants of regolith, as you would find on Mars. So that work has started. In fact, it started a number of years ago. It's not that we just started it, but that's an ongoing effort. I can't claim to be Mark Watney, though.
I don't think anybody can but Mark Watney. All right, thank you both. Appreciate it. Thank you for the show and tell. He brought what, guys? Gonna get it right?
Arabidopsis.
So much better, but not quite together. Thank you again. And our next guest is Saurav Sinha, and he's going to talk to us about ADCs and microgravity, and starting with what that means exactly.
Well, thanks for having me here. It's really great to be here. We've been working on this project for about 2 years now, so finally seeing it come to fruition and getting ready for takeoff here. So what we do, Saurav Sinha, Chief Executive Officer of Oncolinks Pharmaceuticals, what we do is we develop targeted cancer drugs that don't have any nasty side effects of chemotherapy. So what that means is we take supercharged chemotherapy, we link it to a carrier molecule, gets carried directly to the cancer cell, and then binds onto that cancer cell, releasing the drug just to the cancer cells and not the healthy cells. So that's really a way to avoid all those side effects like nausea, hair loss, the anemia, all those other nasty side effects that are commonly associated with chemotherapy today. Now, what we really hope to do on the International Space Station is bring some of that microgravity environment and the unique microenvironment of the tumors in microgravity back here on Earth. So basically when we do research on Earth, we have those cancer cells laying flat in a petri dish. But that's not really how tumors evolve or grow in your body. So solid tumors actually form these spheroids. So in microgravity or no gravity, these cells will float around and they'll bind onto each other and they'll actually form these spheroid tumor models. And basically, the microenvironment of those spheroids are very, very different than what you would find in a petri dish where the cells are just laying flat. The inside of those balls are very, very hypoxic. There's no oxygen that gets into the middle of those spheroids, and actually the tumor cells are actually dead, so it's only the outside of the spheroid and the solid tumor that's actually growing. So what we really hope to do is study that microenvironment, figure out exactly how our drugs are metabolized in those solid tumors, so that way when we move into clinical trials, hopefully in the next couple of years, we'll have a better understanding of which drugs work the best for which tumors, and how we can really optimize these drugs to treat as many patients as possible. So with that, I'd like to thank NASA, I'd like to thank CASIS, I'd like to thank the University of Buffalo, BioServe, all our partners, and the University of Houston who've partnered with us on this, and I'll open it up from questions for there.
Great. We'll start with questions from the room. Right here in the second row, please.
So on Earth with the 2D Petri dish, apparatus, we know you put the film and you look at it through a microscope. So how does that apparatus change, or how does that look differently in capturing that in 3D in space?
Great. So maybe this would be a good time to bring up the slides, and I can answer that exact question. We'll go to the first picture. So basically we have these biocells, and that's exactly what I'm filling there with Luis Zia, who's a really great engineer from BioServe. He did a lot of great work for us. And in these what's called biocells, the cells will be deposited there. They'll float around. We actually put in magnetized molecules that help the spheroids form much quicker, so then we can get to testing them much quicker. And basically, we'll use microscopy and fluorescent microscopy to really image the cells. And we can actually see these spheroids forming over the course of days. They'll start to form very small, and then once they sort of latch onto each other and form these initial balls, and they grow very rapidly from there. And then we can go to the next slide. The next picture there, that's Luis Zia, myself, and Matt Vallone, another BioServe engineer. That's the PHABs, the biocells, and our syringes with all the drugs and cells loaded into them. So those are the last human hands that'll touch them here on Earth until they're opened up on the International Space Station. So any other questions?
Question right here in the front row, please. Just wait for the microphone.
Do you have any particular type of cancer that you're targeting right now, or are you just doing generally all different type of tumor cells?
Great. So great question. So the cells that are going up on the International Space Station are lung cancer cells. But what's most unique about antibody-drug conjugates is that we have that targeting molecule that'll carry that supercharged payload right to the cancer cell. So if you swap out that targeting molecule, you can actually carry it to lung cancer or breast cancer or colon cancer, kidney cancer, and so on. So you can actually target many, many different cancers using just one targeted molecule.
Great question. As a reminder, if you're watching online, please use the hashtag AskNASA to submit a question. Sarah, any questions? Anyone else in the room? Anything else to add, Sarov?
No, just looking forward to launch tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
And our next guest, we're going to hear about Genes in Space, a student experiment. This is Julian Rubenfein, and we have Dr. Sebastian Craves from Genes in Space.
Thanks very much. Genes in Space is a national science competition inviting students in middle school and high school to design a DNA analysis experiment that can help us tackle a question posed by space travel, an opportunity or a challenge of space travel. And every year we invite kids in grades 7 through 12 to respond to this challenge by designing an experiment that utilizes the unique capabilities and microgravity environment of the ISS. Last year, 2016, we received over 380 proposals representing around 1,000 participants from across the country. And the top 5 were invited to receive mentoring from scientists at MIT and Harvard, and they came to present their projects at the International Space Station R&D conference in San Diego, where Julian Rubenfein emerged as the winner. Today we will hear directly from Julian about his experiment to not only answer a fascinating and relevant question about space travel, which is what happens to the end caps of our chromosomes as we travel through space, but Julian's experiment is also helping us build further capabilities for molecular analysis aboard the ISS. And it's been a really fascinating year, 2016, for molecular biology in space. I'm a molecular biologist, so I get very excited about this. We had the first DNA amplification experiment successfully carried out. This was also designed by a high school student, the winner of the first Genes in Space competition, Anna Sofia Bogorayev. And we also had another major milestone, which was the biomolecule sequencer payload, carrying out the first DNA sequencing experiment. And these two techniques are really significantly enhancing capabilities for DNA analysis in space. And together, they're game-changing for space exploration. So in this payload, we're having the luxury of not only flying Julian's winning experiment, but also combining the mini PCR and the MinION sequencer together. The biomolecule analyzer project was carried out independently of us by a group at NASA Johnson Space Center that we've since started collaborating with to enable the complete workflow to allow us to take a sample on the ISS, amplify DNA, sequence that DNA, and answer what microbes are coexisting with astronauts on the ISS. So Genes in Space, for context, is a collaboration, a partnership between several companies. Mini-PCR, we're the makers of the DNA amplification technology that serves as the basis for the competition. Boeing, Cases, New England Biolabs, and MFA. And it's extremely exciting that a partnership between private sector, biotech, aerospace, space agencies, and the public is helping push forward the space research agenda. And we're extremely proud to introduce Julian Rubenfein, winner of the 2016 competition.
Great. Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here. This is pretty cool. Love the flight suit. That's amazing. And it's great audience, teachers and everything. Really pumped for the launch tomorrow, or April 18th. Fingers crossed. Love all of the science. Arabidopsis, huge fan. ADCs, I love, immuno-oncology, all of that. So I'll talk a little bit about the science that we're going to be setting up tomorrow, April 18th, fingers crossed. Right here, I have a little nifty machine. It's called a mini PCR machine. And I'll go into all the details and everything, but sitting on the Cygnus spacecraft right now, on the ground is one of these, and there's some tubes alongside it that are really similar to these, and I'll tell you all about those. But when our astronauts on the space station receive these things a few days from now, they'll be able to run a preliminary test of an assay that scientists will be able to use in the future to investigate telomere dynamics aboard the space station. So I'll explain all of that. I'll get into the weeds. You can tell me if I'm getting too technical. Huge nerd. I love all of this. But I'll just contextualize it first a little bit. So, the next sort of great journey for mankind in terms of manned space exploration is, of course, the manned mission to Mars. That's what everyone's pumped about. That's what, everyone's excited about. Everyone's working on that. But, day by day, it's becoming more and more clear that humans aren't, you and me, we're not, biologically primed for that kind of long duration mission. So, if we send astronauts up to the space station for a short mission, 6 months or something like that, they go up there and they encounter really numerous significant health problems. So we're talking about things like, increased risk for cardiovascular diseases or atherosclerosis. I mean, everyone knows about like the loss of bone density and all of these types of things. They're really serious. So, and everyone also knows that if you increase the mission duration to something like 9 months to go to Mars or something like that, and you're going into deep space with more cosmic radiation, all of that, the symptoms get worse and worse. So it's important that we understand astronaut health before we attempt something really ambitious like that. So the current platform for doing that kind of research is the ISS, of course. Super cool. And over the last few years, the volume of molecular biology research, specifically on the ISS, has increased exponentially. And likewise, the data that's come down about physiological, genetic, epigenetic, transcriptomic, metabolomic changes in astronauts, everything from the microscopic level to the macroscopic level, that's increased exponentially as well. So we're learning a lot. And what I've been focused on, for the past year or so, with all of the people who've been assisting me, is really a very specific genetic change that can occur in astronauts when they go to space, and that's a change in the regulation of their telomeres. So I have a little visual here. This is just one of my shoelaces. So if you try to think, it's fine. If you try to think of a telomere, a good way to think of a shoelace, it's sort of a protective cap made out of DNA and protein. We would say a nucleoprotein cap. It's repetitive on the tips of all of our chromosomes. So, all of our cells, they have chromosomes, 46 of them, and on the tip of each of one, there's a little telomere. So if you think of the shoestring like a chromosome, then the little plastic tip, the aglet, I think is the term, is like the telomeres. So it protects the shoelace from fraying. Telomeres protect chromosomes from all kinds of damage that can be incurred in a cell, all types of things all the time. So they're obviously really crucial. And likewise, you can assume from that the regulation of telomeres, especially telomere length, so whether they're too long or too short, that's something that's really closely controlled in a cell. That's really important. So there's been a lot of research on Earth into what happens when the length of a telomere especially gets out of whack. So aberrant regulation of telomere length, that's a big thing. And there have been a lot of sort of connections to a lot of diseases that humans experience on Earth, especially in the elderly population. That's because our telomeres get shorter naturally as we age, depending on the cell type. So we're talking about things like cardiovascular disease, again, different cancers, insulin resistance or poor immune function, all of these types of things. So NASA is really interested in this. And that is primarily because when astronauts go to space, all of the stresses that they go through, microgravity, cosmic radiation are the big ones, but poor quality of sleep. It's really hard to sleep in microgravity, apparently. Poor nutrition. All of these things lead us to believe that the regulation of their telomere lengths in different cell types within their bodies, that is sort of weird, sort of wonky. That gets, sort of out of whack, like I said, when they go to space. So it's something NASA's interested in, and we know that's true. The telomere regulation in space is abnormal in some people, because when Scott Kelly came down from his almost year in space a few months ago, in some of his blood cells, preliminary data shows some of his telomeres got significantly longer, which is kind of a weird result that's kind of difficult to explain right now, but it's really interesting and meaningful for future spaceflight. So that's why it's important to study telomeres. When I was thinking about this last year, the next question was really, what's the best way to go about looking at something like this? If you're a team of scientists and you're interested in telomeres, how do you do that? Well, if you're like the scientists who looked at Scott Kelly's telomeres, you prepare materials on Earth, you ship them here to KSC, you put them on the rocket, lift off, you collect samples in space, you have to prepare those, you send that, you ship it back to the lab, all of that. And that's worked fine and it's been great, but you can imagine how when you scale something like that up to a longer duration mission, it quickly becomes inefficient. So there's a bit of a bottleneck there for this kind of molecular biology research. So the holy grail, so to speak, for this kind of thing is a platform where we can do these kinds of investigations on the space station in real time, on orbit, without having to send stuff back and forth, giving astronauts full autonomy. So I'll just talk super quick about this. Sorry. So this is a mini PCR machine, polymerase chain reaction machine. Basically what we do is we get these little tubes like this. We add water, we add DNA, we add enzymes, and we put them in here, turn the machine on a few hours, and the machine will actually copy the DNA billions and billions of times. So we can do this with telomeres because telomeres are mostly DNA. And we get tons and tons of telomeres that we can then analyze, so that's important. And this is actually small enough, along with this, that we can use it on the space station. So we send these up, and eventually astronauts will be able to isolate DNA on the space station and perform this kind of assay, gather all kinds of data. You can think of sending up model organisms like Arabidopsis, or we also have mice up there, yeah. Like little, rodent astronauts, all types of things, periodically keep them there for generations. You can do this with astronauts too. So collect their DNA over time, have them perform the assay on themselves, gather all kinds of data that we've never had before. So really
Thank you,
exciting.
Julian.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut off somebody so much smarter than me, but holy cow, do you guys know that he's 17? 17?
16.
16 years old. Oh my goodness. Excellent briefing. We have time for just one or two questions if we have any in the room, please. We'll start right here in the front row.
So I said, by the way, congratulations. That was very impressive.
Thanks. I hope it made sense.
Yeah, sort of. So, like I said, I teach 5th and 6th grade at Little St. Barnabas, Indianapolis, and then I'm also part of this program called the Trustee STEM Teaching Fellows with the University of Notre Dame. So I have students in middle school all across the country are watching this right now. What would you say to them to get them to sort of, like, as an inspiration that you are? Like, what's your message?
Okay, I mean, to do this type of work, it's actually a totally unique opportunity. I can say kind of easily that the field of space science and space biology is so nascent that it's actually possible for me as a high school student to make a significant scientific contribution to really advance human knowledge, in a small way, but that's more than enough. I mean, you don't have to be a professor or a career government scientist or something. There's so much that needs to be done before we can do a Mars mission that it's like all hands on deck, So if you come up with something creative or something that, nobody's even been able to do yet, there's all sorts of opportunities.
Great. Any more questions in the room? Question from online?
Okay, so I have a question from Twitter from Lauren Aloise, and her question is, what is amplification of DNA mean, and how is this done? Can you look at telomeres and their action?
Thanks. I had to rush through that part. I'm sorry, but amplification is like what I said. You throw the telomeres into this machine here, you turn it on, and amplification is when you make billions and billions and billions of copies of that DNA. And DNA is such a small molecule that to do any kind of real analysis with it, you have to have a lot of it. So it's an essential precursor to any kind of analysis technique that we need. So the reason that this is what we're doing in the mission tomorrow before we can do the full assay is that, as any molecular biologist will know, not all PCR target sequences are created equal. So a really repetitive region like a telomere is going to be tricky to amplify on Earth, to make a bunch of copies of, not to mention microgravity. So we're just testing this out. Did that answer the question? Okay, great.
Any more questions in the room? One more time. Up front here.
I just want to know where you go to school and what kind of school and how did you do this during school?
Yeah, I have had to balance this. I have a few tests when I get back. A couple of days from now, actually. I haven't started studying. So I go to Stuyvesant High School in New York. It's a math and science school, but I also love reading and writing in Lower Manhattan. This was mostly done outside of school. This was something I initiated myself after talking with my teacher about it a lot. And then it's been, working in labs all over the East Coast, since then, at NYU, at New England Biolabs, our partner.
And I'll just add, this is an annual competition that we run every year, and it's currently open for its 3rd year of submission. So students across the country in grades 7 through 12 have until April 25th to come up with a killer idea. And they can be standing right there next year.
Great. Well, thank you so much, and congratulations again, Julian. We're just going to hold for a second for our next guest. And now we have Henry Martin and Davide Masudi to talk to us about some of the CubeSats that we're sending to station.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Henry Martin from NanoRacks, and today I'm going to talk mostly about the satellites in which we are launching up to the ISS on April 18th. So I have some slides. Could you throw them up there? Cool. Anyway, so NanoRacks, we don't only launch small satellites. We do a lot of stuff on the ISS by The April 18th launch, OA7, we will have sent up over 550 science experiments to the ISS. They'll range from internal research, so plants, DNA, all sorts of different things, to also satellites, things on the outside of the station, etc. Tomorrow we'll be debuting mostly the top two, so the CubeSat deployer, which goes out of the Kibo airlock, which is run by the Japanese component of the ISS, and then we'll also be using the outside of the Orbital ATK CRS vehicle to launch at a higher altitude. Next slide. Cool. So we're launching 38 satellites total, and 34 of them are going to be through the inside. So this is a shot, just an example of we shoot out anywhere from like 1 to 3 at a time, and then they go off into space and do whatever they were meant to do. There's a broad range of things satellites can do, really anything, and right now they're getting a lot smaller. These are 3 CubeSats here. Next slide. Here is a snapshot, cool picture of the external CubeSat deployer that we have. So there's a white box kind of on the left, bottom left. We actually mount that on the outside so it never goes the inside. Crew never has to touch it. Once the Cygnus leaves, it will, pending all nominal operations, go to a higher altitude and shoot them out, giving the CubeSat customers more lifetime. These CubeSats here are going to do commercial weather, so they'll take the data and they'll sell it to people, whoever need to track ships. And they also track ships themselves, so like AIS receivers, most of them are ground-based. And once it goes about 60 miles offshore, you can't really track the ship. If you put it on a satellite, you can track it wherever it goes. So next slide is really here my colleague and partner Davide Masuti. 28 of the satellites we're launching internally are part of this QB50 mission. And QB50 is a very cool mission, which you will hear about from him. But what's cool about this slide is it is a huge collaboration effort among engineers, scientists, all sorts of people who made this happen. They've been working on it a very long time. I personally, with another colleague, have been going at it for about 2 years now, and we are very excited to get it up. So with that, Davide.
Thank you, Henry. So good afternoon to everybody. We are very actually excited to be here. We're coming from Europe to present you this project. So can you put the slide, please? So QB50, it's a real international project. We are going to launch a constellation of CubeSats, 28 for the precision, to investigate the mid-lower thermosphere. Next slide. So the 28 CubeSats, in fact, are manufactured and designed by students, universities, coming from all over the world, literally all 5 continents. We have more than 15 countries involved in this project. So in fact, it's a truly international collaboration. So the project is coordinated by a consortium led by the von Karman Institute for Fluid Dynamics and received funding from the European Union. Now we have 15 partners taking part of the consortium, 15 professionals, in fact. So when the project was conceived, we conceived the project with 4 objectives in mind. The first is facilitating access to space. So we're providing students and universities easy access to space. So what we do basically is we're following them, we are supporting them from design to manufacturing to integration and launch. So we're providing them support, technological support for designing their CubeSats. Then we do, in fact, we do also orbital, so in-orbit demonstration. So we have, of course, students designing their own CubeSat, testing their own technologies, so we're providing a platform for in-orbit demonstration. We're also doing education. In fact, what we do is we are trying to educate future research and space engineers. So we're also fostering international collaboration, which is the most important part in QB50. And lately, and the last, in fact, we do also science. That's why we're here. So what we do is we're trying to launch a constellation of CubeSat to investigate the lower thermosphere. Now, why we're doing that? So the lower thermosphere, in fact, is the mostly unexplored region of the atmosphere. It runs between 200 and 400 kilometers altitude. In fact, the lower thermosphere is too low for big satellites. In fact, it's lower than the International Space Station, but it's also too high to be reached by rockets, small rockets, in fact. So CubeSat provides the perfect mean, the perfect way, the perfect tool to explore, to do in situ measurements of the thermosphere so provides the tool, in fact, to do these measurements. So what we do, in fact, we have the CubeSats, which built by the universities and students, and then as a consortium, we provide them an instrument. So all these satellites, in fact, has one instrument provided by the consortium to measure the chemical composition of the thermosphere. So now, why it's so important to analyze the thermosphere, the mid-lower thermosphere? In fact, the mid-lower thermosphere is the area in the atmosphere where the space shuttle flies, for example. Of course, you have a lot of space debris, and you have a lot of satellites there. So, thanks for the slide. So, in fact, knowing the density, in fact, will provide us a better knowledge of the thermosphere, will provide a better tool to predict, for example, assess the trajectory of space debris re-entering the atmosphere, for example. And we also provide better tool for predicting, for example, station-keeping maneuvers or collision-avoidance maneuvers for the space station, for example, or other satellites. And the late also, of course, all these results that coming from the constellation of sensors will also provide a database that will be used by scientists for many years, will be used for enhancing modeling, forecasting modeling of the thermosphere. In fact, most of the, the models are physical models, and in fact, the knowledge of the physical, so the chemical composition, also the electrical phenomena in the thermosphere will, in fact, help scientists to do better modeling of the thermosphere. Now, if you go to the next slide, please. Right, here we have a lot of the CubeSats. We have 28, in fact. All of them are different from each other. So, in fact, during QB50, we tremendously learned that the same objectives can be, or the same objective, in fact, can be reached by 28 different ways. So we have 28 CubeSats. Each of them, as I said, has a single science payload on board, an instrument provided by us, and all of them will contribute to create this database. So in fact, what we're going to have is the first coordinated in situ measurement of the thermosphere. Okay, and this is also the first international collaboration where we are coordinating basically CubeSats from all over the world, in fact. So just to conclude for the next slide, please. So QB50 has a number of firsts. We have 28 CubeSats in an international collaboration. So actually, it's a constellation that will provide us with multi-point measurement of the thermosphere, of the lower thermosphere. There are 3 sensors, as I said. There is a ion neutral mass spectrometer, a flux probe, and a Langmuir probe to measure different chemical components of the thermosphere, also the electrical content of the thermosphere. We receive fundings for 9 million from the European Union, but in fact, this covers only the launch and the support. But you have to consider that all the rest, so the bus, the CubeSat, have been manufactured by universities. So in fact, if we think about how many universities, how many people we involved in the project, we can think about having involved at least more than 50 professors. I suppose this is really the lower boundary of my estimation, and more than 300 students that were involved in this international collaboration. And we also produced an average of 10,000 pages of documentation, what in fact we had to review. So we are very proud of this mission, of course. We tremendously learn, and we're extremely excited to be here today. Thanks a lot.
Great, thank you both. Unfortunately, we're right at the top of the hour, but we could sneak in one quick question if there is a question from the audience right now. Right here.
Hey, I'm Doss with the Kerbal Space Academy. We've been talking about CubeSats and the size of CubeSats and stuff, but a lot of people don't really have an indication of how big a CubeSat is. My question is about how big are these CubeSats you're talking about, and would my little guy here fit?
Sure. Well, the CubeSat we are talking about can be modular, but the CubeSat we are talking about is a shoebox size. Yeah, shoebox size. It would fit.
Oh yeah, he could go.
He could go, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Davide. I believe you'll be around later if there are additional questions.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
NASA.
Thank you.
That is going to wrap up our What's on Board briefing part 1, talking about the science that we are sending to the International Space Station aboard a Cygnus spacecraft. Again, our launch is targeted for April 18th at 11:11 a.m. when a 30-minute launch window will open. If you're watching live, please stay tuned. In another moment, we'll come back and we'll discuss the Atlas V rocket and the Cygnus spacecraft with mission experts. Thanks and have a great day.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back here today to NASA's Kennedy Space Center, where on April the 18th at 11:11 a.m., we're going to be launching the Orbital ATK's Cygnus spacecraft carrying cargo and supplies to the International Space Station. For those of you who are just joining us, we are here live and going to talk a little bit about the spacecraft and the rocket that it's going up on, which is a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. And so joining us to talk about some of this, though, jumping straight into it here from the United Launch Alliance, is Joe Fust. If you want to follow them on social media, you can follow them at ULA Launch. And so without further ado, let's talk about the rocket.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so I have some slides to pitch. And so and so if you can bring up the first slide as I'll talk. My name is Joe. And I'm with United Launch Alliance, and I'm representing launch operations. I've worked many different systems on the rocket up into my current position as spacecraft integration. And so we have a picture of our rocket here in separated sections. And this rocket will provide the high-tech muscle for tomorrow's launch. And you can see the first section is a brown section, like a tan color, and that's the Atlas booster. With the RD-180 engines attached to the bottom with the engine thrust section at the bottom. The interstage adapter, and then the second stage Centaur. Now let me stop right there. The booster and the Centaur are made in Decatur, Alabama, and shipped down, and then dropped off at the port and delivered to us for processing. The interstage adapters and the payload fairings are made in Harlingen, Texas, and shipped over to us. We process all of these in a combination of 4 or 5 different buildings. Get it all ready. We erect the Atlas booster first in the VIF, in the Vehicle Integration Facility. The interstage adapters, the second stage comes over. We put that up on top and get ready for the spacecraft, which is being processed in its own facility. Get ready to go. It is encapsulated, and the encapsulated assembly, we call it, the payload and the fairings, come out together and get set on top of the rocket about 2 weeks before we launch. The whole launch time is about from launch from 11:11 to about 4 minutes in, 4.5 minutes in. The whole booster is done and it separates. We're left with the Centaur, the second stage, which burns for the rest of the time until separation, typically 30 to 45 minutes from T0, from launch time, and we're separated. And our muscle part is done. So we're done in less than an hour, easy. And this is in orbit, and the spacecraft finds its way home, whether in this case, off to the space station to be mated with the space station. Second slide. So this is the launch complex. Right now, it's a perfect representation of what's there right now. That was rolled out this morning. Started at 8 o'clock. The vertical integration facility is the building that's off to the left-hand side of the picture. It's about a quarter mile away from the center of the launch pad. The whole trip took less than an hour to roll out. It's walking speed that it rolls out at. It sets right in between these 4 lightning tower masts that protect it from any lightning for the night's stay out there. We roll out typically the day before we launch. And then and in the afternoon today, matter of fact, we filled the booster tank with RP1, that's highly refined kerosene. Tomorrow we'll do cryogenic load of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen in the rest of the first and the second stage. And then and we start that about 2 hours before we actually launch. So there's lots of preparations to be done. The guys will come in, the whole crew will come in probably early in the morning, more like 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning to get ready for that last 2 hours cryogenic load and launch. I believe we have a video. If we can play that now.
The following profile details the important events of this mission using approximate times.
5, 4, 3. We have Atlas ignition. 2, 1, 0, and liftoff. We have liftoff of the Atlas V rocket.
The Atlas RD-180 main engine ignites to lift the vehicle away from the pad. Shortly after liftoff, Atlas begins its initial pitch, yaw, and roll maneuvers to attain the proper ascent profile and minimize aerodynamic loads. The Atlas V reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound, at 83 seconds. At 94 seconds, the vehicle experiences maximum dynamic pressure. Approaching booster engine cutoff, the Atlas V is spurting propellant at the rate of 1,350 pounds per second, traveling at approximately 10,000 miles per hour, and located 79 miles in altitude and 172 miles downrange. Booster engine cutoff occurs 4 minutes and 15 seconds after liftoff. 6 seconds after booster engine cutoff, the booster stage is jettisoned. The first Centaur main engine start takes place 10 seconds after booster separation. The payload fairing is jettisoned approximately 4 minutes and 40 seconds into the flight. Cutoff of the Centaur main engine follows a nearly 14-minute burn. The mission now enters a short coast in preparation for spacecraft separation. At 21 minutes, Centaur releases the Cygnus spacecraft for orbital ATK and NASA.
And that's the mission profile. Thank you very much.
All right. Wonderful. So we are going to now talk about that particular spacecraft that was there at the end of the video. And that comes from Orbital ATK. If you want to follow them on social media, you can find them at Orbital ATK. And without further ado, here is Paul Escalera.
All right, folks, we do have the shot up for the Bernie Sanders and Tom Perez event in Mesa, Arizona. Let's go there live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
The ones looking and imagining a better future for their family. They are the reason I am the person standing before you today. I have lived my whole life in Arizona. I consider it my home, even if this current administration doesn't think so. I've been very fortunate that during most of my life, I never felt different from any of my peers. I always knew I was undocumented, but I didn't really know what that meant until I got to high school. I went to high school in Florence, Arizona, just a few miles away from the Immigrant Detention Center. The realities and fear of deportation were very real to me, especially during the passing of SB 1070. At this time, it hit me that I was different. I could not receive a driver's license or apply for my first job. Even trying to pursue a higher education was out of my reach due to financial and legal obstacles set by the Arizona legislature. I felt powerless. And just as I was feeling like giving up, deferred action was announced by President Obama and changed my life. But what changed my life was not exactly his action. It was the brave and powerful undocumented youth who risked everything to make it happen. Meeting them, learning from them, feeling empowered by them inspired me to no longer stand on the sidelines and put my family's future in other people's hands. Since that empowering moment, I've gone on to organize citizenship fairs for my community. I've gone on to work in 4 different states for the Bernie Sanders presidential campaign. Helped organize students to fight for our right to drive in Arizona and to have in-state tuition at our local community colleges and universities. Because of organizing victories like those, I am now a junior at Arizona State University studying political science. Studying the very politics that controls my life, but that I could not participate in because of my status. I have even done crazy things I still can't believe. like make a viral post busting the myth that undocumented immigrants don't pay taxes and calling out a certain someone to show us his own. I've come a very long way from being the scared, powerless girl I was before, and I'm here to tell you that the fight is long from over. Just a few days ago, the first DACA recipient under Trump was deported, Juan Manuel Montes. He was detained and deported back to Mexico in 3 hours. He was not the perfect valedictorian, but he was a human being. I was so angry, and you should be angry too. This is a showing that whatever this new administration is saying cannot be trusted, that we are not safe, and that our lives and our families are at stake. This is not about being a good immigrant or being a bad immigrant, like it is so often said. It is clear that we are not wanted here. It is more important now than ever to defy this narrative and to resist. But immigrants can't do it alone. We need you. We need you to stand with us. Stand with us not only in solidarity, but in action. Because what good is it to us if you stand with us, but you watch us fall over and over again? Just like I felt years ago, I hope that today will be your moment of empowerment to take action and come together. For our most vulnerable, for those who are still voiceless, for my family and I who do not have the luxury to stand by anymore. So are you ready to fight? Because I'm ready to fight with you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage healthcare advocate Stacy Lynn.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Lynn, and this is Zoe. When I was pregnant with Zoe, I went in for what I thought was a routine ultrasound, but there was nothing routine about it. My doctor entered the room and said, "We have some bad news. Something is wrong with the baby's heart." Zoe was born with hypoplastic left heart syndrome, meaning she's living with only half a heart. She required 2 open heart surgeries in the first 16 weeks of life, and since has undergone a 3rd open heart surgery. We have learned the hard way that every day is a gift. We no longer take our health or our health care for granted. As you can see, Zoe is doing amazingly well today. Over the past 7 years, she's received the care she needs because the Affordable Care Act protects her. The Affordable Care Act protects her from lifetime caps and discrimination for her pre-existing condition. Health care should not be a game. It is often, as in Zoe's case, the difference between life and death. We have a duty to take care of our children, our elderly, and ourselves. But Donald Trump has a different plan. Donald Trump wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act and instead give huge tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires. And my friends, Zoe is more valuable than another tax cut. In Arizona, repealing the Affordable Care Act would cause nearly 700,000 people to lose their coverage. And you are more valuable than another tax cut. Thankfully, because of activists and Democrats united, we won the first battle to protect Zoe's care and to protect your care. But we have a long fight ahead of us to ensure health care as a human right. All of us are at risk for a health care crisis, an accident, a cancer diagnosis, a birth defect. It can happen to anyone at any time. Senators McCain and Flake need to listen to us. They need to listen to us. Do not repeal the Affordable Care Act. If the market isn't working and it doesn't work, it's your job to work with us and Democrats to fix the system, not to sabotage it. So, Zoe and myself urge everyone here, and your friends and your neighbors, to call Senators McCain and Flake and tell them, do your job. We need them to do their job and fix it, don't nix it. Say good night. Good night.
Please welcome to the stage Planned Parenthood patient advocate Angelica Romero.
Good evening, everyone. I am thrilled and excited to see all these diverse young individuals who made it in today. We need your fire and your energy to change this country around. My name is Angelica Romero, and I am a 19-year-old junior at Arizona State University. I am the proud daughter of two hardworking immigrants who came to the United States, like many other immigrants, seeking to give their kids a better future. Because of them, I want to make my community and my country worthy of their dreams. And there's no better way to change the world than at the grassroots. So, when I was 14 years of age, I got involved with the Adios Arpaio campaign. Ever since, I have dedicated my extra time mobilizing my community. I work to help elect former City Councilwoman Kay Gallego, and I am going to keep working to turn Arizona blue. After the election, with a president who is hostile to women and to reproductive health, I knew where to put my energy. I joined Planned Parenthood because I believe that everyone in this room deserves affordable health care. No race, ethnicity, or gender should be denied adequate, affordable health care. We are all humans, and we all deserve the care. Last week, I walked out of Senator Jeff Flake's town hall feeling misrepresented, confused, and disappointed. That night proved to me that Senator Flake does not believe that young women like me and my sister deserve access to affordable health care. Why does Senator Flake and other politicians want to make it hard for us to get birth control, cancer screenings, and woman exams? It never crossed my mind that as a 19-year-old living in the 21st century, I would have to be concerned about my reproductive rights. While politicians in Arizona and in Washington try to close Planned Parenthood's doors. But because of the efforts of great organizers, volunteers, donors, doctors, clinicians, and other staff members, the doors of Planned Parenthood stay open for everyone. This is not to say the fight is over. It just started. One thing I always carry with me is my perseverance and the belief in my community and all the wonderful organizers that work with me, many who are in this room. I urge everyone in this room to become a patient, volunteer a bit of your time, or even donate to Planned Parenthood health centers. Because Planned Parenthood will always stand up for our people, I stand with Planned Parenthood. And for me, my family, and my community, I need you to stand with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Your attention, please. We have a found 7-year-old girl, little girl, 7-year-old named Katrina. Would your parents of Karina please go to the front of the amphitheater to collect her? Thank you. Okay, we'd like to make a slight correction. The child is lost. The parents are found. The parents are at the front gate. The child, however, is 7 years old. She's a little girl with brunette hair. Her name, have we found her? Where is she? Okay, mom and dad are at the front. Let's reunite them. Thank you. Please welcome to the stage Secretary of the Democratic National Committee, Jason Ray.
Good evening, Arizona. It's so great to be here with all of you. My name is Jason Ray, and I'm honored to be serving as the new Secretary of the Democratic National Committee. I'm excited to ensure that the voices of the people here in this amphitheater are heard loud and clear by our party. You see, my roots in this party are very deep. I got my start while I was still in high school, helping organize for progressive candidates in my small rural community in Wisconsin. When I was just 17 years old, I became the youngest person ever elected to serve on the DNC. And now, at just 30 years old, I'm the youngest officer of our party. I didn't get involved in the party because I wanted some title or some position. I got involved in the party because I know that when we work together on issues that matter to us, we can make a difference in people's lives. I got involved in the Democratic Party because it's the one party that stands up for working class people. It's the party that wants to fight for a $15 an hour minimum wage and to make sure that women get equal pay for equal work. I got involved in the Democratic Party because it's the one party that stands up for young people. It's the party that wants to make sure public colleges and universities are tuition free because we know that education is a great equalizer and the surest path to a good paying job after graduation. I got involved in the Democratic Party because it's the one party that stands up for the LGBTQ community. It's the party that wants to make sure that my husband Philip and I are treated equally under the law because love is love. I got involved in the Democratic Party because it's the one party that allows grassroots activists and leaders just like all of you to have a role, to step up, and to make our voices heard. The Democratic Party, when we work together, has made and will continue to make a difference in this country. But we can't do it without you. We need you to make your voice heard. We need you to get involved in your county party, in your state party, in college Democrats or young Democrats. We need you to write letters to the editor, to make phone calls to volunteers, and to knock on doors. We need your help to build a party that's 24/7, 365 days a year, to fight back against the extreme agenda of the Trump administration. We need every voice that we can to fight back and to stop the damage that Trump and his political allies are causing to this country. Next week, we'll mark 100 days since he took office. And he hasn't done anything but break the promises he made to working families while hurting immigrant families, handing out gifts for his wealthy friends, and setting Gulf vacation records. While we know the damage that President Trump is causing, that isn't enough. We need to unite together as a party, to raise our voices, to knock on doors, and to fight back. Only then will we start to win again. Will you join me in this fight to reclaim our progressive values? Will you join me in this fight to regain our country? We need all of you to continue the work that you're doing in your neighborhoods, on your college campuses, and in your communities. We need you to keep fighting for our shared progressive values, and we need you as a part of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party is a party of grassroots activists and leaders. I'm proud to be here, I'm proud to be a Democrat, and I'm proud to be working with all of you. Together we're gonna fight back and win. Thank you so much, have a great night.
And now, please welcome former Secretary of Labor and current Chair of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez.
Buenas noches, Arizona. ¿Cómo va la cosa, Arizona? Wow. What a remarkable evening, my friends. Buenas noches. It is such an honor to be here with my good friend Bernie Sanders. You know, here, folks, here we were trying to figure out where to go. And we decided we needed to come to Arizona because I'll tell you why, my friends. We needed to find a couple places where you have experience taking down bullies like Joe Arpaio. I need to be honest with you, my friends. This one is personal. I had the privilege of being the lead person in the Civil Rights Division when we took action against Joe Arpaio back in 2011. I had the privilege of helping to lead the team that sued Arizona when you enacted that unconscionable SB 1070, and we went all the way to the Supreme Court. I had the privilege of going after Arizona when they were trying to make it harder for people to vote, when we should be making it easier for people to vote. I had the privilege of going after Arizona when you're making educational opportunity harder for people, when you should make it easier. Talk to your governor. To put it differently, I've spent a lot of time in Arizona because it's a full employment act for civil rights lawyers. And it's been an honor to be here. And you know what, my friends? I'm here today for a slightly different reason. I'm here today for 4 reasons, my friends. First of all, I have been so amazed over the course of the last 18 months at the energy that Bernie Sanders has generated across America. And you know what, folks? I've been traveling across the country so that I can understand how we can continue to bottle this and sustain it and turn it into electoral victory this year, next year, and many years to come. That's reason number one. And you know what, folks? Reason number two, I came because you know what, folks? As the new chair of the Democratic National Committee, I am acutely aware that we have work to do. Trust is not something you are given. It is something you must earn. And that is why I have been making house calls everywhere, listening and learning. What do we need to do to earn your trust? That's why I am here. Number three, I am here because I am a proud Democrat. I am a proud son of immigrants. Yo soy dominicano americano. Nací aquí en los Estados Unidos. Mis padres. The proud son of immigrants. I understand struggle. My dad, I was 12 when my dad died. My mother got sick later that year. I thought I was going to lose both my parents at that age. But I had a community around me. I had a community of people. I had a community of Democrats. I had the good fortune of Pell Grants and other assistance. I did everything I could to get a good education. I worked on the back of a trash truck. I worked picking up golf balls. I should have worn a helmet when I picked up those golf balls. I got my noggin hit a few times. But you know what, folks? I lived the American dream. And when I come here and I come to Arizona, I see so many people with those same hopes and dreams, like that little boy there with the wonderful hat on. And you know what? This is what the future is. And so I'm here to talk to you about why I am proud to be a Democrat. And you know what, folks? The fourth, and perhaps as important as any reason, I am here because we have a fierce urgency of now. We have the most dangerous president in the history of this country, and we must be united. We will be united. We will put our progressive values into action. We will fight back. We will come together. We will come together as a progressive community. That's what we will do, my friends, because I will tell you, this first 100 days has been nothing less than carnage and chaos. Imagine those 4 citizen-born children, U.S. citizen children in Ohio, who literally 3 days ago lost their mother who was deported. Or the young man, the dreamer in California, 23, 24 years old. A friend of mine is representing him now in his court proceeding, but he has been deported. Dreamers shouldn't be deported. They should be respected. I met a young woman here in Phoenix a while ago. She inspires me. Her name is Perez. We are not related. Ellie works for UFCW. Any union members in the house? Thank you for bringing us the middle class. Thank you for bringing us the weekend. Ellie and I have the same surname. Ellie and I share the same dreams. I'm the father of 3, 2018 and 14. And the only difference between my children and Ellie is where my children were born. Ellie is another dreamer. Ellie is going to be my boss someday, I have no doubt about it. Because a dreamer is more than a group of people. It's a damn good value statement about who we are as a nation. We're a nation of dreamers, and we're a nation of doers. We're a nation of progressive values. That's who we are, my friends. And when a president deports them, when he divides us, he should be uniting us. We've seen the carnage. We've seen the chaos. Arizona was an epicenter of the foreclosure crisis during the height of the recession. And you know what? He said he's going to help you. You know what he did? Literally hours, not days, not weeks, hours into his presidency, he made it harder for first-time home buyers to buy a home by reversing an administration initiative by Barack Obama, who will go down as one of the most impactful presidents in American history. I have no doubt about it. But imagine that. He makes it harder for first-time home buyers to buy a home. Hours into his presidency, a few days later, he makes it harder for people who are saving for retirement to do so. In both cases, Wall Street benefits while Main Street gets the shaft. I was going to use another word, but I saw a small child, so I didn't want to do that. He talks about Buy American. He issues an executive order. Why doesn't he start out in his own damn companies by making it in America? You know, that Buy American executive order, I think it says Made in China on the back. That wall he wants to build, it's going to have a garage door because all the shit he makes in Mexico, he's got to drive it back through the states. And then there's what he has done to destroy the Affordable Care Act. You know, the interesting thing about this one, my friends, is that, you know, he loves to brand everything Trump. You know, the Trump Tower, Trump steaks, Trump ties, Trump suits. But no, not Trump Care. No, it's Ryan Care. Well, wait a minute. I don't know. It's not Trump Care. It's not Ryan Care. I'll tell you what it is. It's I don't care, because he doesn't give a crap about vulnerable people. And that is wrong. You know what, my friends? The facts are this. The Affordable Care Act has been a lifesaver. The facts are this. The Affordable Care Act's obituary was being written a month ago. And the facts are this. It didn't come to pass because of all of you. Because you rose up. Democrats, Republicans, DFAers, independents, everybody rose up and said, health care for all is a right in this country, not a privilege. And folks, we need your help because they're coming back like a phoenix, but we won't let them come back here in Phoenix because you know what, folks? We will continue to put our values in action because you know people here, people for whom the Affordable Care Act has been a lifeline. It has literally saved lives. I met a person when I was in Salt Lake named Victor, small business owner, had a big lump in his stomach area, didn't know what it was, couldn't afford health insurance. It was kidney cancer. Kidney cancer. And when he went to the doctor, he didn't have insurance. When he got coverage, he was able to be treated, and now he is healthy. And what did he tell me in response to my question, Victor, what do you want to do? He said, I want to go back to work. I want to be a taxpayer. Why are you making it so damn hard for people who simply just want to go to work and be taxpayers? We need to continue the fight, my friends, because here's the latest plan, and you should be aware. The latest plan, because here's the problem with the first effort. It wasn't harsh enough for some of the folks on the Tea Party side. And so their latest idea now is that they want to eliminate the provision of the Affordable Care Act, which bars discrimination against people with pre-existing conditions. What a stupid idea. That's the latest proposal, my friends, and you need to get out there and do what you've been doing so well, which is organize, 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 and fight back. That's what you are doing. That's what we will continue to do, and we will be able to say not simply si se puede, we will say logramos, which is we did it. That's what we will do, my friends. And I'll tell you, when I think about these first 100 days, and I apologize for getting worked up, but I do get worked up. When I think about these first 100 days, I'll tell you, the thing I think about the most is not the chaos and carnage of this presidency, but the organizing and action. January 20th was important, but January 21st was far more important in our nation's journey to form a more perfect union. Thank you to all the women in this audience and across America and around the world for what you did and what you continue to do to lead this movement. That is what we've learned. We may have lost the White House for now, and people keep saying we're going to make him a one-term president. I have a friendly amendment. I'm not sure he's going to make it that far. But I'll tell you, folks, I see the energy everywhere. Yesterday, I was in Georgia with a guy named John Ossoff, who will be the next member of Congress from District 6 in Georgia. You know what? That's the district, just so you know, my friends, that's the district that elected now Secretary Price. The Price is Right, I would call him, because he sold and bought a lot of things in conflict, but I digress. He won that district by 24 points, and John Ossoff got over 48% of the vote, folks. And you know what? I am very confident that on June the 20th, he will be the next member of Congress from District 6 because of you, because of people across this country. He had 2,000 volunteers, and they continue to grow. We see the energy everywhere. We invested in Georgia. We're investing in Montana. We're investing in state races, in local races, in federal races, because the mission of the Democratic National Committee is to elect good Democrats from the school board to the Senate, including here in Maricopa County, including across Arizona. That's what we're doing, and that's what we will continue to do, because that is so important, my friends. And you know what? I am well aware that as we do this, that we need to get out there as a party and do more listening and articulate what our values are. That's why I was with the steelworkers last week in Las Vegas at their annual convention. And I asked some folks, what do we need to do better? And they said, Tom, you need to articulate what you stand for as Democrats. And I accept that challenge. And I am here to tell you, my friends, here is what we stand for as a Democratic Party. We are the party of we. We believe that we only succeed when we all succeed in this country. We believe in a country, a government, an economy that works for everyone, not just the powerful special interests. We believe that nobody who works a full-time job should have to live in poverty. And I want to commend you here in Arizona for your minimum wage and paid earned sick leave initiative. That was the grassroots in action in 2016. We believe that our diversity is one of our greatest sources of strength as a nation. Somos los Estados Unidos, no somos los Estados divididos. Our diversity has always been what makes America great, and it always will be. And that's what we believe. We believe that we should be building bridges and ladders of opportunity rather than walls of distrust. We believe that education is the great equalizer, and that we should have a Secretary of Education at the U.S. federal level that actually believes in public education. And we should have a governor in Arizona who believes in public education and doesn't use the voucher program to destroy it. There's a lot of things about your state, none of you folks, but there's a lot of things about what your Republican leadership did that had me shaking my head. Joe Arpaio, a bully with a badge. SB 1070, mean-spirited. I love what you did to Russell Pierce when you recalled him, kicked his ass out of the town. I loved what you did there. But I'll tell you, what you're doing on voting, the primary election here was an unmitigated disaster, and that was on the governor. That was stupid. That was mean-spirited. But I'll tell you, one of the things that I will never understand is the assault on public education. Thank you to all the educators in this audience. Thank you for building tomorrow's future. If we paid people according to their worth in society, you should be millionaires. Thank you for what you do. The Democratic Party will always have your back. We believe not just in teachers, but we believe that when unions succeed, America succeeds. We believe that when unions succeed, the middle class succeeds. I firmly believe that collective bargaining is one of the most important forces that has brought middle class prosperity to this nation in our history. That is what we believe as Democrats. We believe that climate change is real, and we ought to have an EPA administrator who shares that belief instead of one who's in the pocket of the industry. We believe that the right to vote is our most sacred right, and you ought to know how to run an election. And Arizona needs to learn that, because we should make it easier for people to vote who are eligible to vote, not harder. The Republican playbook is suppression. It's all about making it harder for people of color to vote, and that ain't right. We believe as Democrats that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So when our Muslim brothers and sisters are confronting injustice, that's an injustice against all of us. When our LGBT brothers and sisters are confronting bigotry, that's an assault against all of us. When our immigrant children and mothers and abuelita and tia are confronting discrimination, we are all there with them. When we have dirty water in Flint, that's an affront to water everywhere and rights everywhere. That's what we believe as Democrats. We believe that we should keep Joe Arpaio out of public office permanently. We believe that when women succeed, America succeeds. You know, as the father of 2 daughters and a son, I have learned firsthand the power of powerful women in our household. And I have learned gender should never, ever be an obstacle to economic security. Women deserve equal pay for equal work. You know what? If you're a woman, you shouldn't earn less, and your health care shouldn't cost more. Being a female should never be a pre-existing condition. We believe that rich or poor, access to reproductive health care is a right, a pillar of economic security, and fundamental to who we are as Democrats. And make no mistake about it, my friends, we believe that no matter who you are, if you infringe on these rights, we will fight you with all the weight of our party. That's who we are as Democrats. we put these values into action. The values of economic security for all, the values of inclusion. We believe that when hope is on the ballot, we win. And when we allow others to put fear on the ballot, we don't do so hot. And you know what, as we move forward, it's important to look back. I had the privilege of a lifetime to work for a guy named Ted Kennedy years ago, the liberal lion of the Senate. And I learned a lot about the Kennedy family. And back in the 1960s, during an equally tumultuous time in our nation's history, Bobby Kennedy was organizing farm workers in California with Cesar Chavez. And here's what he said, my friends. He said something that resonates with me every day. He said, and I quote, "We stand at a defining moment in our history, the point of difficulty and danger that will determine our country's future." He went on to say, when your children like you, and grandchildren take their place in America, taking good jobs at good pay, when you look at them, you will tell them, I was there. I stood up. I marched. I did it. My friends, that's what you've been doing. That's the most important power we have. The collective power of we. The collective power of we is what brought us this nation. The collective power of we is what corrected the original sin of slavery. The collective power of we is what brought women suffragette city. The collective power of we is what brought us the Social Security Act. The collective power of we is what brought us the Civil Rights Movement. The collective power of we is what brought us the Gay Rights Movement. The collective power of we is what brought us the Disability Rights Movement. The collective power of we has always been what brought us the Union Movement. And the collective power of we, my friends, will bring us victory. Because as Dr. King said, the arc of the moral universe is indeed long, but it bends toward justice. But my friends, it never bends on its own. Let's bend it together in unity, and that will bring justice to all. And I bring to you now, speaking of unity, my good friend, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Thank you, Mesa. And I just want to say from up here, you all look beautiful. You are the future of America, and it is a beautiful future. Thanks for being here tonight. Let me thank Jevin Hodge. Let me thank Elaine Sisa, a proud, undocumented woman. Let me thank Stacy Lynn, who reminds us that health care is a right for all people. Let me thank Angelica Romero, who reminds us we're not going to defund Planned Parenthood, we're going to expand funding for Planned Parenthood. Let me thank Jason Ray, and let me thank my friend Tom Perez for his wonderful remarks. This, I have to tell you, on a Friday evening, we've got 5,000 people here. What an incredible turnout. Frederick Douglass, I think you all know who Frederick Douglass was. Frederick Douglass lived during some of the most ugly moments in American history, and he was a great struggler for abolition in a time when people in this country were still held in slavery. And Frederick Douglass said, "There is no progress without struggle." People are not going to give you your rights. They're not going to give you your freedom. You got to stand up. You got to fight for it. You got to take it. This country, as everybody here knows, faces enormous problems. We face economic problems. We face political problems, social problems, racial problems, environmental problems. And when we look out at those problems, there are some people who get overwhelmed and they say, "What can I do? It's too much for me. I am going to give up." That is the wrong response. The right response is we're going to stand up, we're going to fight back. And we are going to create an economy and a government which works for all of us, not just the 1%. Today in Washington, we have a president who is making it clearer and clearer every day that he lied to the American people when he said he was going to stand up for the working class of this country. Well, you are not standing up for the working class of this country when you support, as Trump did, a so-called health care plan which threw 24 million people off of health care, cut Medicaid by $800 billion, defunded Planned Parenthood, and raised premiums for older workers. In Arizona alone, if that proposal had gone through, over 400,000 people in this state would have lost their insurance coverage. But in that same proposal, and what it was really all about, was $300 billion in tax breaks for the top 2%. And hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks for insurance companies and drug companies. Mr. President, you're not standing up for the working class when you give tax breaks to billionaires and throw millions of people off of health insurance. But it's not only this disastrous Trump-Ryan health care proposal, it is the ideas that Trump is bringing forth for his next budget. The United States today spends more on the military than the next 12 countries combined. But that is not enough for Trump and the military-industrial complex. What they want over the next 2 years is $80 billion more in military spending. And in order to pay for that, they want to cut after-school programs. They want to cut Pell Grant programs. They want to cut the LIHEAP program. They want to cut the WIC program, a program for low-income pregnant women and their babies. And they want to cut the Meals on Wheels program. And that is what the Republican agenda is. And all those people in Arizona who voted for Trump must understand that he is an agent of the billionaire class, and he's going to sell the working people of this country out. Furthermore, as we speak, there are Republican leaders in the Congress right now who are trying to figure out how they could cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid. Now, the reason that the Republicans can come up with these horrific ideas is because they control the U.S. House and they control the United States Senate. But it is not just the fact that they control the Congress, they control 2/3 of the governor's offices in this country. And in the last 9 years, the Republicans have gained about 900 legislative seats in legislatures all across this country. And that is why I am here tonight. Enough is enough. Here is a simple truth. When a party no longer controls the House, the Senate, or the White House, when Republicans control 2/3 of the governor's chairs all over this country, we must conclude that the current model, the current process by which the Democratic Party does business is a failed process. We need change. We need real change. The Democratic Party must become a 50-state party, not just a party of the East Coast and the West Coast. The Democratic Party must stand up for working people in every state in this country, including Arizona. We must create a Democratic Party which is a grassroots party, which is you. I appreciate people saying, Bernie, Bernie, but you know what? The future is with you. You have got to become involved in the political process. We must create a party which is a bottom-up party, not a top-down party. A party which welcomes working people, black and white and Latino and Asian American and Native American. But it is not just opening the doors. We got to open the doors so that you come in. You know, there's a mythology that the media tries to tell us and the big money interests try to tell us. And what they say is, well, you know, politics is very complicated. Politics is very difficult. You're too dumb. You lack the sophistication to get involved. That is total nonsense. You do not have to have a PhD in economics to know you don't give tax breaks to billionaires and cut programs for children. I am a member, as you know, of the United States Senate, and if you think you don't know everything about everything, take a look at some of my colleagues in the United States Senate. You can do it. Don't let anybody tell you, for whatever reason, that you cannot get involved. You are bright, you are courageous, you have a vision for the future of America. Get involved. But it is not just opening the doors. We need to have a progressive vision. A vision that speaks to the working people of this country, many of whom are hurting. This is, and I want you never to forget this, when you hear these people on television say, well, we've got to cut Social Security, we've got to cut education, we've got to cut environmental protection, I want you all to understand this is the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We don't have to cut programs for working people. We're the wealthiest country, but most people don't know it. And you know why they don't know it? They're too busy working 2 or 3 jobs to know it. They don't know it because almost all of the new income and wealth being created today is going to the top 1%. Brothers and sisters, our job is to create an economy that works for all, not just the billionaires. We have not only an economic crisis, but we have, even more importantly, a moral crisis. In my view, this country does not survive morally when so few have so much and so many have so little. We have got to ask ourselves a very simple question. Is it morally acceptable, as is the case today, that the top 1/10 of 1%, not 1%, 1/10 of 1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%? Is it morally acceptable that the wealthiest 20 people in this country, 20 people, own more wealth than the bottom half of America, 160 million people? Is it morally acceptable that one family, this is the United States of America, we're not some small third world country, where one family, the Walton family of Walmarts, owns more wealth than the bottom 42% of the American people? And by the way, when I talk about the Walton family, please remember that when my Republican colleagues and Republicans all over this country are attacking poor people and attacking people on welfare, the major, largest welfare recipient in America is the Walton family, the wealthiest family in America. And they are the largest welfare recipient because the wages that they pay their workers are so low that many of their workers are forced to go on Medicaid, food stamps, and subsidized housing that you pay for. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. But it is not just a grotesquely unfair distribution of wealth. Today in America, our people are working incredibly hard and they're working incredibly long hours. You got mamas out working, you got dads out working. I remember, never forget, meeting a couple in Burlington, Vermont in the supermarket, and they said, Bernie, we have one child, we would like to have more kids. But I'm working 2 jobs, she's working 3 jobs, and we cannot be the parents we want to be. So you got kids working, you got everybody working, and yet 52% of all new income today is going to the top 1%. In the last 17 years, while this country continues to have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country, there has been a 10-fold increase in the number of billionaires. That is what the rigged economy is about, and that has got to change. But it is not just a rigged economy, it is a corrupt political system. As a result of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, you have the Koch brothers who are worth $80 billion, and you got other billionaire families. They are saying, we are going to buy elections. The Kochs themselves are spending hundreds of millions of dollars helping to elect candidates who represent the wealthy and the powerful. Our job, we're going to overturn Citizens United. We're going to move toward public funding of elections. I want all of you here, I want you to be thinking about running for school board, running for city council, running for legislature. And I don't want you to have to spend your life hustling money from the wealthy. I want you to be talking to your constituents about the ideas that are important to your communities. But we are dealing in this country today not only with a corrupt political system in which billionaires are able to buy elections, we're dealing with something that is even more vulgar. And that is that all over this country you have Republican governors who are trying to suppress the vote. These governors are cowards who are afraid to engage in free, open, and fair elections. They know that their ideas of giving tax breaks to the rich and cutting programs for working people will not fly. And the only way they think they can win is making it harder for people of color or poor people or old people or young people to vote. What an outrage. We should be encouraging more and more people into the political process, not making it harder for people to vote. And I say to those cowardly governors, if you don't have the guts to run in free and open elections, get the hell out of politics, get a new job. So we got a lot of work in front of us. We got to create an economy that works for us all. We got to reform the political system, one person, one vote. But there's a lot more that we have to do if we are going to bring more and more working people into the political process. Now, right now, in terms of health care, our immediate task is to defeat all efforts by the Republicans who want to repeal the Affordable Care Act. But, and because of your help here in Arizona and all over this country, when people flooded town meetings and attended rallies and they told Republican members of Congress, sorry, my wife desperately needs the Affordable Care Act. She'll die without it. You are not going to repeal the Affordable Care Act. And all over the country, people stood up. But after we defeat all efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act, we have got to still recognize that despite the gains of the Affordable Care Act, we remain the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right. 28 million Americans today still have no health insurance, and many of you have high deductibles and high co-payments, which keep you from going to the doctor when you should. Now, I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. They manage to provide health care to all people there as a right. And so does France, and so does Germany, and so does Scandinavia. If every major country on earth can provide health care to all people as a right, the United States of America can do the same. And that is why I will be introducing within the month legislation to establish a Medicare for all single-payer program. Health care is a right, not a privilege. And when we talk about health care, it's time for us to take on the crooks in the pharmaceutical industry who are ripping us off every day. There is no rational reason why our people have to pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. It is totally insane. Think about it. Think about crazy. This is crazy. 1 out of 5 people in Arizona or Vermont who goes to a doctor today and gets a prescription, 1 out of those 5 people cannot afford to fill that prescription. So you go to the doctor because you're sick. He or she writes out a prescription, but you can't even afford to fill it. And what happens? You get sicker, you end up in the emergency room, you end up in the hospital, maybe you die. That is insane. Our message to the greed of the pharmaceutical industry is you will lower the cost of prescription drugs in this country. No excuse. 2 years ago, top 5 companies made $50 billion in profit, and senior citizens are cutting their medicine in half. Now, there's a reason why in America, why in Arizona and Vermont, people work such long hours, or they're working 2 or 3 jobs, and that reason is not complicated. Wages in America are too damn low. The federal minimum wage of $7.25 is a starvation wage. And in the next few weeks, we're going to be introducing legislation to raise that starvation minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour. If you work 40 hours a week in America, you should not be living in poverty. And when we talk about wages and inequities, I know that every man in this audience tonight will stand with the women to end the disgrace of women making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. Well, people say, Bernie, how are you going to pay for all of your ideas? And I will tell you how we're going to pay for all of these ideas. Amidst mass income and wealth inequality, where the rich are becoming phenomenally richer while the middle class shrinks, and we have 43 million people living in poverty. Hey, Donald Trump, you and your billionaire friends are going to start paying their fair share of taxes. My Republican colleagues, they talk a lot about family values, how much they love families and respect children. Well, I think you got it right. That's about it. If you respect children and families, you end the disgrace of the United States having the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth. If you respect families and children, we pass universal child care. Now, how in God's name can a single mom making $30,000 or $40,000 a year afford $10,000 or $15,000 for child care for her baby? She can't do it. We have got to provide quality child care for every working family in this country. And by the way, the United States today remains the only major country, and by the way, vast majority of poor countries, guarantee paid family and medical leave for their people. Think about it. Think about it. Today in Arizona, today in Vermont, a mom is giving birth to a beautiful baby. She deserves the right to stay home with that baby, to love that baby, to nurse that baby. But all over this country, those mothers are forced to separate themselves from their babies and go to work in a week or 2 weeks because they lack the necessary income to take care of the family. That is why we have got to join every other major country, 12 weeks paid family and medical leave. Brothers and sisters, all of you know that we live in a competitive global economy. And you all know that most of the new jobs that are being created, that are decent paying jobs, are jobs that require a higher education. And yet in this country today, we got hundreds of thousands of bright, wonderful young people who cannot go to college for one reason: their families lack the money. And that is why we must understand that when we talk about public free education, it's not good enough anymore to talk about kindergarten through 12th grade. We have got to make public colleges and universities tuition free. If they could do it in Germany, if they could do it in Scandinavia, we could do it here in the United States. You know, my dad dropped out of school, I think when he was 14 or 15. My mom never went to college. But I want every kid in Mesa and Phoenix and in Burlington, Vermont, I want every parent and teacher to know that if those little kids in the 6th and 8th grade do well in school, if they know that they are supposed to study and do well, they will be able to get a college education regardless of their income. That's what we've got to do. Brothers and sisters, we have the dubious distinction in America of having more people in jail than any other country on earth. We're spending $80 billion a year to lock up over 2 million of our fellow Americans, disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. And we got communities all over this country, often minority communities, rural communities, where youth unemployment is 20 or 30%. To my mind, it makes a lot more sense for us to be investing in jobs and education for those kids rather than jails or incarceration. The issue of immigration is personal for me because I'm a first-generation American. My dad came to this country from Poland at 17 years of age. And he never made much money, but he was the proudest American that you had ever seen because he knew all that this country gave him and the ability to raise his family in a way he could never have done back in Poland. My wife's family comes from Ireland. You heard Tom Perez speak a moment ago. His family comes from the Dominican Republic. We have families here who come from all parts of the world. We are a nation of immigrants. We are proud of that diversity. You know, during World War II, Hitler thought that he would defeat the United States because he said, this is a nation of immigrants. You got all kinds of people. Well, he was dead wrong because our diversity makes us stronger, not weaker. And today we have 11 million undocumented people in this country, including more than a few right here in Arizona. And many of those people today, especially today, are living in fear. They're living in the shadows, and many of them are being exploited every day on the job because their employers know they have no legal rights. So I say to Trump and his friends, stop scapegoating undocumented people. Work with us to pass. Work with us to pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. No significant change has ever taken place in this country without millions of people involved in struggle. The history of the trade union movement was that workers said, sorry, we're not going to work 60 or 70 hours a week. We're not going to see kids working in factories or in the fields. Working people are not animals, they are human beings. We deserve dignity, and they fought and won trade unions. All of us know the history of the civil rights movement and the abomination of slavery, and millions of African Americans and their white allies came together in the effort to end racism and segregation. A 100 years ago today, and the children don't know it, 100 years ago today, women in America did not have the right to vote, did not have the right to get the education or the jobs they wanted. But women, by the millions, stood up with their male allies, and they said, we will not in the United States be second-class citizens. And forever, our gay brothers and sisters were humiliated, were discriminated against, were made to feel terrible as human beings. But the gay community and their straight allies stood together and said that in America, people should have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of gender. We should be proud. We should be proud of many very progressive changes that have taken place over the years because of the struggles of millions and millions of people. But today we face one struggle that not only are we not winning, we are losing, and that is the economic struggle. We are living in a nation today which I fear is moving toward an oligarchic form of society. where a handful of billionaires control our economy and increasingly our political life. And it seems to me, you know, all of us know people. We have friends or family who struggle with drug addiction, who struggle with alcohol addiction or alcoholism, who struggle with many problems. But what we are seeing among the billionaire class is an unusual form of addiction. It is called greed. It is called uncontrollable greed. You would think that if you had $5 billion, that might be enough to pay the bills. But for some of these people, it is not enough. They want more and more and more, and they will step all over working people to get what they want. And what we are saying tonight is you ain't gonna step on us anymore. Brothers and sisters, when we stand together, when we do not allow demagogues like Trump and his friends to divide us up because of our race, the color of our skin, the country we were born in, our sexual orientation, whether we're male or female, when we do not allow them to divide us up, when we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. We can do it. So I am begging you tonight, not just for yourselves, but for your kids and your grandchildren, for future generations, I am begging you for the planet. Because if we do not transform our energy system, we're going to see horrible impacts from climate change. And for the love of me, I cannot understand why in a state like Arizona, where you got an extraordinary natural resource, the sun, you're not leading the country. The big money interest in the fossil fuel industry would have you pay more when the future is with solar. Stand up. Stand up, run for school board, run for city council, support progressive candidates, fight for a progressive agenda. When we do that, brothers and sisters, we're going to transform this country and make the United States the nation we all know we can become. Thank you all very much.
All right, everybody, you are taking a live look right now at the White House. You can see the lights off at the White House. It's already coming on close to 11:30 there. We just saw Bernie Sanders wrap up in Mesa. That event going for an hour and a half almost. You're part of the Fox 10 News Now stream. I have one more video here for you today, and it's Vice President Mike Pence in Australia. Let's take a look at that.
from the Battle of Hamel next year in 2018. And through all of that time, the people of the United States understand that they have no stronger, no more committed, no more loyal partner, ally than Australia. In every major conflict for 99 years, we have stood side by side in freedom's cause. And this year is also the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Coral Sea, when American and Australian naval forces turned back the Japanese invaders, and then went on to turn them back again and again and keep Australia and our region free. We have stood side by side in freedom's cause through all those years, and today the brave men and women of the Australian Defence Forces and their American allies and our partners are fighting together with the common goal of utterly destroying ISIS in the field in the Middle East. That is our commitment. In that theatre of war and around the world, we are in absolute lockstep, totally united, with a common purpose and a resolute intent to destroy the threat of terrorism and to destroy it in the field and to combat it around the world, whether at home or abroad. Our freedom depends on it, and we're committed to it. And again, today, as 99 years ago, as 75 years ago, in all of those conflicts, we have stood side by side because we are united by values, a commitment to freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. Our two great nations, we share so much, but above all, we share, and Mr. Vice President, you know, you come here on the eve of Anzac Day, where we honour the sacrifice of thousands of Australians, over 100,000 Australians, who paid the supreme sacrifice to keep us free, and they have done that again and again, side by side. In mateship, an Australian term, but well understood across the Pacific, in mateship, 100 years of mateship, side by side with our American allies. Mr. Vice President, we also stand with you and with President Trump in condemning the behaviour, the criminal, abhorrent use of chemical weapons in Syria by President Assad's regime. We welcomed and endorsed and supported the quick and calibrated and proportionate response of the United States in answer to that shocking crime. And here in our region, we've spent a lot of time this morning talking about the threat from North Korea. This reckless and dangerous regime puts the peace, the stability, the prosperity of our region at risk. And we endorse and indeed have echoed and made directly the calls to China to step up, to take responsibility, because China has a leverage, an ability to influence North Korea that far exceeds any others. Their economy, the North Korean economy, is entirely dependent on China. So, as I've said earlier this week, the eyes of the world are on Beijing, and we seek leadership from China to join the leadership shown by the United States and Japan and Australia and other nations around the world committed to peace. Call on China to make that stronger commitment to ensure that North Korea stops this reckless and dangerous conduct. We are very, very heartened by your visit, Mr. Vice President. The United States commitment to our region has underpinned the prosperity of the last 40 years. We would not have seen the extraordinary lifting out of poverty of billions of people in our region had it not been for the peace and the stability, the Pax Americana, if you like, that has been delivered by that continuing American commitment. And your presence so early in the administration, and of the Secretary of State, and of the Defence Secretary, and, as you've confirmed on your visit, the commitment of President Trump to attend the East Asia Summit, all of this sends a strong commitment, a strong message that the United States is committed to our region, committed to the peace and stability upon which so much depends in every nation. We've also discussed matters economic. The United States is, by some considerable margin, Australia's largest source of foreign investment. And the United States is also the leading destination for Australian foreign investment. In 2015, Australian investment in the United States was worth $594 billion, representing almost double what it was in 2005, while the United States investment in Australia has almost tripled since then and now represents about $860 billion. We have a very successful free trade agreement. Bilateral trade has grown from $41 billion to $70 billion since the Australia-United States Free Trade Agreement entered into force in that year, 2005. And the US is Australia's second largest trading partner. We'll continue this close cooperation on trade and investment. And we had a very good discussion too about President Trump's commitment to reduce company tax and tax generally in the United States. We too recognise that reducing business taxes is vital to deliver stronger economic growth. Businesses that can retain more of their profits for investment will grow, they'll hire more employees, investment, employment are driven by lower business taxes. And we applaud the commitment of President Trump to that, and we're grateful for your update on those plans. We will continue to work more closely together in every field. The relationship is a very deep, it's a very intimate one. It is carried by millions of Australians and Americans over a century and more. We have a shared destiny. We always have. We grow closer together, built on those ties. Defence, common strategic goals, shared values, stronger economic relationship, and above all, those connections of family that extend across the Pacific. It's a close relationship. It's a family relationship. And our family gathering this morning underpinned the nature of this very deep friendship, Mr. Vice President. So I thank you very much for visiting Australia. We've had a very good meeting with the Foreign Minister this morning, following on her meetings with you in Washington. And you'll meet more of our ministers today, including the Deputy Prime Minister and the Trade Minister. We have a very deep commitment to growing and strengthening this relationship, so important to our region, so important to our world, so important for the security and the prosperity, the opportunity for both our peoples. Welcome, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Prime Minister Turnbull, thank you so much for those gracious words, for the hospitality you've shown me and my family upon our arrival in Australia today. The warm welcome that you and the Australian people have given us is something that we will cherish for the rest of our lives. I'm honored to be in Australia today to offer greetings from the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. And as I spoke to the President this morning, Mr. Prime Minister, he wanted me to offer his best wishes to you and his congratulations on your strong leadership for the Commonwealth. Mr. Prime Minister, with the strong encouragement of your administration only 2 days ago, as you mentioned, it was my privilege to announce that President Trump will attend the APEC Leader Summit, the East Asia Summit, and the U.S. ASEAN Summit in Vietnam and the Philippines this November. I trust that my visit here today, on my very first trip to the Asia Pacific as Vice President of the United States, and the President's plans to travel to this region this fall, are a strong sign of our enduring commitment to the historic alliance between the people of the United States of America and the people of Australia. As I told Prime Minister Turnbull today, Australia is and always will be one of America's closest allies and truest friends. We are partners in security, we are partners in prosperity, and together we are bound by our historic alliance. And under President Trump, I can assure you that the United States is committed to strengthening our bond for the benefit of all our people and for the benefit of the world. The relationship between our nations stretches back for generations, as the Prime Minister just said. From the Coral Sea to Kandahar, our friendship has been forged in the fires of sacrifice. Very humbling for me to say that only 3 days from now, on April 25th, Australia will commemorate Anzac Day, to honor those brave Australians and New Zealanders who gave their lives in defense of freedom, oftentimes shoulder to shoulder with Americans. The sons and daughters of both of our lands have fought together in every major conflict for the past 100 years. From World Wars I and II to Korea to Vietnam, and most recently in the conflicts in Iraq and Afghanistan, our grandparents, our parents, and now our children have served together, sacrificed together, and have defended our freedom and all that we hold dear. That represents the foundation of an unshakable bond between America and Australia. Even now, our citizens serve together in Afghanistan in the fight against ISIS. And around the world, we're deepening our defense collaboration. And as Prime Minister Turnbull and I discussed today, we will continue to deepen our defense and security collaboration in the days ahead. The historic United States-Australia alliance is more vital than ever to regional security and prosperity. In recent years, we've dramatically stepped up our intelligence sharing, increased our emphasis on shared cyber capabilities. We've conducted and will continue to conduct joint military exercises to ensure our readiness, including the Talisman Sabre later this year. As the Prime Minister and I discussed, together our nations will continue to uphold a rules-based system that is the foundation of peace and prosperity in the Asia Pacific. In the South China Sea and throughout the region, we will defend the fundamental freedoms of navigation and overflight and ensure the unimpeded flow of lawful commerce and promote peaceful diplomatic dialogue to address issues of regional and global concern. And as the Prime Minister and I just reaffirmed, under President Trump's leadership and yours, the United States and Australia will continue to stand firm and stand strong to confront the most urgent and dangerous threat to peace and security in the Asia Pacific, the regime in North Korea. While all options are on the table, let me assure you the United States will continue to work closely with Australia, our other allies in the region, and with China to bring economic and diplomatic pressure to bear on the regime in Pyongyang until they abandon their nuclear and ballistic missile programs. Mr. Prime Minister, know that President Trump and I are truly grateful to you for calling on China even this week to play an even more active and constructive role in addressing the North Korean threat. Now, the President and I have, in his words, great confidence that China will properly deal with North Korea. And I know you share that hope. But as President Trump made clear just a few days ago, if China is unable to deal with North Korea, the United States and our allies will. The United States and Australia face this threat and every other one together because we know that our security is the foundation of our prosperity. And today, Prime Minister Turnbull and I discussed ways for us to promote renewed prosperity for our people. We're already building on a sturdy foundation. The U.S.-Australia Free Trade Agreement is a case study in success. And while we can still make additional progress, it's a model for what a mutually beneficial trade agreement can be. Today, the United States is far and away Australia's largest economic partner, not just in the region, but all across the world. Our economic relationship is worth a stunning $1.5 trillion, and our two-way investment has grown by 50% in just the last 3 years alone. And we still have room to grow. Today, the Prime Minister and I discussed the need to break down barriers and encourage the kind of policies that will encourage even more trade and investment, more innovation, and more opportunities for both our peoples. We're confident that working together will build on our strong foundation in a way that will be beneficial to the people of America and the people of Australia. Beyond our commercial partnership, the President and I are confident that this historic alliance between the United States and Australia will grow even stronger in the years ahead. Nowhere is our enduring commitment to each other and to our shared future more evident than in the topic that the Prime Minister just addressed so eloquently and so passionately, the global fight against terror. The people of the United States will never forget that Australia invoked our ANZUS Security Treaty for the first and only time following the September 11th terrorist attacks, which claimed the lives of nearly 3,000 innocent people, including 11 Australians. The support that Australia showed America in our darkest hour will never be forgotten. Australia, like the United States, has not been spared. The 4 lone wolf terror attacks over the past 31 months were all inspired by this global cancer. The people of Australia can rest assured, under President Trump's leadership and under your capable leadership in Australia, we will not rest, we will not relent until together we drive this evil from the face of the earth. As I close, let me simply say it's an honor to be here on behalf of President Donald Trump, to say simply from our hearts that the historic alliance between the United States and Australia is inviolate, it's immutable, and it's a beacon that shines throughout the Asia-Pacific and inspires the wider world. Our shared history, our shared values bind us together. And as we look toward what lies ahead, it's always heartening to stand beside a friend, and I do so today. Prime Minister Turnbull, know that under President Donald Trump, the historic alliance between the United States and Australia will grow stronger. Our people will grow closer, enhancing our security and our prosperity for generations to come. And so we go forward with faith in our historic alliance, faith in our shared values, and faith that the best days for America and for Australia are yet to come. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. It's an honor to be with you today.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for those eloquent words, heartfelt, passionate, committed. Thank you so much. Now, we have some questions, and I believe the first is from Maria Jovanovic.
Very well said, Prime Minister. Maria Jovanovic from SBS News. This question is actually for both of you, if I may. Look, does Australia have an increased role to play in helping moderate the North Korea threat? If so, what is that role, and could it indeed be a military one down the track?
Well, thank you. We work very closely with our ally, our ally and our friends in the region. I mean, the global community is committed to the end of this reckless and dangerous conduct. And the challenge now is obviously for China, because they have, as I've said, and this is not a political point, this is a statement of fact, China has the greatest leverage over North Korea. There is no question about that. So I've made this point to Chinese leaders over a long period of time. In fact, before I was Prime Minister, it is self-evident that China has the opportunity, and we say the responsibility, to bring pressure to bear on North Korea to stop this reckless and dangerous trajectory upon which they are embarked. Now, we will work closely with the United States, as we always do. At this stage, the support that we are providing at the level of diplomacy and public diplomacy, both private and public diplomacy, is of critical importance, and we share we are quietly confident, I would say, that China will step up to this challenge and responsibility. Vice President.
For more than a generation, there's been a consensus in the world community for a nuclear-free Korean peninsula. In the 1990s, it was a subject of negotiations, and an agreed framework was arrived at. Six-party talks would follow sometime later. The last administration embraced a policy of strategic patience. All along the way, the regime in North Korea answered the entreaties of the world community with broken promises and with continued pursuit, headlong pursuit, of their nuclear and ballistic missile ambitions. And as President Trump has made clear, and I've made clear as I traveled on his behalf throughout this region, the era of strategic patience is over. Under the President's leadership and working closely with our allies, with Prime Minister Turnbull, in my meetings with Prime Minister Abe, and with Acting President Wang in South Korea and others, the United States is determined to bring economic and diplomatic pressure to bear, working with all of our allies and China to ensure that we achieve a nuclear-free Korean peninsula. Now, all options are on the table, and the United States is prepared to do what's necessary in conjunction with our allies to see to the security of this region and of our own people. But we are hopeful. In fact, in President Trump's words, we have great confidence that China, with the encouragement of the United States, of our allies, and we're grateful to say with the strong encouragement of the leadership here in Australia, that China will take advantage of the unique position and relationship that it has with North Korea to bring an end to their nuclear program and to their ballistic missile programs. We call on them to do that. The President observed recently that China, in a very real sense, is the economic lifeline for North Korea. They've already taken steps which we greatly welcome, intervening in coal shipments and intervening in commercial travel. But we believe China can do more, and on behalf of the President, I'm just very grateful that even this week, Australia has taken steps to engage with China directly and encourage them to take even more steps to bring that economic and diplomatic pressure to bear. But make no mistake about it, the United States of America is committed to seeing this way forward and achieve what's eluded the world community for a generation, and that is to achieve the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula.
Thank you.
Justin Singh from Bloomberg.
Thank you. Prime Minister, I wanted to ask you about trade, and if there are specific steps the U.S. has asked you to take or that you will be taking to improve bilateral trade after President Trump pulled out of TPP. I'm also wondering what you see as the best way to improve regional trade after the collapse of that agreement. And then, Mr. Vice President, I wanted to follow on North Korea, but ask specifically about some of the recent statements from the administration. Earlier this week, there was some controversy regarding the timing of the armada that President Trump said that he'd send to the region. It's led to mockery in North Korean and Chinese press and criticism from a South Korean presidential candidate who said that it potentially undermined your administration's credibility. Is the lack of rhetorical clarity making your job with allies and partners like China harder? And to that point, can I ask you to explain the President's recent statement that China is just now taking, quote, some unusual moves towards North Korea?
Well, thank you. In terms of trade, we have obviously continuing discussions, but at this stage, the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement is working very, very well. In terms of trade generally, Australia has been a great beneficiary of free trade and open markets. Just let that helicopter pass. We've been a great beneficiary of free trade and open markets. We strongly supported the TPP as being in our national interest. President Trump has discontinued America's engagement in it. That is his right. Absolutely. Each nation is committed to protecting its economic interest, first and foremost. That's the duty each leader has to their own people. So the United States government must make its own judgments on that. We look forward to more trade. President Trump is an international businessman, so he's not. He can hardly be described as somebody who is unused to the benefits of international trade and international commerce. He understands it very well, but he obviously will decide, as the Vice President and I were discussing today, he will decide how agreements, new trade deals, whether and to what extent they work in America's interest. That is the sovereign right and, in fact, the solemn obligation of every nation and every leader. But at this stage, in terms of the bilateral relationship, it is proceeding very, very well. It's proceeding apace, actually, and the economic engagement and the prosperity that flows from that has been demonstrated over the years since it came into force in 2005.
Well, first on trade, with great respect to the Prime Minister's view and Australia's view of TPP. The President's made it clear and America's taken steps. The Trans-Pacific Partnership is a thing of the past for the United States. As we move forward with the President's philosophy of an America first, foreign policy and trade policy, we'll continue to pursue opportunities for expanded commerce, but do so on a bilateral basis. I trust that my travels along throughout the Asia-Pacific this week give evidence of the fact that this administration is committed to building both our security and economic relationships with countries all across this region. We do believe that the bilateral agreement, the trade agreement between the United States and Australia, is a win-win for our countries. And it is, as I said earlier, we think it's a model agreement for how to encourage investment and encourage trade between nations. But I think in the days ahead, we initiated an economic dialogue that I and the Deputy Prime Minister of Japan will be heading up to begin to explore the possibility of expanded economic relations with Japan. We had discussions about our free trade agreement while I was in South Korea, but I think you'll continue to see President Trump engaging with nations across this region, but again, on a bilateral basis. With regard to the USS Carl Vinson and the carrier group, our expectation is that they will be in the Sea of Japan in position in a matter of days before the end of this month. That decision was set into motion some time ago, and the one thing that nations, most especially the regime in North Korea, should make no mistake about, is that the United States has the resources, the personnel, and the presence in this region of the world to see to our interest and to see to the security of those interests and our allies. I think what the President was referring to with regard to China is encouraging news. In his summit at the Southern White House with President Xi, President Trump engaged President Xi in a candid and respectful discussion about China's engagement with North Korea, and now the steps we're seeing China take, in many ways unprecedented steps, bringing economic pressure to bear on North Korea, are very welcome. We do believe China can do more. And as I mentioned, we're very grateful for the clear message that Prime Minister Turnbull's government and Australia are sending to the Chinese to do just that. But this is a time when I think you'll continue to see the United States and our allies in the region work together to encourage China to take those steps necessary to bring about a peaceable solution to achieve a nuclear-free Korean peninsula.
Now, Colin Packham, thank you.
Thank you. My question relates to the refugee deal signed last year. Mr. Vice President, in February, President Trump said of a refugee deal, quote, "I will study this dumb deal," seemingly contradicting assurances given to Mr. Turnbull. In recent weeks, we've seen officials from the Department of Homeland Security on